Yo, what's a good shinobi nation? Welcome back to Just a Shinobi, the home of the craziest Naruto What Ifs. Today we're jumping into part 8 of What If Naruto Was Trapped in a Time Loop. So strap in, because things are about to get explosive. If you're new to the channel, make sure to smash that subscribe button, hit the bell so you don't miss the next chapter, and share this video with your whole ninja squad. And of course, drop your theories in the comments. Your support is what keeps this shinobi grinding. On top of the Ninja Academy roof, Naruto ate an apple. It was really a very nice apple. He'd stolen it from the Hokage's table, and the Hokage always had the nicest food. It was golden cheeked and delicious, an import from fruit country, he thought. Tossing the depleted core over his shoulder, the boy ninja bounced it off of Orochimaru's head just as the Sannin disguised as a grass ninja left the building, already late for one of his secret meetings, one too important to delay for a fight over having gotten beamed with an apple core. The boy seemingly paid no attention to the Sannin's discomfort, going right on reading the book he'd climbed the academy roof to get some time alone for. Naruto's chakra control had begun to shoot up again, after who knows how long a pause under the general heading of above average, barely, although perfect with seal limiters. No small part of that was due to the recently discovered book the ANBU Jonin had been using as a plant stand. It was the next step up from the 3 basic chakra control exercises taught, and almost exactly what he needed. The book talked about combos of chakra exercises, and the first examples it gave were things Naruto had already done, having figured them out on his own, such as standing on water while floating leaves over his head, standing on the sides of trees while floating leaves over all parts of his body instead of just the forehead and hands, and so on. But Naruto, in his practice, had stopped there, and that book didn't. The next step it described was to combine water walking in unusual ways he never thought of. The very first step was to enhance and refine his ability to water walk, a process of enhancing surface tension with chakra so the water could hold his weight, until he could create fruit-sized balls of water that did not break. Like a water balloon, but without the balloon, he would simply be enhancing the surface tension yet further until it could be formed into balls. The skin would be hard enough so it held up under handling. That was a great deal harder than it sounded, and not only taught him a lot, but led to some great water fights in and out of the clan. Heck, the surface tension could be raised high enough to harden the balls until they stayed together in spite of kicking, so they could play soccer with them. Gaara loved that. It was also interesting to note, paint could be formed into water balloons the same way, and splattered most satisfactorily on impact, a fact the Uchiha could attest to, as he had Sakura's shade of pink dribbling down his scowling face during the next written exam. The next step after that was where the real payoff started. Once a ninja could form those independent balls of water, he could try levitating them like he'd learned to do with leaves. This was a lot harder than it sounded, as the chakra flows to maintain the hard outer skin of a ball of water were almost impossible to sustain without touching it, at least the first couple of times, until one started to get the hang of it. In fact, it was to learn that lesson that the clan got together and played so many games of soccer or baseball using hardened water balls, of course starting out with bouncing smaller ones around like hacky sacks, as a way of keeping up frequent contact, building up to longer periods of not. However, worse still for the aspiring student, the chakra flows for floating a leaf weren't anywhere near the same flow rate or pattern as the stuff for holding a globe of water together, and getting your chakra to split up and do both things when it wants to combine into either one was hard in a way nothing Naruto had ever done before was. The only thing he could compare it to was trying to sing 2 different notes at the same time. Your vocal apparatus was made up to do one or the other, not both at the same time. Actually, there were monks that had learned how to sing chords, but Naruto didn't know that. Although it would have encouraged him if he did. Only the fact that he knew other ninja had done this before him kept him going, and, of course, the leaps and bounds he made in chakra control trying. Compared to the floating ball of water technique, the other exercise was lots simpler. It was to combine sticking to the side of a tree with water walking using those same balls of water the first had had him develop. That meant holding a chakra-skinned water balloon to his body with more chakra, and once again it fought him, willing to do either one but not both simultaneously. The next stage after that was the tricky one, however, and that was to roll the water ball around and over his body using chakra alone, without touching it with his hands. That caused another one of those eye-crossing moments where he knew it could be done in theory, but seemed to splash himself with water every time, as each and every single attempt was more complicated than he'd imagined. He was now long accustomed to flaring chakra out of certain parts of his body, his feet, head and hands primarily, although he had practiced sitting on the sides of trees, or hanging off by his back or shoulders. He'd also floated leaves over most parts he could imagine. However, all that shared one thing in common: a fairly static location. While walking on a tree, the part you used was your feet, or, hanging off it by your back. Here, the object was to move it all across your body like a slug racing from point to point, and that was harder than it sounded, as to move it from your hand to your elbow required not just that you stop emitting chakra from your hand and start it from your elbow, you had to kind of roll it all the way, going from on and off in a continual line between, and all of that without breaking the bubble that kept the water contained. It was maddening, and how frustrating it was, got him wet time after time, and also was one of the most productive exercises he'd done in a long time. Naruto loved every minute of it. Hard work and him were old friends. Any amount of effort was acceptable so long as it got him results in the end. Even before the resets, he'd worked feverishly hard to master anything put before him. It was not his fault he'd been sabotaged by instructors or outright denied any form of training. Previously, he'd been forced to go from low-level chakra control training all of the way up to extremely high level, skipping out on all of the steps in between. Knowing the true purpose behind the D ranks had helped to fill in some of those blanks, but now he was really starting to fill in the mid-ranges in between, and nothing in this world was more satisfying. Well, except perhaps to see his angels grow into the most skilled and wonderful people they could be as they did this too. Actually, they triggered off an explosion of growth on their own. Domestic life around the Kitsune compound was getting more varied and interesting as more and more of his angels started to work on perfecting their domestic skills, doing cooking, sewing, carpentry, metalsmithing, etc., as they each started to contribute their own little touches of personality to the amazing works of art that were their home, clothes, and meals. Variety was the spice of life, and the more people helping, the more ideas they had, and the more interesting everything became for all of them. Team 7 gathered outside the Forest of Death on the morning of the second stage of their Chunin test with some apprehension. It wasn't the test that was making them nervous. No, in fact, Anko had begun varying it to such a great degree that it rarely bore much resemblance to itself anymore, as the old way had just gotten too boring. Today it was to be a race. One person on each team was drugged, and would play casualty, while the other two had to haul their teammate's body over some difficult terrain and down a river. Sounded simple enough, so to make things interesting they'd be hunted over the entire trip by one of the other teams, bent on capturing them. Each team took 2 trips through the forest, once as hunter, once as prey, with A and B watching over each part of each test to keep score and ensure no one killed anyone else. After one of their previous tests where killing was not involved, Taiyuya had passed on how Orochimaru had ranted and raved over how he'd hated that part. So, ever since she discovered how much it torqued his shorts not to be able to slaughter the genin contestants indiscriminately, Anko had been skipping out on the waivers and running non-lethal tests almost exclusively. Taiyuya took some pleasure in relaying the snake Sanin's tantrums over this, even going so far as producing her chakra puppets and disguising them as him so she could have them reenact the better parts. That had swiftly degenerated into overacting, and now running Orochimaru parodies was one of her unique skills. Just the other day Taiyuya had gotten Tsunade to pee herself. She was laughing so hard over the latest Orochi parody. The Sannin had known her teammate so well, that for his personality to have been utterly captured so completely by his bodyguard's mockery was infinitely hilarious. Anko could hardly keep a straight face as she told them all the rules. In fact, at one point she couldn't, and had to run off behind a tent to laugh herself silly after having caught a confused look on a certain grass ninja's face and been unable not to recall the parody play from the night before. Odd, the disguised Orochimaru thought of her behavior, but in his confusion he did not connect it with one of his bodyguards having nearly broken down in laughter herself earlier that day when he'd done something inconsequential, grabbing something with his tongue that he could not now recall. It had been a simple thing, but so in character that she could hardly wait to use it in her next play. She was honestly thinking of having her chakra puppets display a case of classic, "Wow! I use my tongue for everything," Orochimaru-ness by having one using it to unstop a plugged-up toilet, that same gleeful expression of his on its face all the while. A Jiraiya puppet flirting with an Orochimaru puppet in drag would also be on the agenda, Taiyuya decided with a smirk. And to get material to use for the nasty expressions he'd make once he'd learned the truth, the female member of the Sound Four went off to find the toad Sannin and get him drunk so she could have an Orochimaru puppet in drag flirt with him. Art reflects life, after all. Kin caught sight of her leaving, and Tayuya gave her a suggestive waggle of her eyebrows and a glance towards the disguised Sannin that broke the other Sound girl up laughing right in the middle of Anko's explanation, causing Anko to also catch the eyebrow waggle and run off to burst a gut chortling herself. The assembled genin shifted nervously, uncomfortable with not knowing what the joke was. Sakura lived for moments like this. She was on a team with Naruto. None of the other girls were, so during those times when they acted on missions as a team, she had him all to herself and could work on him without interruption. She lived for that. During these tests they could work together, eat together, sleep near each other, and she could even imagine he was fighting for her when they got into conflicts with other ninja. She knew that was more wishful thinking and hope on her part than actuality yet, but that yet was worth living for. He might do it for real someday, love her as much as he did the other girls. And he couldn't really ignore her. He had to honestly protect her to some degree, as if she died on these tests then they reset, and too many resets too soon was too boring. The entire Kitsune clan liked to stretch out the in-between times as long as they could. Sakura herself didn't care much about any of that. Her world was Naruto and making him notice her, and since he never forgot when time reset, she was making progress on her goals whether the resets were long or short. Of course, everything that made this situation wonderful for Sakura was a minus as far as Naruto was concerned, who was even beginning to question why they brought his pink-haired teammate into the resets in the first place. Oh yeah? To see if she could become a better person. And because of that, they couldn't turn off the experiment so long as she was making progress, which she was. Sigh. No, he had to admit that Sakura was, in every way, becoming a better person. She wasn't fighting with other girls as much, had gotten a hold on her jealousy, and was nowhere near as violent, but the thing was, she was becoming a better person, but there was so very far to go. Shizen had actually hit him below the belt once by comparing her overcoming her bitchiness to him overcoming his ignorance. Okay, that had been a lot hit. Accurate but low. So Team 7 was waiting in some apprehension. Those two factors alone would have been enough, but there was also the fact that Orochimaru and his false grass team had been sidling up closer and closer, the snake Sannin having recognized him as the boy to bean him with an apple core, when Anko arrived. Seeing as she was in test proctor mode, the special Jonin gave no sign of the familiarity she felt with anyone, either by snuggling up to Naruto's bones or attacking her old teacher. Instead, the woman who had with relentless practice become a fine actress, along with the rest of Clan Kitsune and their allied retainers, showed up giving no sign that she knew any of them at all. You and you, she pointed to Sasuke and the disguised Orochimaru, seemingly at random. You'll be the ones to be drugged for your teams. Then she gave them a nasty, superior smirk, playing the vindictive proctor role to the hilt. Unfortunately, we've run out of the oral version, so you'll be forced to take it rectally. 2 enema bags slap them, 1 each in the chest. And since I don't care to get my hands dirty, you'll administer it to each other. Orochimaru's face split into a grin so wide it nearly bisected his face. It probably wasn't possible for anyone to grin wider, and he forgot all about his petty revenge on the apple core boy in thinking about his sudden access to Sasuke's boyish bottom. The snake Sannin couldn't decide which made him happier, the opportunity to fondle Sasuke's ass, or having the Uchiha touch his in return. Try not to enjoy yourself too much, Sasuke. We all know you don't like girls, Sakura teased, which had the Uchiha pale dramatically and glare at her, while Naruto broke down laughing, as she'd stolen the words out of his own mouth a moment before he could speak them. Orochimaru's grin, if possible, got dramatically wider. At this point it had to have had something to do with those anatomical jutsu of his, as a grin that wide should not be possible. It clearly wasn't natural. Anko, in an amazing display of acting prowess, did not reveal one tiny hint of what she was thinking for the moment, simply shooting her thumb in the direction of the nearest tent without the slightest crack in her vindictive proctor facade. Right, you two lovebirds go off and dose each other. Try not to spend too much time enjoying it, or you'll be late for the test. Casting subtlety aside, Orochimaru picked a suddenly horrified Sasuke up by his tongue and raced off into the tent indicated, all other plots forgotten for the moment. Nuh! Came a mortified scream a moment later as his pants came flying out the tent flap, only to be drawn back in by a tongue a moment later. Enko had already joined the two remaining genin of Team 7 in rolling around on the grass in helpless laughter, clutching their guts as they wiped tears from their eyes. The two fake grass genin stared at each other uncomprehendingly. Orochimaru was much mellower when he came out of the tent, dragging Sasuke, who looked bedraggled, humiliated, and somewhat in pain. The hickey on the side of his neck wasn't a curseal this time, and he had lipstick on. He got no sympathy from either of his teammates. Then the drugs kicked in. They all knew Orochimaru wouldn't be put down by anything they could concoct. His poison resistance was so strong he wouldn't even get a buzz from lakes of booze or the most powerful hallucinogens they could get. So there really wasn't much point in trying. They just gave him the ordinary stuff and made it a rule the drugged teammate couldn't get up. Of course he'd break that rule. The snake Sannin wasn't interested in the exam, only Sasuke, and would gleefully disrupt things and break rules. But there wasn't much they could do about it without staging another small war. Not that they were reluctant, since that was how they'd discovered that a shadow clone couldn't open any of the celestial gates without popping itself. The harm inherent in so doing was enough to vanquish them. And only shadow clones would be going into the forest with him. Still, Sasuke passed out quite nicely, and Naruto and Sakura loaded him on the backs of their tigers. Both were fully armored in the clan style. Naruto was riding Simba, as usual, while Sakura had been gifted with a tiger for her own use for situations like this one. Enko had jokingly called it tampon because it was red, often bloody, as she frequently relied on it during fights, and went between the girl's legs. Sakura had, in a surprising show of meekness, done nothing to fight that name. That had led to some guilt among the angels, so it got nicknamed Tampy. Team 7 allowed themselves to be led to their starting gate around the Forest of Death, then taken away to a small building for last-minute instructions where they were traded with shadow clones meant to look like them. For all other teams, they would be shape-shifted to the right forms. Here, they didn't need to. Even Sakura had gotten that skill down by now, although the girl suffered a bit. Her chakra reserves had always been small, and all of that was mental energy. She had practically no physical to speak of, so the reset span on physical development hurt her in the chakra department more than anyone else. So she could only make one. Naruto had to shift a clone of his own to play her tiger for her, a fact she secretly enjoyed. All of the teams but Orochimaru's were switched like that. It made for a more interesting environment in which to play with the snake Sannin's mind. The starting bell sounded and the gates sprang open, sending hundreds of clones and Orochimaru's disguised team racing into the training ground. Only to find that Naruto's clones had been busy there the previous day, and they'd built a completely accurate scale replica of the village of Hidden Sound Within, based on memories retrieved by the Yamanaka clan techniques out of Kin and Taiya's experiences there. Or, when that fell short, those two girls used the techniques themselves on Kin's teammates, and the other Sound 4. Actually, since Taiya wasn't bound to the town for the exams, she could, and did, even take a few trips back to sharpen up their details. Also, having begun to read the instruction books, Naruto had begun to get a great deal of summon technology working that other ninja regarded as just junk, and there had been this one movie player, VHS it was called, among that pile of discards with a ton of movies no one else in the elemental countries had ever seen, including this rather inspiring film called Fantasia. Orochimaru's team came screeching to a halt when they happened upon the scale model Sound Village, populated by dancing hippos and anthropomorphic crocodiles wearing feathered caps and capes, most of them modeled rather distinctly on the ninja of Sound Village. In fact, that one over there, dipping its head to straighten its glasses, was doing a classic Kabuto imitation. The look on Orochimaru's face was priceless. So much so that Taiya had to get a picture for use in that night's play. Orochimaru didn't want to believe it, but there he was, his two subordinates standing quietly behind him as the Sannin took in the details of a complete and accurate down-to-the-scratches copy of his own private office in Sound. And there, decorating the walls and desk, were maps and papers detailing his invasion plans for Konoha, just as he'd arranged them back in his village. Konoha was mocking him. Here they had his entire invasion plan, including those parts he had not bothered to tell his allies, pinned up where he could not help but notice them in a scale model of his own village. There was even a cup of his own favorite tea sitting on the desk where he frequently left it, and it was still warm. That looked like a copy of his favorite cup, too. The whole office was like that. The snake Sannin could tell this was not his own. Thousands of subtle differences that any ninja could detect, from the pattern of the wood grain to slight smells, to the feel of the atmosphere as the air tended to be heavier and muddier in rice country than in fire. But this wasn't intended to fool. It was a warning that they knew everything, not only about the invasion plans and his base of operations, but of the tea he liked to drink. Idly, Orochimaru picked up the cup and sampled it, not afraid of any poisons. It was just the way he liked it, prepared not minutes ago. Holding this replacement cup, letting it warm his hands, the wondering Sannin took in the astonishing level of details present in this convincing fake. They had even gone to the extent of detailing his private office down to the carpet stains from a subordinate he'd killed last month, a place he'd scratched the desk with a pen, and the scuff marks on one wall where he liked to slither up a concealed chimney. Orochimaru checked. His supposedly secret escape chimney was there. He did not bother to check where it would go. They knew he had it. That was enough, along with the rest of this detail, to fully convince him they knew where it went, even if that little detail wasn't included in this copy office. It was also enough to fully convince him that Konoha had somehow been spying on him to a degree that he thought impossible, not only for the depth, accuracy, and thoroughness of the spying itself, but he'd always been under the impression that Konoha had no spy net worth the name. Obviously, he'd been mistaken. The worst sort of spies were those the enemy does not know you have. He had taken advantage of this himself against Konoha, or so he thought. But for them to have this level of detail on him, when he'd had no clue they even had a spy network worth the name. Well, now he knew who had been winning those espionage contests, and it had not been him. He reached under his desk, triggering a secret catch that on his own desk back and sound released a poisoned kunai into his grasp. To his astonishment, the catch was there, it did work the correct way and a kunai got released into his grasp. Although, instead of the rare poison from grass, one that had no known antidote, and was quite rare and expensive due to the number of people who died trying to gather it, this one was smeared in maple syrup. Still, it was the thought that counted. They knew it was there, how the catch worked, and the fact they did not release to him a kunai coated with a rare and terrible poison could almost be seen as mockery, that he was a joke. It would not have been coated in anything had they not known the original was poisoned. They simply chose not to arm him with a deadly weapon. Basic ninja tools were insignificant to a ninja of his caliber. The kunai meant nothing without that dreadful poison. Having a victim dying in agony over a period of hours due to an incurable toxin was entertaining in ways simply stabbing them with a kunai was not. Frankly, killing someone with a kunai was more effort than slaying them with the use of some of his impressive store of ninja techniques. The lack of poison was simply an insult, just like the dancing hippo behind his desk had been. It wasn't like they couldn't have done it accurately. They knew what he looked like and could have left a disguised clone there. They simply chose not to. At least they could have made his replacement an alligator. Contemplating this, Orochimaru was unprepared for when the entire mock-up of his village exploded, having been built on a foundation of exploding tags. As he staggered, injured, out of the crater that had once been a copy of his supposedly secret main base, both his companions dead from the blast, the onlooking sea of orange-clad ninja almost came as a welcome reassurance. It was to be expected for him to be attacked after being revealed like that. It was the way he would have done it himself, were the roles reversed. Of course, the forest around him being completely orange with the amount of clones perching on branches and crowding the trees was a new one. Once, in the far-gone past, Naruto had come to accept that his trademark charges of massive hordes of shadow clones hadn't been any use except to waste a skilled fighter's time. Or, to put it in the words of Kiba who'd been taunting him at the time, 1,000 times nothing is still nothing. Spurred on by that comment as much as anything, the repeating boy had knuckled down and trained until he was as good as the Ninja Academy could make him. Then he'd learned that a fighter of Orochimaru's caliber didn't even notice the difference between slaughtering thousands of skilled genin over having slaughtered the same numbers of unskilled berserkers. However, he never tried the mass charges of a few thousand effectively Chunin-grade fighters against Orochimaru before. The massive clone army roared and charged. From the very first moment Orochimaru knew something was wrong. The second he saw the forest around him was orange with ninja clones, he'd swept blood over the seals tattooed onto his arms to summon Manda. Only nothing happened. No surge of chakra, no smoke, no fizzle, nothing. The amazing thing was, with no more evidence than that the snake Sannin was skilled enough to figure out almost exactly what had occurred. Seals had been placed all around Forrest to stop summoning techniques, including most of his snake-based moves, as he didn't have those serpents concealed under his sleeves or down his throat most of the time. He learned almost immediately afterwards that the same kind of thing was also in place to stop body switches or flickers, as his very next trick was to try to flicker out of there, and that failed in the very same way. It took less than half a second for the Sannin to perform both tests, and in that moment discern that this was an assassination attempt. They'd only built that village because they'd wanted to mock him before he died, just as he was planning to do to his old teacher Sarutobi, crushing all his hopes and dreams so he could watch them die in his eyes before finishing him off. Only Orochimaru had no intention of going down himself so easily. His first attempt was the by now expected great breakthrough technique, a wind jutsu that Orochimaru could and had used before to level trees in a wide cone before him, tearing up everything in its path, aimed at taking out a large chunk of the onrushing clones to grant him room to maneuver. Naruto actually countered that one, unraveling the jutsu before it could even form. Countering techniques was not done well or often by most ninja, as it required both a knowledge ahead of time of what technique the other guy was using, a foreknowledge most often possessed only by Sharingan users or time loopers, but also complete mastery of that technique yourself, which was something almost no Sharingan users could be bothered learning. Still smoking from the explosion he'd been through, and that Naruto's clones had been at a sufficient distance to avoid, Orochimaru was nevertheless impressed. To see a successful counter to one of your techniques was one of the warning signs you were up against a real pro. There were several ranks of ninja for a reason. Genin weren't too tough. Even so, they had some rather distinct advantages over an ordinary civilian, and though they did not know many chakra-fueled techniques, the basic academy set could be devastating if used well. Still, very few genin fought at precisely the same level, just as you wouldn't expect to walk into a math class, say algebra, and find that all students there had the same grades, despite being technically on the same level by virtue of being at the same rank of math. Some would be better, some worse, and most would find some parts easier than others. It was the way of human nature, the way of existence. You could group people however you wanted, but you couldn't force them to be exactly the same, not even if you were specifically trying. So to speak of a high genin or low chunin was a perfectly accurate way of describing the situation. Even a guy failing trig knew more math than the one getting an A in remedial arithmetic. But the guy with an A was farther ahead than the ones getting CS or DS in the same class, just like the guy failing trig was behind those passing his course. Also, people progressed through those grades. Someone on their first week of geometry wasn't going to have all the same knowledge as a student taking their last week of that same course. People starting out were not going to be as good at what they were doing as people who'd been doing it for a while. If they didn't progress, you couldn't promote them to new grades. Your best chunin are the only place to look when it's time to recruit new jonin. Also, there were different things to be measured, and your grades in math didn't necessarily do anything for you if you were failing English. Or you might be in grade school yet have a college-level reading ability. It happens. So your chunin-level ninja might have academy-level illusion skills, or your genin might be such a prodigy at close combat that he could match or beat most jonin. However, just as you'd expect a calculus student to be further along on math than the guys in algebra, certain broad categories did exist and were helpful in their way, and most genin could beat up most civilians. Chunin and jonin were tougher still, each leagues above the rank below them. But that path of progression was fairly well known and described by now, just more of what made the genin different than an ordinary human. But the Kages and S-class criminals all had something to separate them from the rest of the ninja population, and it wasn't something so simple as a jutsu or bloodline. The lower ranks had those in plenty. No, what really separated an S-class ninja from the rest of the herd was certain unique skills, like countering others' techniques, and including their almost universal ability to multitask, to do more than one thing at the same time, whether that be to fight and use jutsu at the same time, or to mix different elemental techniques, casting them at the same moment. There was always something special there placing them above the rest. A jonin like Kakashi or Guy could beat you down or fry your bones with jutsu, but they typically had a gap between doing either, even if that was only the pause and mid-jump, and only the better ones could manage that. Naruto had not forgotten how Kakashi fought Sabuza standing there, feet set in a wide stance that allowed him to focus his concentration on doing a long set of hand seals. He could fight, or he could use jutsu, but not both at the same time. He even had to take a moment out to pause to power up his trademark Thousand Birds. Only then, once it was active, could he charge into combat maintaining it, and even so, he demanded a bloodline to keep him accurate. A genin cast his jutsu in mostly the same way. There was no substantial difference between Kakashi standing there frozen in a stance working hand seals or Shikamaru doing the same. The basics were identical. And though one could argue that Kakashi had more experience, he wasn't even substantially faster than the lazy genin, when said lazy genin actually chose to perform them. But you go after a Kage, and you're likely to discover he can fling two jutsu at the same time. Not just one after another done fast, but invoked at the same moment. Like a man fighting with two weapons could launch attacks from two completely different directions in the same instant. Sarutobi, and Orochimaru like him, could stand there flinging 4 or 5 jutsu at the same time, if they felt particularly pressed in combat. It ate chakra like nobody's business, so they performed it rarely, but they could both do it. Naruto understood that doing your jutsu without seals was a precursor to that jaw-dropping ability. And it wasn't something a Sharingan could copy. If it could, every Uchiha in existence would have had that capability. But Kakashi demonstrably did not have it, and if anyone had made a name out of stealing techniques and abilities, he had. He'd also hung around people who could do it for a substantial portion of his life, and he'd never failed to steal anything he'd liked before. Heck, the Jonin had no shame, even stealing Lee's fighting style to teach to his butt-sucking toady, when Lee was an allied ninja, and his fighting arts were literally all he'd had. You steal from an ally and take all he has, no one can claim honor in that. It was as low as one could go, and did a real injury to the victim's life goals of proving that hard work mattered, sneering in his face as you proved they did not, that hard work only produced something for a lazy genius to consume. That wasn't just an injury, it was also insulting. And you don't go injuring and insulting allies if you ever expect to keep them. No, Kakashi was sure the hard worker was insignificant and didn't matter, and that attitude had found its perfect match in Sasuke, who felt sure that no one else was as significant as he, and that only he mattered in the end. Tsunade was right. The Uchiha heir was an outright danger to Konoha, and his proud but lazy teacher doting on him only made things worse. However, at the moment, Naruto had a fight to devote his attention to. Orochimaru's Earth Rampart was something of an expected move against the literal hail of Saban, and Kunai the onrushing clones had sent in ahead of them. That the snake Sannin rode his giant wall high above the actual ground level, granting him a bird's-eye view of the field, was also pretty standard. That was why it came as so sweet a surprise to see the look on his face as that massive defense transformed into mud underneath him, dropping the Sannin from a height of several hundred feet, the mud too gooey to stick to as it itself collapsed, and brought him down. Orochimaru came down hard because he couldn't flicker out of there, nor did it help to walk on mud blocks that were falling themselves. He got back up in record speed, but by that time the wall of onrushing clones had reached him, and suddenly it was all knives and swords and rapid tail strikes on all sides. Most fighting styles start with a couple of good ideas put into application by someone who used them, learned how to apply them well, and ironed out their weaknesses, then taught them to others. Those styles grew and changed and matured over generations as more got added, older parts released from use or forgotten, and new parts explored. Through this process, some arts grew weaker as demands lessened or masters grew more concerned with artistic movements instead of effective ones, or the attrition of combat sharpened that art by exposure into far more deadly forms. A martial art was distilled combat experience, refined and explored, and the more combat experience you got, the more deadly your art could eventually be, and the Kitsune clan had been neck-deep in combat for so long it was a bit hard to remember what peace was like, when you weren't expecting an invasion anytime soon. And unlike most arts, the masters developing this one could correct for failure in unheard of ways. A lot of potential combat learning was lost due to defeats that render you unable to record what you'd learned, and the Kitsune did not currently have that problem. They could correct for fatal mistakes in ways no one else could dream of, and through that course take risks no one else would contemplate, trying out experiments no others would dare. The Kitsune clan art had begun with some great ideas, borrowed even more, and then been sharpened in combat against a wide variety of ninja, including some truly awesome foes, as Tenten refined it until it was really quite scary. But she still only viewed it as half an art. The other half they would have to develop only after gaining stronger bodies. Lee and Guy both helped, but they didn't have the kitsune bloodline and its modifications to their bodies that the art was designed to take advantage of. So, while they could help project out some of those moves, plot for what improvements to make down the line, and refine higher forms than Tenten or the girls could presently practice, the real art itself couldn't develop any more useful ability until the clan members had stronger bodies, able to take advantage of higher level techniques or more demanding forms. Of course, kitsune style was already a large and complex art. Most styles were constrained to a bare few core skills they could afford to teach to all members. But given their time loop, that was not a problem for Clan Kitsune's current members, who had nearly infinite time to practice in. And given Naruto's training illusions, that was not a problem they expected to have for their kids either. So it could afford to be a large art, with many moves and options. And oddly enough, that made it unpredictable, which was somehow fitting for a clan based on the traits of a trickster. Whether that trickster was Naruto or the fox was open to debate, however. No, really, the time had come to graduate their family style and admit that it had already emerged as a fully developed martial art. And what better way to do that than face off against Orochimaru using it? Alone, without any ninja tools or support, no allies, no summons, and deprived of some of his favorite techniques, Orochimaru was as vulnerable as he was ever going to be. Combined, those were almost as much of a handicap for him as being without an arm would have been. A perfect baptism of fire to stress test the new Kitsune clan art. Those disadvantages wouldn't be enough to transform it into a fully martial arts battle, as no serious ninja fight was ever truly a martial arts battle. They had too many additional tricks. One side or the other would always mix in whatever would grant them an advantage. But a martial art that couldn't cope with ninja techniques wasn't suitable for use by ninja. No, the perfect ninja martial art was one that could flawlessly incorporate as many of those as possible, while maintaining its close combat edge. However, all Naruto was hoping to achieve here was any kind of martial arts exchange at all. Mostly the Sannin would just tear him to shreds with his vast arsenal of ninja and elemental techniques. Or if the blonde was doing really well, slash him apart with a sword. But being chopped to bits by something that could carve up just about anything wasn't a true test of skill. The snake Sannin style all those times Naruto had waged ninja war against him in that forest had been based on high mobility, as much as techniques of vast destruction. So for Orochimaru to fight without the use of his sword, rapid changes of location on the battlefield, or any of his summons, small or large, was a significant handicap. Yes, he could adapt. But no, he wouldn't be at his best, nor were any of his usual surprise tricks the least bit surprising to the boy whose thousands of clones descended upon him in a giant orange tide. And to add insult on top of the injuries he'd already suffered, Orochimaru found their fight being accompanied by the William Tell overture. The Sannin struck out lightning fast, far quicker than Naruto could ever expect to go during these loops, and stuck his hand through a clone's head only to learn that particular clone was an illusion just as two others were stabbing at his unprotected back and flanks. Orochimaru cut their heads off with his tongue, then got cross-eyed as the lightning jutsu contained in their flesh grounded through his tongue into the Sannin's brain. Electrical aura armor was obvious, and an obvious defense would be avoided. But Naruto had learned the Thunder Punch technique for charging one's fists or weapons with an electrical charge long ago, and it wasn't much of a modification to charge his neck instead, and that was one of the Sannin's favorite targets. Of course, that didn't do much other than short his brain just long enough for a hail of kunai to come down, all trailing ninja wires and exploding tags. The explosion was a truly withering fireball that lit up the forest all around, and the lighting coursing down those wires as it went off made it doubly entertaining, as the electrical attacks reached the Sannin before burning off. This was a many-tiered assault, with front ranks of Naruto clones rushing in and out to engage in combat, back off or reinforce as needed, then others standing behind those to launch distance attacks, either mass-thrown weapons a la Tenten, or ninja techniques. Seeing as how Anko was the one who taught Naruto the importance of ninja tools, and he figured she was likely to have learned something of that from her teacher, one of the many Narutos who were not directly engaging him in combat used his naked in public technique, real version, on Orochimaru to disintegrate his clothes, and with them his many secret pockets, depriving him of useful tools, hidden weapons or other surprises, as it also ripped the shed skin disguise off. The blonde boy noted that his enemy's current body was female, something that not even the Sound 4 had been informed of. Interesting. He puzzled out from watching Sarutobi's fights against him that the snake Sannin was jumping around possessing bodies as his form of immortality, but he'd somehow missed that detail. He'd have to figure out a prank to base off of it later. Orochimaru had one distinct advantage over anyone else fighting against someone using the clan Kitsune style. He himself had developed for his own use the body stretching techniques that made their tail strikes so flexible and deadly, so they were less unpredictable to him, and easier to avoid. Still, the fundamental principle of the style still applied. Most people had two hands, so could only cope with using two weapons at once, so their training only applied to countering two. The third came in almost unopposed. Then again, Orochimaru was one of the Sannin. He'd fought outnumbered against multiple opponents before. It was expected at his rank, and there was not much difference between dodging 3 strikes from 3 people or 3 strikes all from one foe. Then again, 9 strikes simultaneously from 3 people was a bit much to ask, and the snake Sannin kept having trouble trying. There is only so much data the mind can process at once, and too much can overload it. That's one of the best benefits of training. Any familiar situation requires very little in the way of mental processing power to cope with. So a person who has fought against double weapon styles or multiple opponents in training was not going to freeze up facing those in real-life situations. He may not win, but he stands a better chance. On the other hand, dealing with the strange or unusual, the unexpected or stuff you hadn't encountered before often leads to "huh? What?" moments that can get even veteran ninja killed. Surprise was deadly, and being unprepared for something was almost a guarantee of getting slaughtered by it on the first few encounters. So it was with Orochimaru. He trained under the best instructor the village of Konoha had ever seen. He'd faced, both in training and in combat, most everything that the ninja of the elemental nations could throw at him. But it had not included this, and that meant the first couple of strikes went through despite his impressive defenses. Of course, Orochimaru had a freakish damage tolerance, able to stand up and fight on after at least 10 minutes of brutal pounding by Tsunade going at full strength. Most ninja would be paced after such an experience, heck most would be gone after the first blow. He was merely wobbly after minutes of her punching him in the face. Such a ninja did not go down easily, and he had that ability to repair all damage by shedding his skin. Naruto had even gotten lucky 1 or twice and cut off the snake Sannin's head, only to have a whole, new, unblemished Orochimaru jump out of the old one's mouth before the decapitated body hit the floor. So he wasn't going to be stopped by anything so simple as 1,000 birds or 2 to the face, or a spiraling sphere to the gut, or even lightning whips cutting off all of his limbs. Orochimaru only put up with this for a moment before the Sannin grinned and exploded like a shrapnel bomb into millions of little snake darts, flying in every direction acting like a million poison saban, each one bearing a tiny little Orochimaru face over bared and glistening fangs. The nearest Naruto clones, alerted by their whiskers to the impending blast, all flew into heavenly spin techniques, shredding the snake darts that came towards them using the Hyuga's ultimate defense. Others, in the next few ranks, having a little more warning let fly with withering return blasts of fire, wind and lightning jutsu, burning through countless little Orochi snakes. Still a few dozen or couple hundred, an insignificant fraction of the whole of them, burst free of the radius of the counterstrikes and went wriggling off through the brush in all directions, some leaping in the ears of forest animals and possessing them, turning back into full-size, half-beast clones of Orochimaru that returned to combat the Naruto clones that hunted the rest of them. "We haven't seen that one before," Ino commented to her friends as all the angels watched this fight from a safe distance. "It's almost certainly a desperation technique," Tsunade observed. "If it follows the normal pattern for those, he can probably only pull it off once without meeting some significant recharge requirement. So he'd not pull it out unless in cases like this, when his life is actually at stake. He couldn't keep shedding his skin forever. That's got to take chakra." "Was his life actually at stake?" Tenten questioned. "Orochimaru's beaten Naruto countless times before." "What I want to know is where he got that technique," Yugao observed. "Probably invented it himself, as one of his many attempts at immortality, then kept it on as a useful desperation technique." Tsunade scowled, still watching the fight through her glasses. "What I want to know is, are all those millions of him real? If he created this as an offshoot of his immortality research, they might be," Enko commented unhappily. "He'd want real copies of him to continue on. But he wouldn't be happy about having to share power with millions of other identical clones of himself. So he wouldn't use it lightly." Certain people just don't know how to share power, Hannah disapproved. Once more the Sannin gets away, Taiya breathed regretfully, lowering her binoculars. He's not clear yet, Enko growled, still looking through hers. Why would you think Naruto doesn't have him? Hinata wondered. Something Naruto taught me once, long ago, Tenten answered for the other girls. Force concentration. He explained that my abilities with thrown weapons and his clone making were capable of acting in concert to be much greater than either one alone, that I could only throw so many weapons and that he could only crowd so many clones into fist range, but that together a mob of clones throwing weapons delivered far more force than either of our signature moves could do separately. A moment ago, Naruto was focusing the close, mid and long range fighting efforts of 4,000 clones onto a single target, and Orochimaru was weakening, getting beaten severely. But now the Sannin has split them up, forced them to divide their efforts. So it is no longer so uneven a deal. The animated body of Zabuza grunted. It is the difference between my hitting a foe with the flat of my blade versus the edge. The one will bruise him up, the other cut him in half. It is the same blow, but the edge delivers a lot more concentrated force. But Orochimaru was not in the clear yet, as there were just as many Narutos hunting him as there were Orochimarus trying to escape. The technique did deprive Naruto of the ability to focus all of his power directed on the Sannin, but that didn't make escape easy. One of the mini Orochimarus had leapt into the body of a bear, and just as it was finished reforming into his own body, one of Naruto's clones stepped up, this one wearing head-to-toe black armor along with a flowing black cape. Then Naruto activated a weapon he'd gone to some lengths to retrieve. Just as the blade of lightning formed above the hilt, he spoke deeply through the breath mask built into his stylized faceplate. I've been waiting for you, Snake Sannin. We meet again, at last. The circuit is now complete. When I left you I was but the learner, now I am the master. Things were bustling at the Uchiha estate, as what with all of the work that had been done in the Forest of Death, building the replica of Sound Village there, they had been forced to put off transforming the property into the Kitsune clan compound, and were eager to catch up on their work. So it was that clones were running everywhere over the property, getting things put together, tearing down buildings they didn't want, or that needed to be reformed in a manner better suited to their style of living. The tech summoning experiments were going well. And, in spite of time being exactly the same for them each reset, Naruto had found, to his and others' massive frustration, that even in a perfect loop, doing things exactly the same way each time, he could not be guaranteed of getting the same tech each time he tried to. Heck, the people who were not in the reset, those summoning experts in the town, weren't getting the same things each reset, and they couldn't vary their methods, because the time loops wouldn't let them. This had led to speculation as to what was the problem, and their best guess so far was that this art, summoning as it did tech from other universes, was reaching out for places beyond the scope of the resets, where time was not frozen. So each time they posed the problem, they got a different answer. It was like a fisherman frozen through time, repeating the same actions as he came to the pond, baited his hook, and made the cast, but because the fish in the pond were not frozen in time, what he caught was different. It also solved resoundingly several long-standing questions concerning the practice of summoning technology, and why it was so hard to control. And the answer was that not all of the variables were controlled by the seals they'd been using. Some of it was on the other end. If you stand a blindfolded man on a boat and have him fire an arrow, even if he has perfect control of his stance, the tension on the string, the release, and the angle of his shot, his aim will be off if the boat is moving and rocking about, because he can't see to compensate for all that motion. Having no idea about the specifics, or whereabouts, of the universes they were summoning things out from, what they got, or if they got anything, was randomized by factors beyond their control. However, it did land them some excellent movies, including that one series called Star Wars, that no one else had seen before. And that amount of newness and randomness was contributing relief to everyone's lives. And an amusing prank or two on Orochimaru. There was also a certain amount of behind-the-scenes prep work going on for the ongoing plots and pranks and battle against Orochimaru, and for that one clone had shape-shifted himself into a copy of Sasuke Uchiha, to serve as bait to a later trap for the Sannin. Now one thing here that must be understood, with so many of them aware of the resets, a certain amount of variableness had crept into life. It was not that those unaware of the loops changed what they were doing without help, but with so many people who were aware out there doing things, small cues kept getting given to everyone else that did sometimes lead to different actions cropping up, seemingly out of nowhere. For one example, there was a fairly consistent case of if someone bought groceries on the day of moving into the Uchiha estate, through a complicated series of events and rumors, they would draw Sasuke Uchiha to the estate to whine and complain about them vandalizing it, making an increasing fuss, and even trying to get Anbu summoned to throw them out if not dealt with promptly. Since purchasing groceries was a difficult thing to avoid, as no one had enough food in their cupboards to feed as large a group as they'd become, and other events got set into motion if they all visited restaurants, having Sasuke around the estates on the first day making a pill of himself was becoming an increasingly common nuisance. It was something they were still seeking a good way to avoid. However, in a world without consequences, it was always easy to knock him out and hide the body, or erase his memory so no one got stuck with the duty of impersonating the amazing walking ego. Still, seeing Anko rush at him with 1,000 birds around one fist, Anko had a very flexible definition of knocking out when it came to the Uchiha. The clone who was impersonating Sasuke dodged backwards, without even thinking about it, the shadow clone activating his Sharingan as he did so purely by reflex. Then the clone paused, stunned, and Anko nailed him with 1,000 birds right between the eyes, an action which brought the whole clone workforce to a halt as the memories of that clone hit them. Suddenly dozens of them shape-shifted in the dread Uchiha emo pants, and were activating Sharingans. This was odd enough that Anko figured out what had happened almost immediately, and thus didn't go about slaughtering them all. "What is it?" Hinata asked, flustered at the odd happenstance of the Naruto she was talking to suddenly dropping the conversation to turn into the Uchiha, ugh, and stare about with an activated Sharingan. "Two things," the boy replied to his most beloved, although he didn't hug her while transformed into an Uchiha as that would be too creepy. "One is, for the very first time since transplanting a Sharingan so long ago, I tried to shape-shift one, and it worked beyond my expectations. I have a functional set of copy-wheel eyes in this form." Hinata pondered a moment whether this was a good or bad thing, as she rather liked their normal eyes, and they could always steal Sasuke's whenever they wanted to memorize something. It wasn't like they had a better use for the Puwalder. "And the other thing is that," the boy pointed to one of the many fans decorating the former Uchiha compound, decorations they'd always taken care to tear down on the first day of rebuilding. Indeed, half were already gone, cleared away for the Kitsune compound construction project. Seeing it was just a normal fan, she presumed something deeper, activating her own white eyes to check. "I don't understand," she replied. "There's a slash across it, covered by a permanent illusion seal." "But why?" "All of the fans have a different slash, among those I've seen," Naruto calmly replied. "But those aren't random, they are strokes of an incomplete sealing array, scattered across the Uchiha clan fan decorations." Hinata pondered this for a moment, before coming to an answer. "The Uchiha clan library. They'd want to hide it so only they could find it. And what makes them unique?" "The Sharingan," Naruto confirmed, nodding with a grin. "So they set up a puzzle that only an active Sharingan could solve, as a test for anyone who wanted to get into their library. First, you had to see through the illusions over those concealed marks, but the Hyugas could also do that. So they split up the code among many such illusions," Hinata blurted for him, "to require the Sharingan's ability to memorize." She now quoted from her own burgeoning education on sealing. "Seals are such tricky things that you can't afford to get one close enough, it has to be done just right. So the precise marks and their relations to each other, scattered across so many fans, would be all but impossible for anyone but an Uchiha to put together right." Naruto smirked, folding his arms. "And Kakashi, who was the only one who could have discovered this riddle, didn't, because for one he never comes out here, and for the fact that he always keeps his eye covered." Hinata was already mumbling. "But if the key is a seal, that would mean that their library is hidden inside of a giant storage seal somewhere, and this key would provide access, like a summoning jutsu, only reversed. You'd have to call yourself into it or call the books out, I suppose." The boy reverted back to his native form and hugged the girl. "That's right. And because I didn't know anything about seals those first few times I tore this place down to the bedrock, I had no idea what I was looking for. They're probably carved between layers on some floor someplace, and I just never knew what to check for the first couple of times, and just knew there was nothing there ever since." "This means we get the Uchiha clan library," she enthused, kissing the boy she loved while hugging him back. His clones were already at work reconstructing the kaleidoscope seals that offered access to the giant and mysterious library, assembling the strokes from the various remaining fan symbols around the compound, only to find that despite the redundancy put in by the Uchiha to keep the scheme viable in spite of expected battle damage, that they'd already destroyed enough of those fan symbols during the early stages of the reconstruction to make that impossible. This reset. The original Naruto pulled on the sleeves of his ornate silk kimono, poorly fit and badly tailored by his estimate. Still it fit the standards of the Fire Lord's court, where he was presently standing, waiting to be introduced. It was a fairly straightforward act on his part, play up his tailoring ability enough, and the Fire Lord wanted him withdrawn as a ninja so he could be engaged to one of his many daughters. Well, you don't do that to some country bumpkin without giving him some instruction on how to behave at court functions. The tailor may be a simple tradesman, less than a farmer, someone you'd always want to keep hidden in the back somewhere making those excellent clothes you'd snagged him for, but if he's to marry your daughter, that still elevates him to the samurai class, and he's got to know how to behave decently. So, instead of spending all his time running away from the Fire Lord's troops, this time he was embracing that instruction. Now, when this happened before, it had always come as a surprise to Naruto, to have the local lord's retainers descending on the ninja village to say, "Him. That boy there. The Fire Lord requires his service." And consequently he'd been drummed out of the active service ninja corps, and the reset came. Now? Well, it was different when a humble boy approached the palace and applied for the position of the Lord's tailor. Then he didn't have to send his retainers to go collect you, and consequently they did not even know they needed to have you removed from the active duty ninja roster. So, while his clones were off making thing happen in Konoha, the real Naruto could go get some education about the royal court. And so long as it was more than a month, a week, and a day before the wedding ceremony, he'd probably never even have to see the ugly girl he was engaged to. In the meantime, he could be learning court etiquette and how to comport himself among their samurai lords. And well, if he came back and used that information later, on another reset, he could truly start to master the delicate art of politics that went on there. And sooner or later, he'd learn how to get someone to teach him the samurai fighting arts, whether they wanted to or not. If they would not teach a poor and humble tailor, how about a more well-mannered cook? Or a slightly more refined master? Or a downright sophisticated weaponsmith? He had loads of skills this court had tried to recruit him over, and would be learning their manners, habits, and peculiar court culture more and more each reset. A month of learning here, a month there, and pretty soon they'd take him for one of them. And even if they only started to teach their backwards country cousin, fallen into poverty, a few moves here or there, that would build until he was not so poor at fighting or backward in his skills until he could pass as merely not so well taught, and a refinement or two could be wheedled out to suit the Lord's future son-in-law. No, it would not be long until he had full samurai training. They might not ever teach their best secrets to him, but they'd show him the basics. Even Konoha gave that much ninja training to descendants of their enemies, or missing ninja. As for the monks, well, most of them were retired samurai, weren't they? With the size of the forest of death and the number of Orochimarus loose in it, it was inevitable that some of the micro-sanins escape. Once out past the boundary fence, it once again became possible for him to body flicker and summon. Manda made an attack upon Konoha in that very instant. Before anyone could react, the office of the Hokage fell under the assault of dozens of Orochimarus who overwhelmed the guards and slaughtered the third, wasting no time in mocking or isolating him as they were too busy competing with each other over who got to kill him and claimed the prize. In an unofficial contest, the Orochimaru to kill the third got to rule the others. Naturally, none of the Orochimarus kept their agreements with the winner, and the town of Konoha was badly damaged before the Konoha ninja chased the last one out. But mysteriously, the Chunin exams did not get called off. Apparently the town council was too busy passing new laws and increasing their power to even consider official ninja business like electing a new Hokage or calling off the exams. Naruto watched grimly and made sure to memorize all the new laws. Seriously, Naruto reported. Sarutobi dies in almost every reset. We don't go to extreme lengths to save him. But this is the first time we've seen what the aftermath of that is, and it's all a power grab by those old advisors of his and the civilian members of the council. Scary people. Naruto shook his head as he looked over his copies of the new laws, and it's obvious they've been waiting for him to kick the bucket for a long time, just so they could pull some of this stuff in his absence. The third Hokage put in his 2 teammates back from his genin days as his advisors, and they've opposed him on virtually every issue since, longer than I've been alive. The boy sighed, leaning back and tossing his hands behind his head. But the scary thing is, just like a ninja gets experience fighting in the field, and if he survives gets more dangerous, these two have built up nearly a century of political maneuvering and backbiting. My sponsor in the Fire Lord's court was careful to point out to me that the older a successful politician, the more scary and dangerous he was. And these 2 advisors are as old as Sarutobi. Not only that, they've been in politics as long as he was. The only person with their experience who felt like opposing them was the third Hokage himself. None of their other rivals has any place close to their skill. And that plus their wrong-headed ideas is a real problem. So what are the old bats up to? Enko drawled, leaning on a sofa arm while eating dango off a stick. It was back to clan conference time, so everybody had gathered around. Well, the boy considered, lifting papers left and right. Let me put it this way. They've been opposed to you being ninjas since Orochimaru defected, and me since I was born, have advocated our deaths as untrustworthy elements, are total Sasuke fangirls, and really love that old warhawk Danzo. They'd like to turn this place, together with him, into another bloody village like Mist. It really ticked them off that Sarutobi preferred peaceful solutions. He palmed his face and started rubbing it with his hands to get the stress out. Basically, if Sarutobi wanted one thing, these guys are pressing for the total opposite in every department, and always have, which scares me as the third Hokage has led us longer than all other Hokages combined and we're still around and near the top of our heap, so he must be doing something right. I'd be more worried if the Fire Lord was listening to the embassy these guys have sent to his court. But so far he has them cooling their heels. The boy leaned on an arm, picking up one of the law papers to limply drop it back on the desk. The council has always been a nuisance to the Hokage, but Sarutobi tolerated that. Only it's never been as powerful as these 2 are making it since he died. Between their near century of experience, and these new laws they're passing, they'd steamroller any new replacement Hokage. Also, this guy Danzo scares me. I never cared about politics before, but he has these 2 advisors in his pocket, and more political maneuvering behind the scenes than most guys would know what to do with. He's dangerous, and he's got his own private army to back him up that nobody knew about till now, and keeping secrets that large in a ninja village speaks of scary ability. Tsunade nodded. I've run into him before. Once, back in the day, he basically wanted me to sign over all voting rights of my clan to him, and our lands and everything else as well. He's tried direct action, bribery, give him my clan's wealth and influence, and he'd work to ensure my liberty, and even trying to force through arranged marriages to a selection of his cronies. Seeing she had the stunned views of the clan on her, including her original apprentice Shizen, the Sannin simply shrugged. He's made closer to 30 attempts than 3, everything from getting me drunk so they could try to get me laid, to more romantic efforts. None of them even got close before I pounded his latest Romeo into the dust. But lately when I've been working on reconstructing limbs and repairing old battle damage for improving the lives of Konoha's retired ninja, he wanted the techniques used only on him, and the sycophants of his he chose to reward. The legendary medic gave a tired smile over to Taiya, who glowed, having just gained official medic status in the clan's eyes after developing a bone regeneration technique based on her study of Kimimara's bloodline ability to grow and manipulate the bones in his body. It wasn't a full bloodline theft, not yet anyway, but it already had massive medical application, resolving a long-term weakness of the ninja medical arts. Heck, already it could restore considerable strength to old bodies, making the bones tough and strong again, reduce some of the frailties of old age. By no means all, there was organ damage and things, but it did much. They were planning to try it out on Sarutobi the next couple of resets to see how much, because not only should it have significant impact on improving the guy's quality of life, but it ought to make him significantly harder to kill when next Orochimaru came around hunting him if Sarutobi wasn't physically weaker than a genin. At this point they were planning to use it on Danzo and the 2 advisors never. But no one knew how to refuse Sarutobi if he insisted. Probably if they couldn't give the treatment to him without withholding it from those cretins, they'd stop giving it to the Hokage. Not strengthening their enemies was a big deal to the Kitsune clan. Shizen whistled, impressed with the man's audacity. If he could control the techniques we've been working on, he'd have every retired or disabled ninja in his pockets, willing to do anything for him to acquire your services. He'd own this town in short order. Tsunade nodded soberly. Whereas if I tried the same arm-twisting tactics as he would, trying to force influence by controlling my own treatments, he'd have me hauled before the council for breaking the same power-mongering statutes. It turns out he's been flouting with that private army of his. Only he somehow manages to get away with it, and I wouldn't. Naruto slumped, holding his chin in his hands and frowning. And Sarutobi dies in almost every reset. Even if we save him from that, he's still old. He's going to die sometime, and it looks like these guys will outlast him. So we're looking at the future of Konoha here and what they want to do to it. The clan shuddered. That was scary. Naruto sighed, picking himself up and making 1,000 clones. Alright guys. Go read the laws of this village. All of them. Let's see if we can get some kind of legal basis to stop these guys' takeover. I don't fancy fighting the ninja of our own village just to save it from a few power-mad old fogies. Right. The clones shouted, flickering off to a collection of old dusty record collections and libraries, trying to sound more excited than they felt about it. So how did you end up shape-shifting a Sharingan? Ano pressed, changing the subject to one she found more interesting. I'd guess it's since the Sharingan was a part of his body, even for a short time, he has experience using it, thus he knows how it should work, and thus he might have subconsciously found a way for his shape-shift to make it functional. Shizen speculated. Very much like when you had to eat rabbits to learn how to turn into one, the Kyuubi agreed. You can't truly take any form, you have to have some connection, an innate understanding of how that form works, if you will. So, when I transplanted the Sharingan long ago, Naruto wondered out loud. Your body's regeneration would have gone to work trying to integrate it, the fox spirit answered, yawning. And that would have put you on the path to memorizing how it works, for later copying of it. But I'm surprised you got it out of a simple transplant, unless you had it for months. Usually it takes more information than that. Now I understand it. The boy cried aloud, smacking his fist into his palm. For I don't know how long afterwards, I had all these cravings to have and use a Sharingan again. It was almost uncontrollable. It was all I could do not to run out and knock Kakashi or Sasuke over the head to steal theirs again. I put that down to the Sharingan being addictive. It might be. The demoness yawned once again. But I can also see your foxy nature wanting more familiarity with those eyes so it could copy the bloodline powers without the extra years of piecing the functions together from incomplete information. Still, she shifted in place to find a more comfortable spot on her cushion. You should experiment to see if you can learn to just shift the eyes and relevant parts, or if you'll always have to shift your entire body. Sharingan. Naruto activated the eyes, then looked down on himself, grinning goofily as he saw his own body there. Then his face went slack and he stated drooling, body falling limp. Naruto! All of his angels cried out in concern. Surprisingly, with all of the expert medics involved, it was Hana who figured out the problem. Many of them had, in turn, decided to check out his mind with the Yamanaka clan techniques when it was diagnosed that his body was perfectly healthy. But she was the one to make the connection between the intense traffic of his senses and the virtual inactivity of his higher thinking. From that they were able to determine the problem. The big disadvantage of the Sharingan, other than its activation requirement, was that it was a resource hog, grabbing ever larger portions of the brain's processing power and memory to operate itself, and it wouldn't release them without some external reset. Merely turning it off wasn't enough. Also, while operating, it was continually spewing out urges, programming its user to call upon its functions for ever more tasks, making the wielder more and more dependent upon it for all he did. This can be taken advantage of. The more one used of it, the greater a portion of your mind's potential it subverted to its own tasks and subroutines. Releasing those only when the Sharingan itself was uninstalled was the only proper word for it. Normally, the mind has such vast processing power and memory this drain could be tolerated, to a degree, although the person would show increasing signs of aberrant behavior, gradually leading to insanity. In Naruto's case this was far more extreme than normal. Since the Sharingan grants itself a greater priority over the resources of your mind than your own thoughts, a phenomena can be created which the Sharingan feels an infinite need to analyze, and thus consumes all mental resources forever. A Sharingan user faced with such a thing will find his mind caught up in an infinite loop, unable to respond to anything else, and if left alone will gradually die of starvation. Naruto had, luckily or unluckily, discovered this more or less by accident merely by looking at his belt pouches with the special ready access storage seals he'd created. When the Sharingan caught a glimpse of them, it began trying to decipher what it felt was the underlying nature of the universe, and started to analyze this, a task far beyond all mortal comprehension. So it froze his mind solid, locking up all resources, tying them to a task that could not be completed in an infinite number of lifetimes. The copy wheel eyes had taken such a strong control of Naruto's mind that nothing they could do could break the hold. So 1 month of failed attempts later, Enko was forced to pronounce him medically unfit to continue the Chunin exam, forcing the reset, which luckily for all rebooted his mind. There had been substantial fear that it wouldn't, not even putting out his eyes had helped, as the supporting nerves had already tied his brain to priority tasks from which they would not release it, and Tsunade had been unwilling to lobotomize Naruto, cutting out his optic nerves and several lobes, to try a cure when the reset might work. But without nervous support shape-shifted for a Sharingan, his brain had been able to restore itself to normal function. Experiments with Sasuke, having shown him one of those seals while he had his Sharingan active, then chopping up his brain to see what they had to cut out in order to fix the problem, had been promising, so they'd hoped, and it would be Tsunade's task to continue to do so until they had a cure, lest the same thing occur when they didn't have the resets to protect them. But it wasn't a cure anyone was anxious to need, regeneration or no. Hana would later research the cause of the Sharingan-induced mental lockup and learn to duplicate it deliberately. There were, after all, several Sharingan users out there who were not too friendly to the Kitsune clan. During that month they still had Naruto's 1,000 clones that had been formed to go memorize the village's law, however, along with sundry others that had been formed to go do other tasks like see to their armor and refit the clan compound, and they got to most of those in time and told them not to disperse themselves before they could possibly avoid it. Doing this they learned several things about the longevity of clones, and it was closely tied to the amount of chakra they had. Clones could not generate any of their own, and when they ran out they died. So this spurred on several attempts to jumpstart techniques for chakra transfer so Naruto's angels could keep the clones of their husband around longer. Increasingly desperate attempts, as the real one did not wake up no matter what they could do, and the clones that had been using a ton of ninja techniques vanished. Still, to their great relief, they had a happy ending, although developed a near paranoia about careless use of the Sharingan, as they'd seen that it could shut one of them down forever to glimpse the wrong thing with it, and they were using a lot of those special storage seals as they were so useful. They also learned that while they had shape-shifted a Sharingan, they did not also have the Hyuga white eyes they'd grown so accustomed to, and which their fighting style depended on. It was one ability or the other, not both, and the Kyuubi assured them it would always remain that way. The Kitsune shape-shift could only copy what existed, and making up new stuff like a combination of the Hyuga and Uchiha vision powers lay outside of its ability. You could copy ears and use them as ears, or noses to use as noses, but two very different types of eyes with different supporting nerves clashed. The brain just could not support both at once as they stood, and so it would have to be something entirely new if you wanted both powers. They could as easily make up entirely new bloodlines as do that. And the month was not wasted, in that Naruto's clones, chiefly the ones who had gone to study law, as those had used very few techniques to start with, and thus had more energy, and thus longevity, had seen to all of his business. But it did frighten the clan about how very dependent they were on him for everything, and most angels resolved to take up more of the slack on their own. Nobody was anxious to lose their collective husband, but they had to admit to the facts that they were ninja and those did die, even the best ones sometimes. So a support network for his wives and family had to be in place for in case he should ever be lost. Still, words could not express their joy in having him back after the reset. As an almost minor aside, from the Kitsune clan's point of view, the day of the third stage of the Chunin exam, right after Naruto had been disqualified but before the reset, the town had gotten invaded by Orochimaru again, this time using tactics that none of the girls had ever seen in person before. But Naruto had shown them the memories of this invasion style long ago, the one where Gaara was placed under a forced sleep illusion, releasing the one-tailed demon raccoon in the center of Konoha. Also, from different parts of the village lightning gathered together to form the six-tailed demon tiger, and various other elements combined to form the eight-tailed demon dragon. The destruction they wrought was completely unholy, and using that as a distraction, a Cloud Jonin he'd later learned was named Yujito had arrived to capture Hinata, although this time it was the lovely woman from Cloud who found herself surprised, having been totally unprepared for the girl's multi-layered bloodlines, huge store of jutsu and radically new fighting style. Then she'd unleashed the two-tailed demon cat, and Hinata was completely outclassed, getting beaten and captured in short order while the rest of Konoha got reduced to a smoking, dusty depression not even fit to call a crater, having been blasted so many times it was more of a dip in the ground without even so much as a recognizable burn or impact shape. Using 17 tails worth of beasts to destroy a village was really quite excessive. There were 13 buildings in the Uchiha estate where one could access the library. Each one had redundant copies of the large and complex seal that created the extra-dimensional space that contained the library, scribed in ink on foundation stones that had then been weather-sealed with tar so even on examination the seals were invisible, black ink under tar, and so long as even one of those remained, the library lurked in secret, waiting. All this time, and all unknowing, they had been conducting renovations so complete that he'd routinely been destroying each of those buildings and all 13 copies of that seal. Naturally, Naruto had been a bit leery about reactivating his shape-shifted Sharingan to find out the entrance code, but his angels pleaded enough that he did that despite his misgivings, granting access to that library at last. That was a big deal, because the Uchiha clan library was a big deal. The big disadvantage of the Sharingan as a hereditary clan technique was that it was not an automatic advantage. Each clan member had to activate their own, it did not come in a working condition. They were born only with the potential, not the reality, of the famous copy eye, and only the actual threat of death could activate it. Hard and vigorous sparring would not bring it out. Training and effort were useless. The Sharingan activated only under conditions where there was a very real threat of death, and the trainee knew they were close to dying. So unless your training techniques were certifiably insane, they couldn't do it. Once it had initially activated, of course, the bearer could use it as he liked. But circumstances surrounding that initial switch from only the potential to now I have an active Sharingan had cost many of the Uchiha their lives. The Kyuubi attack had actually been one of the best things to ever happen to the Uchiha in that sense, as, in spite of their losses, which were relatively slight, the aura of sheer terror and violence exuded by the beast during its assault had left them with more active Sharingan-carrying members than at any other point during that clan's history. Of course, there were illusion setups that could stimulate fear and danger hormones enough to potentially activate a Sharingan. However, those were, by necessity, so intense that it was possible to die simply of the fear they caused and the strain they placed upon the body. Some said it was especially hard to learn it that way, as being an illusion made the situation worse, not better, for trying to bring out their bloodline. So mostly the Uchiha relied on actual deadly peril, as most ninja found enough of that on their missions. And of course, that way they nicely avoided the difficulty of finding illusion specialists who cared enough about the Uchiha clan to activate their illusion-destroying bloodline, and yet were masters enough of their art to get those precise details just right to where the bloodline could activate with minimal risk to the patient. Usually, when a person spends a lot of time to become good at something, they are not too fond of whatever comes along to make that art useless. So it was rare to find any illusion specialists willing to help them at all, and the Uchiha themselves produced few, if any, illusion masters, as it was hard for them to devote themselves to a profession their bloodline, and many other such gifts, could defeat with ease. That just didn't match with their egos. So what experts they could find willing to help were less than true masters, lacking the detail and precision necessary to make activating a Sharingan's potential via illusions even approach safe. No, overall, the Uchiha had found that actual risk of death was lower out on real combat assignments than being probed by just as deadly illusions, in most cases, illusions generated by people who didn't like them very much. So, to make sure that as many of the young Uchiha survived those missions before their Sharingan activated as possible, the Uchiha clan made those who had activated it copy the techniques they used, or had stolen, into the clan library so that the younger generations could learn from those and be better prepared to survive those deadly circumstances intact. This had, over the generations, grown into a vast collection. Holding a mandatory library policy had also done the Uchiha clan some good in operating in spite of the Sharingan's second big disadvantage, in that stolen techniques arrived without organization or proper filing. Like throwing junk in an attic, the bloodline was just concerned with collecting the most massive amounts of information possible, and hang any stupid organization. This tended to make those with Sharingan careless, to say the least, about using their stolen skills to their best advantage. Heck, half of them couldn't even remember the names of all of the jutsu they already knew. And when it came time to use their skills, they had none of the mental triggers that say, hey, I have a solution to that problem. for Sharingan copy techniques that a person who'd learned them the real way would acquire. You might compare it to a man who has tons of bandsaws and other useful machinery in his basement, but never goes down there, never had to pay for any of it, and has no inventory of the place, so uses the screwdriver and hand saw that are hanging conveniently just inside the door of his garage. He knows those tools, so they are the ones he uses, even though he might have better or more efficient or powerful ones hidden down in the deep, dark unexplored recesses of his dusty basement. Uchiha had been known to die from circumstances they knew a technique that could fix, but had never thought to use. You might own an entire city, but if you had no idea what it contained or what it could do, and didn't think about it much, you wouldn't get much use from it. So it had done the Uchiha good to have a library forcing them to spend time contemplating their stolen techniques. Then at least they had visited those mental basements, and at least seen what they had down there. It had done a lot of offsetting the tendency of not even knowing what they'd copied in any kind of useful sense, just piling up a stock of techniques in the backs of their skulls they never thought of again unless prompted by outside cues. Sitting them down and making them think about it for a while made them that much better at recalling what techniques they had available, brushing a few of the cobwebs off those unpaid for tools. So, in a fight, they'd be more able to take them out and apply them without an enemy prompting them, say, by using that technique against them again. Even so, forcing them to sit down and catalog all they'd learned, transferring that knowledge into the clan library, had helped, but did not solve all of the problem. The copy will was infamous, in that those who used it had a marked tendency to use whatever techniques their opponent was using, whether they'd copied those in that fight, or 50 fights ago. But nevertheless it had granted the clan an impressive stock of techniques, perhaps the largest in all of the elemental countries, as virtually anything an Uchiha had ever copied, which was most anything they'd seen, had wound up in there. Of course, more than just techniques had been recorded in that place. The Uchiha clan had kept meticulous records of all of their activities, including some very secret and illegal ones. And the operational reports took up more space than the rest of the library. The Black Ops section alone was almost as large as the entire Jutsu section of their rather infamous library. After all, there are only so many techniques, but scheming can go on forever. Armed with the Uchiha clan head seal, stolen from the hollow space under the floorboards of Sasuke's apartment for this occasion, they were able to crack open the seals over that section and begin seeing what they had. And they got floored by what they read. Treason, thy name is Uchiha. Kin whistled as she held up the documents she had been checking over. Tenten's eyes were bulging as she read off in a different stack, shocked by completely different material. But it was Anko who summed it up best, you know? So much of what was screwy and made no sense about this town just got explained. The Uchiha were deliberately messing things up. They must have been putting puppet strings in place, preparing to take over control of Konoha, since the town was founded. Some of those strings got severed, some remain, but they'd been working at this for a very long time. Since the Kitsune couldn't even see each other over the towering stacks of Black Ops records, and it was possible to get lost among those files, that the Uchiha had been up to something for a long time was obviously the case. Tsunade turned over her own sheet of paper on the stack she'd been reading. And some of those tools they put in place to control this village are what Sarutobi's advisors found, and were using to do the same. This is where those loopholes and special emergency powers came from. The Uchiha have been putting them into place, law by law and line by line, from the beginning, planning their own eventual takeover. Hinata shook her head, staring at her own supply of pages. I don't know what you're reading, but what's before me has nothing to do with laws. These are all crimes of the blackest sort, all committed against citizens of Konoha. Then all heads turned as they heard Kurenai shriek. Kurenai stepped out of the forest into a clearing on the mountains, staring up at a sad and lonely mansion, towards the site of her greatest mistake. Naruto stepped out of the forest behind her, and gave her a solemn nod. The rest of Clan Kitsune also followed them out of the woods, girls carrying baskets containing blankets and picnic lunches for the celebration after they had succeeded in their mission to finally undo one of the greatest schemes ever launched by the power-mad Uchiha clan. And Kurenai personally wanted to make good her own greatest disgrace, a wrong she had been deceived into doing on her original student. Yakumo Kurama. Yakumo was a sweet girl and the heir of the Kurama clan, the last of their main family, but due to physical problems had never been enrolled in the ninja academy. Her natural illusion abilities, however, were incredible, the best her family had seen in generations. In some ways she was the antithesis of Rock Lee. But where he was, or had been, before they'd cured him, unable to use advanced chakra techniques, so compensated by concentrating solely on his physical powers, this girl had been frail and weak, with no constitution, so had hoped to become a ninja using her amazing illusion abilities. But no one had known all her physical problems had been caused by the Uchiha's poisons. They had assumed she was merely frail. Not that long ago, the Kurama were among the greatest advanced bloodline users of Konoha, just like the Uchiha had been. They used to be justly famous for their powers, the best Konoha had at illusions, and their influence had spread throughout the village in another example of how that country loved its bloodlines. But in the past couple of generations their clan had begun shrinking and their powers waning. Then the clan head and his wife were assassinated in a bloody fire, and afterwards the family fell apart so no one even saw them around town anymore. Unsurprisingly, their reasons for shrinking had been the same as the Senju clan. The Uchiha had been quietly killing them off in secret, hoping by this strategy to become the last and only remaining great clan. Then they would have Konoha all to themselves and rule it by default. The Uchiha's private records as discovered in their library had been very clear on this. For years they had been poisoning their rival clans, damaging their bloodlines, killing them off on missions where possible, all to reduce the power of their enemies by stopping rival clans from developing the skills of higher-level ninja. As there grew to be fewer and fewer Chunin and Jonin among them, the Uchiha's rivals naturally grew weaker, and the Uchiha comparatively stronger. There was a reason the Hyuga kept so many guards around their compound, not only for protecting themselves, but their food and water supplies as well. But for their own purposes, the Hyuga did not make this secret war known to the other great clans, so as they declined, the Hyuga rose, perhaps hoping in the end to reveal the Uchiha's treachery and have them destroyed after their plan had mostly succeeded, leaving only the Hyuga as a great clan. The Uchiha probably knew this was the Hyuga's intention, but were glad to let that confrontation wait until they were the last two great clans remaining. Then Yakumo was born with such unbelievably large power that the plans of the Uchiha to destroy the Kurama could have been put back a generation or more. Naturally immune to the bloodline-destroying poisons, the Uchiha had been forced to resort to other methods to destroy the girl. Too high profile to kill, the Uchiha weakened her body with different poisons, destroying her constitution and making her frail. But even this did not reduce the girl's desire to become a successful ninja. So on the night they killed her parents, the Uchiha secretly sealed a minor demon into Yakumo, blaming it on her bloodline and hoping it could gradually take control of the girl's mind, body and power until it could turn her gift against the village and the Uchiha could use the destruction she caused as an excuse to openly exterminate the Kurama clan for good, this time with official sanction. The plan worked better than expected. Yakumo's own clan blamed her for the deaths of her parents. She wanted to become a ninja more than anything, but her own clan feared her abilities as too powerful to control, mistaking the demon for the girl's own subconscious mind, and asked for the Hokage's permission to put her to death. Attempting to defer that harsh fate, the eager girl had been made Kurenai's apprentice months before Team 8 graduated. But then after training seemed unable to improve the girl's control over her abilities, the third Hokage had ordered her bloodline sealed. Since that time Yakumo had been living alone under guard in the otherwise abandoned Kurama Manor in the mountains above Konoha, learning to paint and quietly wasting away in darkness. 9 months of torment the sweet girl had done nothing to deserve. Senior ninja often had a major disgrace or two concealed somewhere in their past, and Kurenai's was that she could not discern the poisoning and forced possession for what they were, being led by the Kurama clan's assumptions to assume they were the girl's own failings instead of injuries inflicted on the child by jealous Uchiha, and participated in destroying Yakumo's dream. But that mistake would be undone tonight. Tsunade cracked her knuckles. They had the antidotes for the poisons the Uchiha had used. They'd very kindly left a list of all they'd employed. From that point collecting the right antidotes was trivial. Rebuilding her body to where it ought to have been without that damage would still be a challenge. But they could do it, although they'd have to keep doing it because of the resets. Still, that was a price they were more than willing to pay to reclaim Kurenai's honor. Spiking one more plan of the Uchiha's was just a bonus. Clan Kitsune approached the manor house in one body, firm expressions all around, and with Kurenai and Tsunade taking the lead. When the guards over the last main family Kurama came out to meet them, Kurenai showed them a stern expression, folding her arms across her chest, declaring, "New evidence has come to light concerning Yakumo Kurama, and her difficulties may not have anything to do with her bloodline at all." Tsunade of the Sannin is here to assess her medical condition and provide treatment. Stunned, the guards, two of which were medics, did nothing but stand aside. Naruto darted inside and raced ahead to find the main lounge of the manor up on the second floor, creating dozens of clones to pull back all of the curtains in the darkened room, flooding the chamber with light to accompany his bright and cheery smile as he announced to the girl, "Yakumo, today you get to become a ninja." Stunned, and wincing at the light not seen for months, it was all the brown-haired beauty could do to gape in astonishment at the unfamiliar boy. Soon thereafter the chamber was flooded with kunoichi, a hospital bed produced, and to the bloodline heir's complete disbelief and astonishment, the seal placed on her bloodline abilities was the first thing they removed. Well, aside from all of her clothes, of course. They were doctors, and this was a checkup, preparatory to some intensive reconstructive work. Kurenai was already hugging her former protege, and explained, "I'm so sorry, Yakumo. The Hokage ordered your bloodline sealed because of suspicions your own clan had that it was uncontrollable and dangerous to Konoha. But we only just uncovered evidence that it was never your fault at all. The Uchiha clan records have just been recovered, and they admit to secret operations against all other bloodline-carrying clans in Konoha. Your family were poisoned to reduce their gifts, and when those poisons didn't work on you they used other ones to destroy your body's health, and sealed a minor demon into you to make it seem like your gift was uncontrollable. I'm so sorry for not having noticed the truth way back when. I promise to make it up to you." Yakumo's response was utterly predictable. The sweet, shy and formerly determined girl who had been hurting and miserable for months broke down into crying at once, hugging Kurenai back tightly. Naruto grinned and shot his red-eyed wife a thumbs up. Predictably, the demon inside the girl chose this moment to try and assert control and ruin everything, only to find itself totally faced with the grinning maw of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. One massive struggle later and half of the manor house was wrecked, and the guards massively freaked out, but the minor demon was dead, while Yakumo was fine. The Kyuubi had only recovered 2, nearly 3 tails worth of power from her near-death experience and coma of so long ago, and each tail seemed to be taking longer to recover than the last one. Still, what she had available had been totally sufficient for defeating one minor demon. "We're going to have to find an easier way of exorcising that thing," Shizen mentioned conversationally as she righted a medical table that had been knocked over. The outcome of this one was never in doubt. Yugao brushed soot off her sleeves. One minor demon versus the Kyuubi? Come on! Still, it was a bit messy, Hinata allowed, gazing about the destruction. "I'll put someone on it," Hana declared. "Who knows? Researching better ways to end demon possession might have all sorts of utility. It seems easy enough to seal them into people, why should it be so hard to take them out?" "Don't you love me anymore?" The Kyuubi took the form of a small red-haired girl to plead with puppy dog eyes at the collected angels. They all broke down laughing in good-natured fun over the teasing. Yakumo's lovely brown eyes had grown to be as wide as saucers. "Is that really?" She pointed a helpless finger to the fox demon. "The 9-tailed demon fox?" "Sure! That's her," Anko declared happily. "She's my pet. I call her Fluffy. Here, you can pet her." Naruto picked up the demon fox, who was now about the size and shape of a true fox, although with 9 lovely and luxurious tails, and plopped her down in the lap of their newest patient. Wonder swiftly overcoming terror, in no small part due to the overwhelming unreality of the entire situation, Yakumo slowly began to pet the Kyuubi. Ino began to smirk, inwardly deciding that they'd have that girl's bloodline in the clan sooner rather than later, and propagated among them not long after that, she felt certain. Kin's experiments to give them all the ice bloodline were finally coming to fruition, with more successes than not these days, and only a few more tries before they got it extended to everyone, if this followed the usual pattern. Anko's experiments to create a living flesh clone body were nearing success as well. The bodies she was creating were now increasingly viable. They could live on their own now, though their health and performance was flawed. Still, the hard work there had been done, and Haku and Zabuza were now close to joining them in a much more real and vital sense. If they didn't start work on the Kurama bloodline, they would have nothing to do on the medical front. And she knew how her clan hated boredom. Plus, Yakumo's bloodline was dead useful, and hit one of the Kitsune clan's few weaknesses. There were illusions that could defeat special bloodlines like the White Eyes, or even the mighty Sharingan, even at its highest levels. For most people, those were all extremely high-level illusions. That they were beyond the reach of even most illusion specialists was perfectly understandable, as they were by definition cresting extremely potent defenses against them. However, even those special high-end illusions were limited. The special eye bloodlines were all vision-based, naturally, and the highly advanced illusions that could defeat those were not the same ones that could fool an Inuzuka's nose, nor had anyone ever thought up a way to deceive the Kitsune clan's new ears. A big part of that was that no one outside the clan or their allies even knew those ears existed. Still, it took an extremely complex and detailed illusion to fool even one of those greatly enhanced senses, and matching up 3 of them in one clan's bloodline set made them virtually undefeatable by illusion users. The vast majority of illusions fooled the senses, but the bloodline gift of the Kurama allowed them to fool the brain directly. So heightened senses were of no use against it, and there was no limit to the size of the illusions. By fooling the brain directly, it was possible to injure or even kill using illusions, to convince them their techniques don't work, or that they can't move. Virtually anything a person could perceive they could be made to feel was really happening to them. Previous to this, there was only one that could even try that route, Itachi Uchiha, using the Kaleidoscope Sharingan's special time/space illusion on which Naruto had based his own time dilation illusion he used for training. The Uchiha technique did not try to fool the senses, as most did. No, it was also one of those rare abilities that directly overpowered the mind. But well, some of the higher order Yamanaka clan techniques provided a potent defense against having their mind overthrown by an outsider. But the Kurama abilities provided another aspect to that. Ino, having long since convinced her parents that she was worthy of more and higher orders of her clan techniques, quite naturally knew of those defenses and had shared them with her husband and his wives. Since all present members of the Kitsune clan knew those Yamanaka jutsus, there really wasn't much point in trying to overcome them with illusions. On the plus side, the sensory details that made them so very hard to fool with illusion techniques gave them a massive edge in creating them. All hard detail for raw material one could want got included, as their senses were simply keener and processed more than the average person they were trying to deceive. And they had magnified that by training with each of their senses, trying to reach their maximum potentials. As the rest of the Kurama noticed a disturbance at the manor and attacked, afraid that the demon within Yakumo was getting loose, Naruto very quietly allowed the Kyuubi to go eat them while he kept the guards under illusions. Yeah, that might be more punishment than they deserved for the simple crime of having been deceived, but no one had required them to mistreat the girl or leave her alone for so long after she'd been sealed. As he ought to know better than any male alive, girls were social creatures, and it injured them to be alone for so long. Which was a big part of what he was intending to fix. Yakumo wasn't going to be alone again if he could help it. And if the Kyuubi just happened to learn enough about the Kurama bloodline from devouring their branch house a few times to grant those abilities to himself and his wives without the medical work, so much the better. Clan Kitsune members were not just poised to be the medical and illusion masters of Konoha, or even the entire ninja world, they were becoming so. Then Naruto grabbed a hold of the startled, and still naked Yakumo girl and swept her mind away while his clan medics went to work restoring her body. Naruto had been playing with that time dilation illusion of his again, and had created a version for use on Gaara, much like the one he'd used on Lee. Only instead of cramming 2 years of chakra and elemental affinity training into 4 minutes of real time, he'd expanded the recording from its original 1 year and 2 minutes. As he felt more material ought to be covered, he used that time and taught basic hand-to-hand combat, as that was something that Gaara had never learned, had never felt the need for, honestly. To keep the 2 applications of the technique straight in everyone's mind, Kurenai had dubbed one the Elemental Master Illusion, and the other had come to be called the Martial Master Illusion, although even so that was something of a misnomer, as the education gained was all mental, and thus only about the level of a top-rank rookie genin, not much of a combat powerhouse the name Martial Master usually evoked. Still, it was very like the physical knowledge of the rest of Clan Kitsune, and that obtaining the right reflexes, either by use of a captured Sharingan or practice out in the real non-looped world, could raise that up significantly, to about the level of a rookie Chunin, or, with further practice and instruction after the right reflexes had been obtained, to about mid-Chunin, where most of the rest of them had gotten stuck. The concept that he could create more of these than the original chakra training illusion more or less put the entire clan into an excited uproar, as they all wanted to know how to pass on more of the important skills this way. Conversations were ongoing among the clan about which one to create next, as the principle behind those two illusions seemed to be broadly applicable. The elemental master illusion set up to be used on Lee had proved able to be used to give instruction to just about anyone. They tried it out on a number of their fellow genin during the exam, and the recorded training program still seemed to work, although limited by the principles of its design. The illusion imparted only so much knowledge, and of a set type, so if you already knew some portion of that, the recording just did that much less good for you. Naruto's angels didn't need it, not for themselves anyway, being already far better at those things than the mere illusions could teach. Still, the ability to pass on so much knowledge and experience to those who were not members of the Kitsune clan had fascinating potential. Naturally, none of them could create an illusion for training in a skill they didn't have, as it was essentially a very brief real-time attempt to teach a subject quickly, and you can't teach what you don't know yourself. Still, it was a very useful tool for bringing certain people up to speed. They'd used both illusions on Sakura, and the benefits had been measurable. Being trained in hand-to-hand combat and elemental manipulation had really changed the pink-haired girl's ninja fighting style for the better. So now the debate was going on over what to create an illusion for next. Tenten wanted him to create a throwing master illusion, as with interlocking fields of fire they could lay down some impressive coverage that would be able to shut down all but the most versatile of ninja opponents. In short, she'd like the others of her clan to be able to share the joy of her specialty. Yuga was the same for hers, wanting an illusion that taught melee weaponry so more of the clan would approach her level, more quickly. Also, she gave the argument that they occasionally had to fight Hyuga, as that clan grew very displeased from time to time over the Kitsunes having effectively stolen the Hyuga heir from them just as she was getting interesting. Well, the Hyuga were only interested in power, and Hinata becoming powerful was a result of her Naruto-kun, so no one in Clan Kitsune felt the least need or desire to humor the arrogant Hyugas on this, even a little bit, and that occasionally led to fighting, and they couldn't always just blast the branch house out of existence via hand seals. That would be boring, and felt unfair to the poor, unfortunate branch members. One of the best ways to fight a Hyuga was with a sword or other weapon, as it had no chakra points to close, and the extra reach of a good, sharp blade was an excellent deterrent for keeping those bare-hand fighters far enough away so as to not be able to strike any hits on your body. Tsunade wanted a medical mastery illusion, as there were not nearly enough ninja medics in the world, and the ability to create more at need was a dream come true for her and Shizen both. Actually, she was adamant that Hidden Sand needed the strongest burst of remedial medical training they could throw at it, as fast as it could be delivered, as their hospital and medical care was simply atrocious by her standards. The upper limit on what those specialty training illusions could teach you appeared to be set at about rookie Chunin level, but a Chunin level medic was still a far cry better than no medics at all, which is what most teams had. Hana actually spoke up with a different proposition than anyone, wanting an illusion covering what material ought to be covered in the Ninja Academy: basic stuff like academic knowledge, hand seals, chakra molding, and the basic 3. The stuff any ninja ought to know, but a surprising number didn't. Her argument was based on 2 points. First was that most of the ninja who ought to know these things didn't, or didn't know them well enough, and they were taught for a reason knowing history and geography. While they may seem boring subjects to kids who wanted to go pound on someone, provided surprising tactical advantages in the field. The history of ninja was war, and knowing what wars were fought before, and the ground they got fought over, gave a wealth of ideas to a ninja who knew what had gone before. So used a pass to pull off a trap and destroy superior forces? Well, you know there's a pass like that not far from here. Or 7 times in history people have tried X approach, and it never worked. It may seem rational, but it never works. Things like that. But Hana's second reason was actually far more compelling. It was that when the clan's children came into the world they'd be vulnerable to folks outside the clan, or even from outside the village, trying to manipulate or kidnap the vulnerable young tykes to learn the secrets of the Kitsune bloodline. Bloodline theft and the techniques thereof were concepts well known to the entirety of the Kitsune clan, and the possibility for others trying to steal their line was very real, as it was enormously valuable. Such a thing had even been attempted before, with Hinata, long before the resets even started. And that was only an attempt based on her precious Hyuga eyes. Now her bloodline was worth infinitely more. Actually, now the subject was broached, one of those they suspected would most like to chop Hinata up into tiny pieces to study her new bloodline powers was the Hyuga clan itself, and could explain some of those attempts on her by them. Not all of the Hyuga wanted her back because she was powerful, and they'd like her to lead them. Some might want her because now she regularly displayed bloodline powers they'd like to have copies of for themselves. Hana's argument centered around the fact that the sooner the kitsune could educate the children they eventually had in basic ninja skills and techniques, the less danger those children would be in from that sort of thing. And if, by the time they could walk, or whenever was deemed safe, they could have a basic ninja education shoved inside of their dear little heads, that could not only serve as a potentially deadly surprise to anyone trying to make off with them, but could serve as a foundation for the other training illusions they all wanted to develop. Also, it had to be said, the official Ninja Academy didn't do so hot a job on its own material. There were some, even among the Rookie 9, who had at best a tenuous grasp of some fairly large portions of that curriculum. Heck, there were Chunin, and not a few Jonin, who could use a refresher course. In the end, agreement came that everything Naruto could teach via recorded training illusions was to the better. Fortunately for them, Gaara was actually a more or less blank slate for him to practice on, and one outside the resets, so he was continually wiped clean, so Naruto could practice on him again and again. That enabled him to refine how he taught those ninja skills. The demon container for Shikaku only did one thing: use his sand. He'd not been officially trained in the ninja arts for very long. The guy knew how to use chakra, and that was essentially it. Everything else he did relied in some form on his sand. So Temari's youngest brother could be taught virtually anything over and over again until they'd gotten how to teach it down right. Hand-to-hand combat? Gaara didn't use any, not in any practical sense. It was all animated sand doing it for him. Elemental manipulation? He used his sand. That was it. So they were able to experiment with the two training illusions they already had on him, and the results they got were interesting, to say the least. For one thing, Gaara got far deadlier when he understood the basic principles of hand-to-hand fighting. Not that he moved around a great deal more, but he could anticipate the moves of his opponents better, and thus better use his sand to trap and block them. And once they'd started him on using wind techniques, adding long-range attacks and defenses to his repertoire, that just multiplied how scary he was. There wasn't anywhere safe on a battlefield, nowhere he couldn't reach you. But it wasn't only wind. That illusion taught basics in all 5 elements, and Gaara was just downright scary when he didn't have to devote all of his sand to everything he wanted to do, all of the time. When he could protect himself behind earth-style walls, less sand and chakra had to be used on defense. A lightning technique or two closed up one of the one-tailed container's few weaknesses: fast attacks at range. And the guy took a perverse delight in sending water jutsus back at his enemies instead of letting it soak his sand. But fire, he'd taken a brand new delight in burning things. It was disturbing. Tenten was of the opinion that once they could train him in throwing, Gaara would be able to form weapons out of that sand of his and project them like kunai or shuriken. Not so much on the face of it, until it dawned that once he could throw globs of his sand around, he could get it closer to more people, faster, and thus become far deadlier. A knife stuck in you was one thing. But when that knife was able to groan and shift deeper into the wound all on its own, spreading out blades of itself to cut an ever larger hole? Scary. The general consensus was that she was right, but nobody wanted to try it just yet, as this newly improved and deadlier Gaara they already had was already taking some getting used to. He liked to play with fire a little too much. However, using those techniques on Yakumo? The big drawback to developing them was at least the first couple of times the one crafting the illusion had to stay inside to monitor it. It was only after patterns had strongly developed that they could record it to play automatically. So the big drawback was that it was boring. That explained why Naruto was positively delighted by the ability to dive into a fresh new mind he had not encountered before, to play with a friendly and nice person he never met before, those had been pretty rare during his life, and teach her all the material covered by those illusions straight through. He even stayed with her through the already mastered ones, the elemental training and hand-to-hand fighting ones, just to see her and get to know her, and incidentally, in doing so improved those 2 illusions, refining them markedly beyond their original one-person audience. Of course, the natural result of 2 nice people, a boy and a girl, spending a great deal of subjective time together under friendly circumstances, had the natural result that when they came out they were very friendly. This was still Naruto, who routinely made friends out of his enemies. A nice and pretty girl like Yakumo never had a chance to dislike him, especially since she saw no reason to he was helping her obtain a desire she'd long dreamed of. She was becoming a ninja. So, 40 minutes and 10 training illusions later, After 20 subjective years of being together nonstop, it was no surprise to the rest of Naruto's wives that immediately upon exiting the techniques Yakumo wrapped herself, still naked, around Naruto and began to kiss his lungs out. She then began to groan as Naruto began to massage her. Sakura stirred in jealousy as the Kyuubi nipped the girl minutes later, granting her their bloodline and welcoming her officially into the clan amidst great rejoicings to be had by all, with Kurenai at last feeling vindicated, able to forgive herself of her past mistake at last. Yakumo was a ninja, and had the best husband in all the world. One of the Sound Four turned to face his companion as they escorted Lord Orochimaru to Konoha. "Tayuya, you haven't sworn all morning." "Censored. Even that didn't sound like you really meant it." "Censored yourself, you censored." In truth, she had been cutting back on the swearing, even to dropping it entirely, because Naruto didn't like it, and when you did something he didn't like, you didn't get the nifty goodies he could provide, like back and foot rubs. Realistically, she'd killed the rest of the Sound for herself just to keep those massages coming. Heck, she'd defy Orochimaru to his face, or try to assassinate him, and either way die gladly, to keep Naruto happy with her. It was thoughts like that that caused her to wonder, sometimes, if she hadn't just jumped from one cult to another when making the switch from loyalty to the Sound to adherence to the Kitsune. But she was so happy with the choice that she didn't much care either way. It was just curiosity. The daimyos in their courts did not live half so well as Naruto's wives. They ought to know from how many times a daimyo had tried to recruit the boy. So if wealth and privilege and near infinite pleasure made it a cult, so be it. She didn't know of a girl in the elemental countries that wouldn't join it if she got offered an opportunity. Just their bad luck, she and her sister wives had gotten to him first. Tayuya glanced at her fellow Sound ninja across the campfire she'd prepared to cook breakfast over. Originally, they'd all just eaten ration bars they'd unsealed from scrolls. But that got old quickly. Even when a mission was just a few days' duration, it was a blessed relief to go off rations onto real food. In resets, where change was the only entertainment, good food was more vital to life than it was possible to imagine, because the recipe used was up to you to determine, and so could be as different as you liked. There had been one or two surprised eyebrows raised when she'd rolled out of bed and curtly ordered Kidamaru to use some of that golden spider thread of his to catch her a few dozen songbirds, Jirobo to make some mud domes to serve as ovens, Yukon and Sakan to go use that blood limit of theirs to jump in a creek, dissolve themselves, and use their cells to poison some fish to bring back to her so she could make them breakfast. Surprised, but they'd gone ahead and done it. Then she'd sent them all back out to gather fruits and nuts, while she herself had created a couple of shadow clones who were out carefully selecting herbs and mushrooms to flavor the feast. No one questioned where she got the bag of flour she was making crust out of. Naruto had delivered it, but Tayuya's arms were wide up to her elbows as she prepared for the mince pies and other treats she was baking. Today was going to be a big day for Tayuya. It deserved a celebration, so she was going all out as she prepared a feast. Meat pies of delicate songbird, hot sticky buns of wild honey and spices, roast fish and rice for the traditionalist among them, with fruit pies and nut cakes for dessert. Even Orochimaru had paused to watch her prepare this repast. The other Sound Four simply stared, as they never knew she could cook before. Well, she couldn't, not before the resets anyway. She could understand her team wanting to carefully observe her to make sure she wasn't poisoning anything. Orochimaru didn't care. They still hadn't found a poison that would give him more than a slight headache. But he was finding her unexpected display of domestic ability amusing. Tayuya was among the best actresses in Clan Kitsune. Because, like Naruto, she had the most demanding audience to play for. Everyone kept an eye on the Konoha demon container for fear he might go berserk. Sound ninja kept an eye on each other, waiting for all too frequent betrayals. Only Kin had as demanding an audience to play before as Naruto and Tayuya. But today she didn't care. She'd been campaigning for this moment for, well, since her first reset, really. The delays had been ghastly to have to wait through, even though she understood the reasons. It wasn't often a new bloodline got created under the nose of Orochimaru. Oh, it was possible. They could do it. But it wasted opportunities to just go ahead and do it when they could accomplish so much more with it. Orochimaru was a genius who had experimented with bloodline creation before. In fact, he'd made several near-successful attempts, just one of which was that potion cocktail that he'd given to Mizuki to test on himself. It seemed a waste not to tap that genius for what they could get out of it. Tayuya had woken up this morning without her memories as always, then as usual one of the stones she'd stepped on right as she was rolling out of her tent had been a shape-shifted Naruto clone who'd given her back all of her memories of these resets. For the longest time that had been the method used to restore her memories, and slip her a scroll of baking supplies. But today was going to be the big day, the day she got the Kitsune bloodline and would no longer have to be woken up at each new reset. Of course, it had only taken this long because, unlike the other girls in the clan, they had some rather special circumstances surrounding this induction ceremony. After all, you only become a Kitsune once, because once was forever. And it was a touch different to do it under the watchful eyes of the snake Sannin. They just spent a rapid few one-day resets getting the introduction right. The girl tried not to mentally chant, this time for sure, as she prepared. Tayuya was just tasting the food, having lifted the last of the pies out of the ovens, when her ears, her normal, ordinary human ears, not yet having foxy ones, although that was something she expected to change within minutes, perked up as she heard someone approaching the sound camp. Hiding was instant and instinctual for every sound ninja. Their camp vanished with all of the thoroughness only long-term missing ninja could achieve. This was natural, as most of them and their teachers had gone that route once, before being recruited to sound. Tayuya was slightly annoyed at having to seal all of her freshly baked food into a scroll as she vanished also, but only slightly. This was part of the plan, after all. Orochimaru was one suspicious snake, and it took a lot to pull the wool over his eyes. To get his cooperation? Well, that was next to impossible. Luckily for them, Naruto was good at accomplishing the impossible. Moments later Tsunade and Shizen rushed into the clearing, the younger holding a struggling boy dressed in orange all wrapped up in ninja wire. "Quiet brat," Tsunade hissed, forming hand seals. Hidden up in the forest canopy, Tayuya had to be impressed by the slug Sannin's acting. It wasn't often anymore she let herself go back to anything close to what she once was, but she was currently playing the drunken, washed-up gambler role to the hilt. This was the slug Sannin the rest of the world knew, the one before the resets, a former ninja hurting over deaths long gone by, and an image they had not seen nearly since they'd begun to include her, as Naruto's love had washed away those old hurts to the point where Tsunade forgotten them herself, despite often deliberate attempts to remind her around the village. Shizen had placed Naruto on the ground, still tightly wrapped up in wire, as Tsunade set privacy seals around the clearing. Naruto, too, was portraying a brilliant job of acting like the dead last spies would have reported to Orochimaru the Uchiha's teammate to be, as he squirmed helplessly within those wires. The red-haired sound Kunoichi suppressed her laughter with the skill of long experience, as she knew he knew at least a dozen different ways to escape that cocoon of ninja wires binding him. "I thought you said the knockout poison would last at least 12 hours. Shizen protested, once again displaying a brilliant job of acting. It didn't even keep him down for 12 minutes. She ought to be doing a good job, they'd practiced this enough times the last even being live dress rehearsals before Orochimaru. Hopefully this time they'd ironed out the last few errors and could go through to the planned conclusion. Tayuya hoped and prayed this would be so. She'd waited enough. "It's his regeneration," Tsunade declared, coming back from having set the privacy seals to look over the boy with the diagnostic jutsu. "It cleared the poison long before he should have been able to recover." "Will we still be able to?" Shizen cut herself off, lest she be heard. "No," Tsunade shook her head, resigned. "We'll have to do it here." "Do what?" Orochimaru asked, emerging from the shadows, ever the drama queen, Tayuya and Jirobo flanking him, having followed his hidden orders. The other two members of the Sound Four were even now flanking the Kunoichi. Tsunade tensed, but her hand shot out to grab Shizen's wrist and stop her from reacting with her Senbon launchers. The slug Sannin seemed to evaluate her old teammate for a moment, before she burst out, "Okay, I want to know how you learned about this," she challenged, rising up to crowd his pale face. "You've been having me followed, haven't you? Why have you come here? To interrupt? It's not like you haven't gotten away with worse." "Kukukuka." Orochimaru chuckled, genuinely amused over the mixture of anger, fear and somewhat disguised humiliation on the features of his old teammate. "I've done worse things than keep tabs on old friends, Tsunade," he admitted. "And you ought to know why I've come here." Tayuya kept her face blank and vaguely hostile only by dint of ceaseless experience. The snake Sannin was bluffing, implying that he knew what was going on and doing a masterful job of it. He couldn't know, because they'd only come up with this ruse during the resets. But still he portrayed himself as though in total control of the situation. The guy had to be among the most powerful ninja ever seen, as there was a lot more to power than just winning fights. He was most of the way there to changing the shape of the elemental countries in a way not seen since the first founding of the ninja villages. You didn't do stuff like that without a heck of a lot more than mere combat skill. Any ninja could learn stuff, but Orochimaru created new powers. Tsunade's shoulders slumped, as though defeated, and she actually sobbed. It was a marvelous performance. She looked broken as she dropped her head and wiped tears from her eyes. I ought to have known. Shizen stepped forward, putting her hands on her mentor's shoulders in concern, looking up at the other ninja in fright. Kukukuka. The pale man laughed again, stepping forward himself. Now, no need to be that way, he spoke soothingly to his old teammate. We're here to help you. Once again Tayuya successfully fought off the facial tic of her laughter. He was making all of this up. Still, it amazed her he sounded so genuine. His ability to manipulate people was nigh unto his combat skill. They only had to do better acting than he was, that's all. Tsunade raised her tear-streaked face to her old comrade, a spot of hope showing in her eyes. You have? She asked in the frightened wonder of a broken person who dares not yet hope. She let loose a bitter chuckle. How silly of me. You've done this before. But we all hated you for it. She looked at him as though scanning his face for honesty. Orochimaru's display of genial, helpful friendliness was actually frightening considering how swiftly he turned coldly murderous over the slightest slip during their last few attempts at this. Of course I am, he promised, laying a helpful hand on her shoulder. Why don't you show me how far you've come so far? Then I can help you overcome the problems. A brilliant bluff. He knew nothing, so he just told her to lay out her plans for him to look over for errors. Tsunade acted just broken and desperate enough to go along with that. She drew in a deep shuddering breath. Well, you know about the fatal flaw of my regeneration technique. It's gotten bad. Oh? Orochimaru leaned close, already putting dozens of puzzle pieces together in his head. Now he suspected what she was doing. Looking for all the world as though she believed he already knew what she was implying, and that she was unaware that he was playing her for a fool, Tsunade simply dropped her permanent illusion as her answer. Actually, she hadn't needed that illusion for the longest time. Due to her adoption into the clan and the acquiring of their bloodline, she'd gone from merely looking young to being younger. She looked great, and was as healthy as it was possible to be. But that didn't fit the script, so for purposes of this little charade here, she'd put on a second permanent illusion under her first one that made her look horribly bad. Before the resets, under her illusion, Tsunade had been a hag, aged by both natural means and her emergency regeneration technique to the point where she was so wrinkled she looked like she'd been sucking on lemons for 30 years straight, without break. Now she looked worse. She was just as wrinkled, if not more so, only she also had ugly, cancerous warts covering her body. Her flesh sagged off her limbs like an empty bag, and was covered by ugly discolored patches. Her left cheek was inflated to the size of a grapefruit by a malignant tumor oozing pus, and oozing, open sores covered her neck, obviously infected. Her eyes were sunken and hollow, and her once gorgeous hair had partly fallen out. Orochimaru actually recoiled in shock. Poor Jirobo vomited, and Tayuya could hear her other teammates losing what was left of last night's dinner in the bushes. Her own face turned green, and that was not a trick. Tsunade looked plainly awful. And she smelled worse, like old people and rot and drugs. It was a truly horrific illusion, and everyone was glad when she covered it up under her young look again. But one bonus of looking so bad was no one was anxious to probe closely to look for any flaws in her image, not that there were any. Tsunade was a medic, the best alive. She knew what awful ill health could look like, as she'd often enough been called to deal with those cases. So you see, she confessed. I've got to work fast. I haven't got much time left, as my body is falling apart. You've worked with immortality before. I was going to try to hack up this genin to study his healing ability. But... She looked at him hopefully. Orochimaru now felt he knew what was going on, and his face grew one of his trademark two wide grins. To his understanding, his vain old teammate had run up against that barrier they'd all fought against: old age, and now was trying desperately to seek answers, just as he'd done so long ago. He could believe it, too. Her regeneration technique cost her years each time it was used. They weren't young either, but that would age her older than most. Suddenly he felt in total command of the situation. "You promised to help," she pleaded, while Shizen just looked on, appearing both helpless and concerned. A slight variation to this script would result in Orochimaru whipping out his body transfer/possession technique to teach to his fellow Sannin, hauling Tayuya forward to offer her as Tsunade's new host, then laughing as his old teammate got a new body, one already marked with his curse seal, and thus forced to serve him much like the Hyuga branch house. Tayuya hadn't liked that reset, but had gone along with it as they all knew it wasn't permanent, and knowing the guy's technique for taking over bodies went a long way to knowing how to reverse or defeat it. However, they'd learned that jutsu, so there was no reason to do that again. Actually, in every reset, the first moment Tayuya got a second, she'd remove her curse seal and place an illusion over it so he'd think it was still on her. After a dozen such experiments, she'd gradually learn how to circumvent all the security that let him know whether it was actually there or not. The curse seal illusion might not have general utility, but it was priceless knowledge in her position, as she woke up each reset practically within arm's reach of the Sannin, but didn't want to be his puppet any longer. Interrupting just before the pale snake was about to make the offer, Naruto rolled up against Shizen's legs, toppling her over onto her surprised mentor, knocking both of them down on Orochimaru. Of such small changes are great things sometimes availed. Tayuya leaped forward, already raising a kunai to stab the blonde genin she loved more than life itself, not a fact she was anxious to advertise to her current employer, but instead only managed to cut his coat and some wires as he wriggled about frantically. Wires cut, the genin sprang up and immediately reversed the entrapment technique, catching all of the pile of ninja and their sound 4 guards in a moment. The one time they pressed it, they proved to have only caught a mud clone of Orochi Bastard. He was slippery as an eel, but he was playful in his own twisted way, and the guy was content to pretend they'd caught him. For now. Suddenly Naruto stopped, asking conversationally, "Say, Orochimaru, you're interested in bloodlines, aren't you? Have you ever wondered what it does to a person to be bitten by the Kyuubi?" It was a calculated risk, but everything with the snake Sannin was. The pale Sannin blinked from where he was bound. "I would assume that it would involve total destruction of the body being bitten." "Usually, yes," Naruto agreed. "However, there are 1 or 2 circumstances under which it turns out different, like so." Bending over, he gave Tsunade a nip on her exposed shoulder, and in conjunction with that she released the shape-shift, holding her clan package at bay, revealing herself with her delicious blonde foxy bits. Tsunade did a wonderful job of staring at her hands, releasing her permanent illusions, both of them, like it was one, and then rubbing at her face in wonder only to discover an extra set of ears on top of her head. Her look of shock was priceless. Tayuya had to remind herself it was fake. Kukukuka. Orochimaru's limbs melted into his body and he slithered like a snake out of those wire bands, before reforming his human shape again, all of this done absently, like someone else would pick up a glass. Interesting. Isn't it though? Naruto agreed, all friendliness, before he quickly nipped Shizen, who'd been staring in wonderfully fake shock at her mentor, and triggered all of the same changes to her. "How does it work?" The snake Sannin leaned over the boy's shoulder to inspect the changes, but for all he could tell they were real. "That's because they were the real deal. They'd bear up under any amount of testing. But that was just to get him interested. He hadn't watched the actual conversion process from the stance of a medic or a scientist. They had deliberately slipped by these quickly to catch his attention with the process and get him interested in observing it further." By now, Ino had already used one of the variants of her family techniques to launch an attack from extreme range and was now listening in to the snake Sannin's thoughts. Heck, they had half the clan out there trying that. No control, but this way they wouldn't have to trick him into saying anything. What he thought when he observed this would be recorded by them as they silently listened into his private thoughts from the back of his head. Yeah, the Yamanaka could be insidious that way. They were one of the great clans for a reason, you know. Naruto grinned up at Orochimaru. "Now that would be telling," he teased. Instantly he was wrapped up in summoned anacondas, against which Naruto kicked futilely, trying to escape their crushing hold. It's a contagion. I can pick females out as mates, and the bloodline the QB gives me transfers a copy to them. Kukukuka. Interesting, the snake Sannin gloated. Tayuya found herself shoved forward, and found it the hardest experience of her life to pretend apprehension as this moment she'd been waiting so long for arrived. Show me. I'd like a better look at the conversion. Naruto got released from the snakes and Tayuya shot an apprehensive glance to the leader of her titular village, just to show the proper spirit of hey. What are you throwing me into here? Got to keep up appearances. Objections meant nothing to Orochimaru, of course. Kin had a complicated dance not to be used as a sacrifice for him bringing back the old Hokages. It was one of the more depressing lessons the former sound ninja had learned. Orochimaru had no loyalty to anyone but himself. You serve him, and he picks the way you serve him, even as experimental fodder. Often as experimental fodder, actually. Ninja skill provided no safety, as he wanted to test things on strong ninja as well as weak. They often complained that the man knew nothing of the value of a good tool. Naruto, of course, bless his kind heart, still didn't view ninjas as tools. It was one of those thoughts that every time it occurred to them turned his kunoichi into snuggle bunnies. What does this bloodline of yours involve? Orochimaru asked while Tayuya nervously bared her neck. Naruto shrugged. Oh, just the basics: stronger, faster, extra keen senses, a tail you can learn to use as an extra weapon, regeneration for injuries, and a form of immortality in that you no longer age after reaching your prime. He bit down on Tayuya's neck. Only it wasn't Tayuya. Naruto's eyes widened as his eyes met Orochimaru's, the blonde's teeth still locked in the Sannin's shoulder. He'd intended to tease his foe with the "see what cool stuff she's getting that you are not?" and apparently succeeded only too well, as the Sannin had performed a flawless last-second body switch with the red-haired girl he'd actually intended to accept as a kitsune. Running through Orochimaru's mind at that moment was the thought of having a bloodline that did everything he'd ever wanted, sans the copy ability of the Sharingan, and being able to pass that through his own ninja with a few bites. And biting servants was already something he'd proven willing to do, as that was the way he passed on those cursed seals. However, Naruto neither liked nor trusted the snake Sannin, and those were prerequisites to sharing his bloodline's power. The explosion of Kyuubi's power unleashed in fury eliminated everyone in that clearing, including a very stunned Naruto. Naruto grinned up at Orochimaru. Now that would be telling, he teased. Instantly he was wrapped up in summoned anacondas, against which Naruto kicked futilely, trying to escape their crushing hold. It's a contagion. I can pick females out as mates, and the bloodline the QB gives me transfers a copy to them. Kukukuka. Interesting, the snake Sannin gloated. Tayuya found herself shoved forward, and found it the hardest experience of her life to pretend apprehension as this moment she'd been waiting so long for arrived. Show me. I'd like a better look at the conversion. Naruto got released from the snakes and Tayuya shot an apprehensive glance to the leader of her titular village, just to show the proper spirit of hey. What are you throwing me into here? Got to keep up appearances. What does this bloodline of yours involve? Orochimaru asked while Tayuya nervously bared her neck. Naruto grinned. Why don't you see for yourself? He taunted. Then he bit down on Tayuya's neck. To blank, with appearances, Tayuya thought, instantly wrapping her whole body around Naruto and crying out a gleeful yes. As she felt the prized bloodline enter her system at long last, popping out a second set of ears, foxy ones, and a lovely, long bushy tail. And whiskers. She couldn't tell you how she'd envy those whiskers. The ability to sense the air movements of somebody sneaking up behind you? Oh yes. No more nervously wondering if Orochi bastard had snuck up and was watching you. If anybody else in Sound learned she had this ability, she'd be the envy of every ninja there. Her red-furred parabolic ears were far from useless, too. And just wait until she got to up speed on that tail. You, master, are going to be teaching me everything about how to use my tail, Tayuya declared warmly into Naruto's ear as she clung to him, crying out joyously as she wrapped every available limb around him and squeezed for all her might. The other Sound Four actually blushed as they overheard that. Orochimaru scowled. The medical stuff was fascinating, as the Kitsune clan members reading Orochimaru's surface thoughts agreed, but the other? Why is she having such an emotional reaction? The snake Sannin demanded. Her long furry tail wrapped around Naruto's neck like a scarf. Tayuya raised her, newly whiskered, face and told him, "Because I'm horny. And this hot piece of fox meat turns me on." You censored. The members of the Kitsune clan listening in on Orochimaru's thoughts also recorded a lot of confusion in his mind over her reaction. But they still got good data. Tayuya was back to nuzzling Naruto before her shocked teammates. "Now go be a good, censored, and censored, off so I can, censored, the censored, out of this handsome, censored." Orochimaru directed a shocked gaze to Tsunade, who shrugged, her own foxy bits waving in the breeze. "What can I say? We want to censored him too. It's just we've got a little more self-control than your Kunoichi has." Shizen blushed beautifully under her own black furred ears, turning her gaze away in girlish embarrassment. "Pretty useless for creating an army, unless you want them to censored you all of the time," Naruto shrugged, his jacket already pulled off by an amorous redhead. "And then they're not an army so much as a harem." "It is all about creating mates and babies," Tsunade agreed. "Not soldiers." Orochimaru scowled, censored. Yukon resisted the urge to cover Sakan's ears so he wouldn't overheard any more of this kind of rough talk. So good was the data they got out of observing the snake Sannin's thoughts on observing the creation of the Kitsune bloodline. In fact, they decided to repeat the attempt next reset. There was really no one else who knew half as much about bloodline creation as he, and it was fascinating to learn what he did as he observed one invested into a normal body. Suddenly Naruto stopped, asking conversationally, "Say, Orochimaru, you're interested in bloodlines, aren't you? Have you ever wondered what it does to a person to be bitten by the Kyuubi?" It was a calculated risk, but everything with the snake Sannin was. The pale Sannin blinked from where he was bound. "I would assume that it would involve total destruction of the body being bitten." "Usually, yes," Naruto agreed. "However, there are one or two circumstances under which it turns out different. It turned out that carefully timed interruption arrived bang on time as Mizuki came charging into the clearing, 2 Konoha and Bu on his heels. Orochimaru cloaked everyone in an illusion and before Naruto had time to react, tied him up with his tongue to keep the boy quiet. The traitorous Chunin took the serum that Orochimaru had promised would offer him power, and it did, for a time, turning the former academy teacher into a man-slash-tiger hybrid with impressive abilities. Before it overcame his system and he died. Then Naruto's severed head rolled on the grass alongside Shizen's, while Orochimaru leaned close to whisper in Tsunade's ear, "Tell me, teammate, what you hope to gain by laying this trap for me." Yakumo came alert in a heartbeat and leaped out of her bed. This display of activity would have shocked anyone who knew her from before. But it was reset morning. Tsunade had been so upset over her old teammate killing her husband and her lifelong friend-slash-apprentice that she hadn't even enjoyed killing him in return. But Orochimaru got a big surprise when he learned that his old teammate was neither old, nor the washed-out slacker he'd been told. Naruto might have trouble killing Orochimaru, but Tsunade didn't. She'd pulled out his spine for that stunt. Not all of Clan Kitsune had Genin-level physical abilities. Some of them had been Jonin or Chunin before the reset. So not everyone had Naruto's problem to the same extent he did. Although most did, as most of the girls had been Genin, and truly Yakumo Kurama had the problem worse than most, as she hadn't even been a ninja prior to the resets. Still, even Ayam the ramen waitress had been in better shape than she was. What conditioning her body once had during her brief stint of training under Kurenai had long since gone. No, moping around in a darkened house does not do anything good for your muscle tone, and Yakumo was out of shape, even for a civilian. Which was why she'd chosen that to be her peculiar area of study. Forming hand seals, the young heiress of the Kurama main line created 2 shadow clones, setting them off to their routine tasks. One would use her bloodline to incapacitate her 3 guards with an illusion of Kurenai and Tsunade arriving, informing the guards of a new treatment, not unlike their first visit to the estate, actually. They'd pretty much repeat that experience for her guards' benefit, leading toward Yakumo's eventual freedom. The second clone started out by scribing one of the receiving seals for the Flying Thunder God technique in the Manners music room. They would be testing that later today. People raised by the impure resurrection technique had molasses slow thought processes, and didn't volunteer anything, only obeyed instructions, so it had taken positively forever for the fourth Hokage to instruct Naruto in his signature techniques, and then they'd run into a snag. Arisha Kazama, the fourth Hokage, had placed those seals everywhere. Every room in his house, half the shops in Konoha, all the council chambers, just about every room in the Hokage Tower, and scattered far and wide over Fire Country and every country and village he'd ever visited. To say nothing of the thousands of those seals he'd thrown over every battlefield since he'd learned the technique. The problem with that was Naruto wasn't the only instinctive genius in that family, and his father had a gift for telling those seals apart, a gift that he could not train his son in, because he didn't know how he did it himself. Naruto had once used 1,000 clones to go jumping, and he couldn't tell if, after a full reset, any of them had even visited the same place twice. They'd had nothing close to ability to control where they'd arrived. Lacking Arashi's genius ability to automatically distinguish those seals apart, they were busy having experiments to determine another way, and one of those that would be conducted this reset was to try and see if they could tell the chakra of those who'd scribed the seals apart. Every girl would scribe one based on her own chakra, and then they'd try to see if they could find their own. They'd also use clones to do the jumping, because so far there had been no telling where anyone using the Flying Thunder God technique would end up. It might be in a shop, some anonymous wilderness, or among a group of enemy ninja who are as startled to see you as you are to see them. Of course, that was interesting, both exciting and new, so Flying Thunder God Tag was already becoming one of their favorite games. See the elemental countries and drop into all sorts of new situations, places, things, and enemy ninja trying to kill them in ways none of them had ever seen before. Hey, boredom was still their worst enemy, and this was almost a shock in how much it was anything but. Even Anko was praising how it was shaking them out of their routines and reawakening their situational awareness to drop in on a sunny beach where Mist Kunoichi were sunbathing, and spray them all with freezing water from a jutsu, appear outside a daimyo's castle, and lob in 100 paint grenades, see shops they'd never seen before, and if they had anything Naruto couldn't already make, buy it so he could take it apart to learn the patterns, or other such fun nonsense. Really, it was life to begin to have original experiences again, shocking many with just how much they missed this. Sooner or later they'd even learn how to chase each other doing it. This source of originality also sparked off another. Aided by the incredible resource that was the Uchiha clan library, which they all had a clone reading at all of the time now, and others practicing what they'd learned there, the Kitsune clan was now exploring jutsu research, hoping to create their own. Hey, just about every S-rank ninja did it, and knowing Konoha, Naruto could save the entire country multiple times, slaughter the Akatsuki, overcome legendary foes and still remain a genin. So, since none of them planned to be anything else, they were going to do their own. Tsunade, who'd already done one in the form of her strength technique, was quick to point out that Naruto already surpassed her in the jutsu creation department. There was his real transformation, not to mention his veil had fewer limits, but he'd had the sexy and harem techniques invented before he'd exited the ninja academy. She'd never heard of another ninja who'd created his own techniques prior to becoming a ninja. Not to mention ones able to knock out a Hokage. But naturally, Konoha gave him no credit for this legendary feat. Heck, it was only once they'd begun jutsu research that they discovered his shape-shift ability was not his most impressive original technique. Naruto did not know the shadow clone technique. Oh, he'd created a version of it. But like his special transformation, back then he didn't really know how to read, so did his best with the pictures of the hand seals and what rough description he could work out of what kanji he could understand, which was not a lot. It was only once they'd begun to delve into techniques in earnest that Tenten noticed that the version of shadow clone he taught her, while similar to the official forbidden technique, wasn't the same and had some rather important differences. That was when they'd gone to question him and discovered back when the kid had learned the technique he could barely read, and had puzzled it out from only partial instructions, something that his wives now selfishly wished he'd done more of, as every time Naruto'd done it, he'd appeared to substantially improve on the techniques. His transformation was actually a solid shapeshift. His veil technique covered more area for less cost and could be maintained over greater range, and it turned out his shadow clones did not divide his chakra at all. In fact, it, strictly speaking, could only be termed an advanced shadow clone because his duplicates were actually more intelligent versions without maximum range. This last was pretty easy to determine when they went Thunder God hopping. When learning what he thought was the shadow clone technique, Naruto had somehow generated a puff of chakra, then used shape-shift to transform that chakra into a copy of himself. The cost was pretty high up there, an A-rank drain per clone, but nowhere near as bad as dividing your chakra 1,000 different ways. They were actually thinking of calling it the Kitsune clone technique, since you needed the clan's bloodline to perform it. The ability to shape-shift was integral to it, and real transformations were an aspect of his foxy nature. It turned out poor Konohamaru had only learned a fairly accurate disguise using the normal academy transformation technique when Naruto taught him, not the actual sexy technique as Naruto had developed it, as that was based upon his ability to shape-shift, which no non-Kitsune had. Still, Yakumo was not the type of girl to complain about unique advantages that might keep her, her sisters, their husband, friends, or eventual children alive. None of their clan were upset about that, to be honest. While her clones were taking care of routine tasks, Yakumo went to take her shower. A bath would be nicer, but take longer, and she wanted to rejoin her friends and new family as soon as possible. And they were family. The Kyuubi had devoured the branch house Kurama a few times, enough to have copied her mental illusion ability into the Kitsune clan bloodline package. So they were as much her family as anybody, and more than the suspicious branch members that had trapped her here. No, Yakumo would be eternally grateful to her rescuers. Besides, there would always be a hot spring soak later. There always was. Those training illusions had been the start of her wonderful ninja career, but they were not the end of her rapid advancement. She had spent more than a few resets receiving long instruction from Ino, by now the single best user of the Yamanaka clan techniques in the village, and her skills and abilities mated to the Kurama bloodline were just scary, as one minor demon ought to be able to testify. It took Yakumo less than a second each morning to cast the demon possessing her into an illusion that destroyed its mind, the chakra construct body following soon after. She took care of that during the middle of shaving her sadly neglected legs, and that took only a handful of seconds, as Naruto had worked out countless grooming techniques he'd shared with the Kitsune clan females. Demons might not be subject to being physically destroyed, but mentally was an entirely different matter, at least for the small ones. And once they no longer had a mind, the chakra that was their bodies dissipated just like a jutsu after it was no longer being sustained. It might leave some traces of what it had done while active, but the energy was gone. Snuffed out like a candle. Looking better than she ever had pre-resets, Yakumo dried her body with a set of big, fluffy towels. Yes, she could do it with techniques, but those took too much moisture and left her skin feeling dry and crackly, and got into the clothes Naruto had prepared for her, and that one of her clones had gone to fetch before she was out of the shower. Then Yakumo formed an ice mirror, stepped into it, and was gone. One of her clones would remain behind, using puppetry techniques to have her guards standing and alert seeming for when she brought them out of the illusion of Kurenai and Tsunade visiting, after the illusionary Sanin's departure. Not waking up lying around on the ground would take away one of the few indicators her guards might use to tell they'd been put under one of her mental super illusions. So they would believe the fake Tsunade's report that her new treatment had been a resounding success. A few days of her clone hanging around the house under observation, and Yakumo would be free of those restrictions at last. And the copy she left to carry out the last of her house arrest would be practicing music in the well-lighted room, while dipping into Naruto's mind to copy his skills in that area. Nothing wasted, even clones could learn and transfer that back to her. The other end of Yakumo's ice mirror transport landed her in a medical office with Yugao. The purple-haired ANBU would be training her in swords today, but with a special purpose. Tenten would be joining them, distressed over how few of the techniques of her native Mantis clan and Suna she could master with her present underdeveloped body. One simply didn't enter the Kitsune clan to remain mediocre. Yet they all knew their worst limitation was the lack of any lasting physical development between resets. And well, Yakumo believed her bloodline gave them the ability to fix that. It was quite simple, actually. By using her mind-affecting illusions, she was able to injure or even kill a person whose mind she subjected to illusions of fire got burns over their body. So, by pairing up her bloodline ability with an illusion of a workout, the body should actually suffer the bruises, strains, exhaustion, and fatigue of having actually been through the ordeal, just as it would burn itself if she put someone under an illusion of fire. Since her illusions were able to affect their real bodies, whatever physical conditioning that happened in the illusion would also happen in the real world on their bodies. They could strengthen their muscles, improve their reflexes, and all sorts of things they are normally limited with would be overcome. That was stage 1, the easy part, and already accomplished. Heck, it hadn't taken anything more than the idea to get that one right. But one workout did not a fit body make. No, the ideal would be to pair this with one of Naruto's training illusions, but 2 years of intense physical training during only 4 minutes of real time would kill anyone. The body just was suited to putting up with that level of strain. Heck, interrogation techniques were more mild than the hurt they inflicted. In fact, they didn't have a combat technique that hurt the body as much as this did. It was disturbing, actually, to watch the body sludge apart like that. Critical failure of all muscles and connective tissues was just so wrong. Pity they couldn't inflict it on an unwilling target, but Naruto's training illusions didn't work like that. Thoughts about a combat technique aside, although it would be a deadly one, they had some rather large issues left to deal with before they could use it for the purpose for which it was designed, overcoming their limitations on physical development. Still, even if they couldn't jump right to the end, there was all sorts of mid-level ground to cover. So they backed off a bit, and instead of cramming 2 years of intensive workouts into 4 minutes of real time, they went back to an earlier stage of those illusions and gave their subject 3 days of physical training into 1 second of real time. That, too, led to an almost incapacitating level of muscle and connective tissue damage, but at least it wasn't deadly. It was when the regeneration aspect of their bloodline kicked in that started out the new level of research. Simply speaking, workouts cause damage, and regeneration fix damage. Once they could find an adequate balance, they could, at the very least, strike up a pattern they could use in an accelerated training program, making leaps toward a better conditioned body in far less time than it would usually take. That was a dream that Yakumo lived for. Ever since her first experience with her new clan, she'd been amazed at how unselfish they were. They freely shared techniques and training tips, things that no ninja parted with lightly. The physical things she could see why they shared so freely, since none of those lasted very long, going away with the next reset, but one's abilities were the lifeblood of a ninja. The amount of trust inherent in teaching her so much, especially so soon, had amazed the Kurama clan heir, and now she desperately wanted to return that and contribute on her own. Heaven, she decided, must be very like how the Kitsune clan was now, with everyone helping each other all of the time. No meanness, no recriminations, just honest, helpful friendliness at all hours, in every circumstance. And hell, she was certain, could not be much different than the life she'd led before this, where the constant bitter loneliness was broken only by visits of hard-faced people who wished her nothing good. No, having been rescued from that, she'd do anything to make her new family happy. Their joy literally brought pleasure to the girl, and she wanted to do as much for them as they'd already done for her, and the only thing she could think of would be to tear down their one remaining barrier to greatness. They were already great ninja, but in her opinion that was dwarfed by how great they were as people. They made her happy, and that happiness doubled when she could make them happy in return. So she would do so. Good morning, Orochi bastard! Tayuya flung herself out of her tent with a spin and a flourish, foxy bits waving in the air as she twirled. Jaws dropped among the other sound for. Orochimaru, who had been sipping his morning cup of tea, looked puzzled, murderous, but puzzled. The girl started joyously bouncing through warm-up stretches. You know what? Today just seems like a great day to turn traitor to you and go off to join your enemies. Too bad for you, they already know all of your plans. The snake Sannin blinked. She posed cutely. After all, if they are willing to teach me the fabulous flying thunder god technique and able to do so under your nose, just what else have they been getting away with that you aren't aware of? His eyes bugged out as he recognized the familiar seal scribed on the tent behind her. When she vanished in a flash of yellow, Orochimaru actually felt scared. Moments later, a patch of sand reared up and formed Gaara's face. Fixing him with a cold glare, it told the snake Sannin, "You are not the Kazekage. I have no intention of betraying an allied village for you." That was when a messenger bird dropped a package right in their midst. Hiding behind 3 demonic gates nearby, Orochimaru actually had to order one of his Sound 4 to go open the message, figuring however bad it was, he had to know what else about his plans had exploded in his face. Jirobo actually went to Curseal Form 2 and maximum strength before he was willing to dare open the package. When he did, his face turned even redder, if that was possible. What is it? The pale Sannin demanded impatiently from behind cover. His monstrous servant turned back to him, positively mortified, a sheepish look of embarrassment on his huge, curse-formed face as he held the open package in one hand. 3 fashion magazines, notifying you that your subscriptions have begun. A box of tampons, and a very frank book entitled What is Going On with My Body, that appears to be intended for preteen girls just entering puberty. Somehow, he didn't know how, Orochimaru's body was suddenly racked by abdominal cramps. At least you could have let us scribe explosive seals on the tampons, Yugao objected, not so strenuously. Nah. It's better this way, Naruto overruled her, bouncing along happily. A threat is something he could understand. That would reduce it to a simple aha. They were trying to trap me into blowing myself up. But this way he gets to wonder what we were up to, and that confusion would be worse for him than even if we'd succeeded in stuffing him full of explosive tampons. At least tell us how you managed the cramps, Yugao pleaded. Simple medicine. Naruto chortled gleefully, bouncing along even higher. As you know, he's immune to most every poison, but those act to disrupt and destroy the body. So instead I dosed him with something that was meant to activate the body's natural flows, working with his system to restore the proper functions of that body he's wearing. Only the energy of a creek is one thing, but you dam it up and it becomes a lake. Release that and you've got problems no one who'd seen the tiny creek could even imagine. With all of the pent-up energy of those periods he's skipped since taking over, I think he's about to go through the mother of all feminine cycles. Ouch, the purple-haired Anbu winced in unintended sympathy. Having been through her own periods, it was as automatic as men crossing their legs when seeing another man get hit by a groin shot. Yeah, the blonde genin agreed gleefully. For a man who's never had one, he gets to enjoy the pent-up energy of a couple of years of skipped periods all expressed in one. Isn't that fantastic? Yugao had never before felt sorry for the snake Sannin. She turned green, manifesting a fake smile. Yeah. Great. Yeah, and the next 2 or 3 aren't going to be picnics, either. The boy crowed excitedly. Can you imagine all that hitting someone who's never had one before? Poor Yugao turned a slightly greener shade, trying hard not to feel sorry for their enemy. All the while she was thinking killing the poor bastard would have been so much kinder. Naruto stood posing, with hands on his hips. Next time I'm going to adapt that stuff Hana is working on for stimulating milk production in mothers who don't start on their own, and including that. I wonder how the snake Sannin will feel, trying to impersonate the leader of Hidden Sand while lactating? I mean, sure, he can wear a false skin over his face, but what is he going to do about the 2 wet spots on his shirt? One green Anbu fought off the urge to go tell Tsunade to perform a mercy killing on her old comrade. Naruto? Can we talk? Such was the power of that dread statement feared by men worldwide that even Naruto, who had nothing to fear from the females in his life, winced at it. He looked up from where he'd been using an earth jutsu to give the 4th Hokage a giant stone sign reading will perform A-rank missions for food to find Sakura standing there beside him, looking oddly peaceful, even though she had tear tracks down from both eyes. She'd been behaving morosely lately, even avoiding him, so this was a switch. Sakura Haruno, the brashest girl he had ever known, and that was including some real wowzers, like Anko, in the mix, so was not a trite statement, was behaving bashfully towards him? Naruto's guard instantly went up. When girls were being unpredictable, they were at their most dangerous. The pink-haired girl stammered on. I just think you ought to, you know. She raised her eyes to meet his tearfully, then blurted. I don't think you should restore my memories anymore. She practically shouted. You could have knocked Naruto over with a feather. Now, naturally, when a girl is upset, the last thing she wants to do is explain her reasons to the object of her ire. Luckily, Naruto had not been awash in a sea of women without learning a thing or two about how they worked, and had her bend over a massage table within moments. Nothing female could resist his entreaties when he had them on a massage table. However, Sakura actually fought him, as in fought him. Trying to pull out a kunai and everything, so determined was she to resist giving out any information on the subject of her vital pronouncement. Of course, by now he had more than a bit more training than her, and all it took was a flick of ninja wire to securely bind her to the massage table, whereupon she immediately burst out crying. Naruto was thinking she was just determined to be difficult until at last she sobbed, You have never, ever touched me before. And the lad had to admit this was true. In fact, a good portion of each reset was spent trying to avoid Sakura in a number of ingenious ways. But it had never struck him before that he never once given her the massage that all of his other girls took as standard rewards for their typically good behavior. It's just, well, I didn't want you to get any ideas, the boy admitted, softly rubbing her feet. No need to get intense yet. The girl broke out in fresh rounds of sobbing. When at length she could speak again, Sakura could no longer meet his eyes, gazing around morosely as she made her case. So he asked, moving up to knead her shoulders, "Are you going to tell me what's wrong now?" "It wasn't supposed to be this way," the girl broke out, blubbering. "You were supposed to love me. You always did before." Naruto had already opened his mouth to let her down gently, telling her he didn't anymore, and his reasons why. But she beat him to it. "But now you don't. It's obvious you don't. And nothing I can do could encourage you to." They both flushed at that pronouncement. Sakura had gone through a phase wherein she decided that, having as many close female friends as he did, it was obvious he was a pervert, and to get him interested in her, she'd come out and openly encouraged him to get perverted with her, offering herself to any form of depravity he could want, thinking by doing so that she'd fill a niche in his life. After all, his other wives had considerable self-respect, so if she took over the things they wouldn't, she'd have a place. Neither Naruto nor she had ever been more embarrassed when she was making those offers. Haruno, he started to sputter, before he realized that he'd switched to the impersonal clan name for her long ago. No more shouts of Sakura-chan for her. No, that had ended long ago, and now he started to see some of what that had meant from her end, when he caught her wince. "I know I deserved that," she admitted. "I did nothing right by you, and even now my attempts to make you see past that are only driving you away, so I think you'd just be happier without me in your life." She concluded this statement miserably, unable to meet his eyes. "You'd be there anyway," he remarked reasonably, still working her shoulders. "Yes, but that's my other self," the depressed girl sighed. "And she doesn't know how wonderful you are, so would not feel terrible over not having you. Also, I know I never treated you well before, but at least you know how to handle that. And then I think you prefer having me as your adversary and a Sasuke-obsessed fangirl anyway. At least you know how to deal with that person. You can tease and play pranks or things you'd feel guilty doing to me. But she won't remember or care," here the girl whispered softly, "plus she deserves way worse than you'd ever actually do to her." Once more you could have knocked Naruto over with a feather. "I think," the girl choked back a sob, "that you'd enjoy dropping her naked into all sorts of embarrassing situations, right?" She tried to venture a brave, encouraging smile, but it came out sickly and wan. Naruto was now seriously concerned enough to stop the massage and use the Yamanaka clan techniques to get to the bottom of this, and what he found was no deception. Sakura was giving up on him for his happiness' sake because she believed that would be better for him. There was, however, also a substantial component of wanting out of her own miserable life, always wanting yet never having him. She had basically accepted the suicide of her current self in the only way that a person could die in these resets, the cancellation of her returning memories, in hopes that it would make her escape her pain and make him happier. And she was trying to bring that about. Seeing her secrets were outed, the pinkette grew bold in the way only those who had accepted their imminent demise could do. Her voice actually grew gentle and kind, a tone he'd never heard from her before. "Naruto, to most people love means sex, running around like animals experiencing physical pleasures. That's nothing like what you've got. Okay, you and your wives have sex, that's obvious and appropriate, but to you that's extra, something you add on top of what you've already got." She sighed, casting her gaze down. "To everyone else our age, sex is just a sport, a way to have fun, not unlike drinking or video games. But it doesn't mean anything to them. Now obviously I don't go poking my nose into your bedrooms, but even so it's obvious to me that's totally unlike what you and your wives have got. That's why my offers of any perversion you wanted, no limits, got rejected. The way you glow with tenderness and understanding as you treat each other is unlike anything I've ever seen before." She turned her face away from him, afraid to see his eyes as she admitted, "Do you know most couples fight? I don't think you'd realize that. Also, most girls get jealous if their boyfriends see anybody else, even if it's innocent." Her tones dropped low as she confessed, "I can't tell you how many hours I spent, wasted, lying in wait for such an opportunity. I was so sure that you'd have a fight, and I'd jump right in on your side and support and comfort you. I'd be the good guy for once, and you'd actually fall in love with me again." She gave off a bitter chuckle. I was so foolish then. Naruto's eyes had grown wide over these admissions. Sakura opened herself to him totally. You know why it's hopeless for me to pursue you. You have no needs. You have nothing you lack that I can give you. I was so sure you'd have a fight, any fight at all. It seems like you've got hundreds of wives sometimes. Somebody had to offend you once, hadn't they? Here she broke down sobbing once again, yet didn't stop speaking. The dam had burst, and she knew she'd never get another opportunity. If things worked out the way she wanted, she'd never be able to. The girl who was hurting wouldn't exist anymore. So if she didn't confess it all now, it would never be told, and the wound somewhere, somehow, would never stop hurting. But it's not like that with you. You love everyone around you so totally they have no reason to feel jealous or ashamed. None of them want to hurt any of the others because that would upset you, and there is nothing they'd like less than to upset you. Tears were flowing freely as she looked at him, memorizing his face this one, last time. Even thought it would soon be gone forever. None of them want to injure each other, because you care about all of them. And because you love them, they are nice to each other all of the time. Do you know how rare that is? It doesn't happen. Except with you, she finished in a mumble. Here her face looked positively tragic. I've tried to belong to that, but I couldn't. I tried being nice. Only everyone held me at arm's length because I'd hurt you. I hear she sobbed, breaking out in a fresh flood of tears. I want to belong to you. I want to be nice to you. I want to be a part of that happy, glowing community that always surrounds you. But I can't. I've tried everything, and I just can't. No one would let me, and I don't have any idea how to make it up to you so I'd have a chance. So I just was to go away and stop hurting. That's not too much to ask, is it? Seeing refusal in his eyes, she smiled miserably, pleading, Naruto, all I do is make you miserable. This is the first unselfish decision I've made in my life. You can stop avoiding me, because I won't be after you. Everyone will be happier. Please let it stand. Now Naruto sighed. Having been unprepared for the emotional blast, which had obviously been building for a while now, he had to spend a few moments to collect himself. Just let me go, she pleaded. I'd been talking this over with my wives, he admitted. We'd all agreed that it would probably be less awkward or everyone to stop restoring your memories. Sakura gave him a very sad smile. I'd asked Ayam to bring it up. She did. He nodded. Just one thing before I go, she pleaded. His eyebrows went up. Sakura nervously licked her lips, but couldn't look away. It may not be my first kiss. You've told me about how I've kissed Gaara and others, even that Uchiha jerk, in other resets. But this will be the first for this me, and that's what counts. Could I please just once before I go? She hesitantly puckered up, then dropped it when he didn't look like he was responding. Naruto himself was deep in thought. At great length he responded by asking, so let me get this straight. You want to stop my being uncomfortable around you, and your plan to do that is to stop existing? Meek apology flooded her features, but she was unrelenting. I think it's for the best, Naruto. He thought for several more moments before declaring. You know what the secret to my happiness as a married man is? She shook her head, wondering over the change of topic. The blonde boy decided. It's very simple. Each one of us holds the happiness of others as more important than our own. People only lie or cheat or steal to get advantage over their neighbor, and that only happens when they think inside that their success is more important than the other person's. Being willing to suffer so that others can enjoy greater rewards is the opposite of that, and that's what we have. She smiled gently. Thank you for telling. He cut her off. But that's just what you did. You've passed the test. For all thing long while you've been improving, so we couldn't just throw you away, even though it was uncomfortable having you around. Only just now you came across the secret you were willing to sacrifice your own aims so that we could be happy. The boy sliced the wires holding her down and picked her up in his arms, bridal style. And well, that's the whole ticket right there. Love is kindness, and selfish behavior destroys it. So you had to learn unselfishness before we were willing to trust you with more. He leaned in and smooched her, causing her world to spin. It may not be far, but you've started down the right path. And once you've done that, the only thing I can do is help you on your way. You mean? She started out wondering. Keep it up and your probationary period will be over, he admitted. You'll be one of the clan, with full status and privileges bloodline too, if only you can continue on the path you've just started. She was too shocked to speak. Naruto grinned. And that does mean cuddling and massages and things while you learn. After all, if you are trying to build up my happiness, it is only right that I spend my time building up yours. That's why unselfishness works so well. Selfish people injure each other striving for advantage. But we don't do that. Instead, we spend our time building each other up, which gives us all of the advantages without any of the injuries. It's hard, but it's worth it. Now that you've started, it is only right to help you learn our way. It having been mentioned how much fun they'd had exploring the exciting new possibilities of sand, several of the senior kitsune were using the Yamanaka family techniques to read the minds of genin teams there for the Chunin exams, to learn about their home villages and get an idea of how to comport themselves to infiltrate those villages. And it should not have been surprising they ran across some surprises doing so. The village of Hidden Rain is in the midst of a civil war, Temari declared. What are the sides? How are things divided? Ino perked up. She'd been reading about Grass Village, which so far had been pretty boring. Temari rubbed her eyes free of distaste. Well, it seems pretty much to be a power grab by one man. But he's somehow got the Rolling clan working for him. The Rollings? How did that happen? Naruto stopped his own explorations to respond to that announcement. Could someone explain for those us of who've never heard of them? Kin chided gently. Naruto, now having read the entire Konoha Public Library 8 or 9 times by now, along with every book and magazine he could find scattered around the village, was now among their more knowledgeable members, started to explain, only to get beaten to the punch by Temari. They're a clan whose blood limit has been denounced by every ethical ninja as dangerously unpredictable and contrary. They're no use in battle. They only cause chaos on all sides together. Okay, fine for a summary. But what does their blood limit do? Tenten entered this discussion with her own curiosity aroused. Naruto rubbed his eyes as if trying to clear out a nightmare. You know there are several major bloodlines that are all sight-based. Well, the Rollings are auditory. But it's kind of reversed. Instead of hearing very well or having special ear powers, it's anyone who hears them that has a problem. So, what is the problem? Kin prompted, leaning forward. Mass confusion. Temari answered. Anyone under the sound of a Rolling's voice forgets who their friends are, believes their worst enemies to be heroes, and their most precious allies to be scum. They hate people they should love and love people they should hate. It goes deep and lasts long, and only gets worse the longer you listen to one of them. You'd seek out and marry the absolute worst person for you, name your children after your worst abusers, and in general behave like a complete and utter madman, losing all sense of right and wrong and feeling depressed about it most of the time. Sounds effective. Tenten was impressed. Temari groaned. Having had to deal with the Kishimoto clan, she was not impressed by the Rollings. Why couldn't some people understand that not all bloodlines were good? It is, and it isn't. Like I said, it affects anyone. And by that I should properly say everyone who can hear the Rolling, including the Rolling herself. You can't use it in a fight because the people on your own side go mad just as much as your opponents. Loyalties are completely forgotten. Teachers launch personal vendettas against students who never met them before. People forget oaths, lose all sense of scruples, lose so much sense of self they are apt to misspell their own names, and because it works on the Rolling just as much as anyone else, if you had one loyal enough to send alone against your enemies, she'd switch and become your enemy to come back and haunt you. There's no effective way to use them. They just cause chaos and confusion and misery to all the people around them. The only defense is not to hear them, and that generally means staying as far away from them as possible. Once the specifics of their power got out, no ninja village would allow them entry into their countries. There's just no way to control them. You keep saying her all of the time you describe this. Kin noted. Temari sighed. It's a female-only blood power, arising only in the women of the line, and then only after they get married for the first time, which makes it easy for the young ones to hide, and thus practically impossible to stamp out the clan. Part of me is surprised anyone found a group of them. The first time? Tenten's eyebrows raised. Their gift is such they always drive their husbands away sooner or later. The Sand Kunoichi informed her friends, then sighed again. As you might suspect, there was rampant speculation for a long while that Itachi Uchiha ran afoul of a Rolling on one of his missions. Every village thought that was the most likely scenario. It would do more than practically anything else to explain why he suddenly hated his family, and loved his enemies, killed those who loved him, and deserted the place where he'd once been respected and honored. That behavior is actually typical of anyone under a Rolling's voice, and a big reason why all villages are united in trying to stamp out that bloodline whenever they can. Naruto, who'd been thinking, now interjected, "So we have two big questions. How did anyone get a hold of a group of them, and how do they organize them?" That's always been the big trouble with Rollings. Backstabbing and turning traitor are inherent to their nature, and not just once, but over and over again. You can never tell whose side they're on, or for how long. They practically define the tool that will always turn and strike its user. So how did anyone get some pointed the same way as each other? Most likely they didn't, Temari concluded. More probable than control was simply getting a bunch and dropping them all in one area. They'd cause so much chaos by their mere presence that whatever organization you wanted destroyed would be shredded as friends turned on each other. There's no limit. Boys turn against their own fathers, and girls against their parents, while idolizing their worst enemies. They'd torture and brutalize each other for the greater good, get stalker-like love affairs for girls that belong to groups you despise, save the lives of people who murdered your parents, commit suicide to please old men who'd kept you imprisoned and treated like a mushroom your whole life, go on long camping vacations while people who depend on you are dying, and act on all forms of insanity. You couldn't find a more effective way to destroy a nation. It's mass hysteria. Kakashi arrived at the memorial stone thinking to get in some contemplation before heading off to meet his genin at the exams, when he caught sight of someone sitting on the stone. It was a young boy, probably a genin, and he looked. Kakashi dropped his Ika in shock. Obito Uchiha hopped down from the top of the rock, morphing from the child he was when he graduated to the slightly older form he was when he died, and it was in that heartbeat that Kakashi realized he could still see the stone through his friend's body. He raised his headband, revealing his Sharingan, but saw only the same thing. Obito was back as a ghost. "Are you surprised?" The spirit gave him a cheeky grin, spreading his hands wide. "What? You come here to commune for hours each day. Why should you be shocked to get through?" Obito, the legendary copycat ninja, began reverently, a smile on his face, only to be cut off in shock when the spirit scowled at him, and he detected a ghostly residual of what could only be killing intent. And the ghost was furious, glaring at him, arms crossed. "I don't have much time, Hatake, so I'll get right to the point. Why are you injuring me?" Kakashi's original and borrowed eyes both widened in denial. "No! Obito!" He reached out, imploring his friend to believe. But the spirit grew no less hostile. "I only activated my Sharingan on my death, Kakashi. You know that. I lived all my life without it. I was a stranger to my clan, all but cast out over my failure. Yet you lavish attention on the clan head's son and claim you are honoring me? You train him in a bloodline I never used and think by doing so you are making up your debt to me? No." The ghostly image stepped closer to his teammate. "Our team consisted of a self-centered genius, his fangirl, and the loser. Tell me which I was, Kakashi." Seeing his fellow ninja too paralyzed by fear and shame to answer, the ghost nodded and did so for him. "Yes, that's right. I was the loser, the dope. The guy who loved the fangirl, but got ignored by her in favor of the genius prodigy she adored, while the genius snubbed her in his arrogance. And what is that self-centered genius doing now, Kakashi? He's training another self-centered genius, and ignoring the boy who is like I was. The outcast and the loser gets despised by the genius again, Kakashi. Only this time the teacher is ignoring him as well. Our teacher was never that unfair, Kakashi. He taught us all equally. Yet you've ignored the boy who is like I was, you've cast aside both him and the girl. And to do what? You are pandering to yourself, Kakashi. Don't even claim you are trying to make up to me when all you can do is repeat the injuries you gave me back then. You never loved Rin, but you kept her away from me. You never taught or helped me, even when you could have done so easily. You just proclaimed I was useless. Now there is a boy very much like you who is doing those same things to a boy who is very much like I was, and what do? You help your copy, your younger clone, injure the boy like me, and claim by doing so you are making things up to me. Don't ever die, Kakashi, because I could never stand to see you show up here, and I hope and I pray every day that they prepare a special place in hell for you." And with that the spirit vanished. Not much later, a very disheveled and very drunk Kakashi stumbled into the exam center just long enough to press a mess of sealing scrolls into Naruto's arms, and when Sasuke reached over to take them away, Kakashi punched the prodigy he never said a hard word to before, knocking the Uchiha down, mumbling how they were not for him, that he was repaying his debt before he drunkenly stumbled away from his trio of confused genin. The sealing scrolls were filled with jutsu and training manuals. Naruto even found the dog summoning contract among them. It was everything Kakashi knew how to give. Standing in the background, Ino smirked, drilling into Kakashi's memories with her own clan techniques to retrieve the needed information useful for making the mental illusion generated by the Kurama bloodline flawless had worked. He had been left without a single tell to alert him it was not real. Of course, he tested it with his Sharingan. But not even the most advanced bloodline could see through an illusion when that illusion was generated by the victim's own mind. The more advanced the senses, the more advanced the illusion in that case, as the brain created the extra detail to convince itself. And people who had those advanced bloodline senses learned to trust them, so if you could fool those, the illusion would almost always stand unquestioned. He saw it with his Sharingan, ergo it must be real. Ino smirked. It was a good combination. She'd have to see who else it worked on. Naruto shrugged and created a couple hundred extra clones to go unseal those manuals and read those scrolls. Actually, as it would turn out, the shocking thing to him was how much of what was on them he already knew. Aye. Later that day, the blonde-haired genin pondered. All through the written test he'd had clones popping, transmitting all they'd learned from Kakashi's scrolls back to him, and that had brought up an interesting point. There really wasn't much he could learn around Konoha anymore. Naruto had picked up all of the ninja training it was possible to get out of the Konoha Ninja Academy. All those resets spent learning with Irika had given him the bulk of it, and by now he transformed into enough other students, asking questions and seeking personal advice to pick up everything the other instructors knew how to teach as well. Plus, being able to transform meant he'd been able to go out and buy the textbooks, the actual ones instead of the modified special versions the teachers had given him to sabotage him. He not only bought the required books, but all of the optional, supplemental and recommended reading, as well as the special case and niche stuff meant for ninja who were seriously into specializing in a certain field, and he'd read all of them dozens of times. Heck, the last couple of passes through he made a game out of correcting the spelling, grammatical and content errors. If there was anything that Konoha village considered basic enough to teach genin hopefuls, he knew it. And with Tsunade becoming Kazekage so often, most of the stuff Suna taught their ninja he already knew too, and it wouldn't be long before he knew the rest of what they had there, either. All of the specialized sand training for their wind techniques may have been boring, but no more than leaf floating, and he was nearing his mastery now. He was even learning how to create his own giant fan, like Tamari's, using the scrolls her mother had left behind on those crafting techniques. Heck, with Tsunade as their Kazekage, she could order Suna to teach her husband and sister wives not only the basic stuff, but up to more advanced levels as well, anything that wasn't clan secrets, basically. Enough to become a jonin several times over, at least, and for clan-specific stuff, as Tenten, aka Konohana's family by marriage, they were already learning the mantis secrets. So shortly he'd know more about being a ninja of hidden sand than he did about being one of hidden leaf. So, the question became, what next? As Naruto was turning a fork he'd made over in his hands, thinking hard during their after-test lunch, he noticed how much work he'd put into that simple bit of cutlery, bringing up the thought of how many skills he had to hide from his daimyo now, when suddenly he had his answer. Aye. Daimyo-sama, the Naruto clone transformed into an old man, pressed his face into the floor of the Lightning Lord's court in full prostration after the ceremony of his formal presentation was over. I crave a boon of thee. The daimyo of Lightning Country smiled down on the craftsman. With his skills, the glory and grandeur of his court would shortly outshine even his most impressive rivals, and Lightning would be known as a land of wealth, as well as one of power. That was more than enough to put him in the mood of granting the old craftsman favors to keep him happy. What is it you wish? The old craftsman gestured aside at the crowd of young girls kneeling behind him. Lord, I have a large family of many nieces and cousins. My son I would gladly train in my work to follow after me, but these many girls have not the gifts nor the temperament to forge cunning works in the art of metal. Still, I would not leave them penniless or without a trade. Since they are not worthy of a noble marriage and I cannot teach them my own specialty, their mothers have asked that they be taught as ninja so their futures may be secure. So be it. The daimyo motioned with his fan aside to one of his aides. See to it they are transported swiftly to the village of Hidden Cloud and enrolled in their ninja program. It is the middle of their school year, the aide half objected. The daimyo got a little shirty, as the craftsman's request was an easy one, and he didn't like being balked over filling it. Then see to it they have tutors to bring them up to speed with the rest of their classmates. Go! Transformed as female, Naruto fought off a smirk as she was led along with the rest of the clan Kitsune girls to go off and train in Cloud. Heck, with the daimyo as a backer they'd be put on the fast track, getting the best help and instructors, thus learning their secrets most quickly. 1 month of that instruction, repeated a few times, along with what they were doing to dredge the secrets of their home villages out of the foreign entries to the Chunin exam, and it wouldn't be long before they could pass as locals and even begin pulling off that trick Naruto had used to learn the Ninja Academy martial arts style back home, replacing other students to learn the lessons on their levels. Gradually replacing better and better ones until you had all the knowledge that villages academy could teach you. Only in this case applied to more than martial arts. In fact, if this worked out well, she'd have to see about trying the same thing with Rock and Mist and maybe the other villages. They could even excuse some amount of ninja knowledge by claiming to have once been a wandering ninja clan who'd had a craftsman skilled enough to land a permanent position in court, and get his clan a home, and thus get into more advanced classes. Best of all, by making his craftsman persona an old man, he even got out of any potential marriages to noble daughters. Aye. While looking into other villages, Naruto had reached his own epiphany. He needed projects to work on, as he just completed inventing the sticky capture clone, which was like a water or a mud clone, only it blew itself apart into fluid that matched the sticky capture field, in this case coating all of the surfaces around it, unless you had a chakra barrier, based on the chakra pads protecting your feet from the sticky capture field, to keep yourself safe. And they'd already cured all of the ailments in Konoha Hospital. A boy has to keep busy, and having ignited some creative fire, he wanted to keep inventing as much as possible, so was strictly rationing how much he allowed himself to read out of the newly discovered Uchiha library. Techniques were good, but ones he'd invented on his own were always better, and besides that was known stuff, with known counters. He didn't want to be just another Uchiha, collecting what was already out there. Okay, that was nice, and he enjoyed it especially since he now had access to the techniques he'd wanted all along. But if that was the limit, he'd never rise to what he could be. All of the greatest ninja created at least one unique technique, and he didn't want to be solely remembered for changing into naked women all of the time. All of that explained why he was experimenting. What he was experimenting on was also useful, and in this case he'd had a thought while making his armor. His mind had wandered and a clone elsewhere had popped. It was during the middle of some practice, training in puppetry techniques, and before the lad with the wandering attention knew it, those thoughts of arranging new joints for his experimental puppet had infringed on what he was absently doing with his own armor, and he mixed the two, spoiling both. But that had led to an amazing concept. Namely, puppets could only move because of the chakra strings animating them. They had no muscles, bones, or tendons to call their own. They were just vaguely human-shaped and animated by the skill of the puppeteer. So, his armor was vaguely human-shaped too. He could animate that as a puppet. But what if he animated that while he was wearing it? Could he not use the animating force to improve his own physical conditioning? Adding a puppet's strength to his own, he could be stronger and faster. Essentially, it would be a set of power armor, his own body's force magnified by the assistance of chakra-animated metal he wore as armor. It already had the shape. Theoretically, that way his own physical conditioning, or lack thereof, would no longer be his chief limiting factor. It would be his skill at animated the puppet/armor he wore. And that was something he could practice up to extreme heights using clones. The idea was too intriguing. He just had to try it. Across the village, another Naruto hanging out with Haku came to the same conclusions as they were practicing their ice techniques together. One of the moves she wanted him to learn was forming a flexible layer of ice around his body to serve as armor, and one of the more difficult things to do was to get it to where it could flex and move so as not to hinder his own actions, while stopping the blows of his enemy. Clones armored this way could take a terribly amount of punishment without dispelling, so long as the armor never got breached. However, learning how to flex the ice layers so as not to hinder himself, Naruto naturally put too much power into the technique, and crushed the glass of milk he was trying to pick up instead of lifting it in his hand. Haku was quick to scold him over it, but Naruto's eyes were already gleaming. His hand had moved gently, but the eyes had flexed too powerfully, crushing the glass into fragments. Okay, doing that thing when you don't want it had to be stopped and trained out of you. But using it when you did want to crush something? Or throw a too powerful punch? He just invented a strength-augmenting technique. One that would work for the clan, rather than Tsunade's strength-augmenting one, which required changes to one's body via chakra surgery that their regeneration stopped. She'd invented it that way to prevent an Uchiha from stealing her signature strength, and was one of the world's best medics, so knew enough about the body to know how to augment it without harming herself. But so far it had prevented her regenerating clan members from learning it. Now? Well, perhaps they no longer needed her version. After that reset was over, that the two clones combined their knowledge and realized they'd invented the same thing twice, using different methods each time. Power armor was power armor, whether ice or metal. Which, of course, meant they had to invent a version using wood, which they could also create, flex and control. Aye. Naruto had finally finished translating that English book on chakra control, and it turned out to have nothing to do on chakra at all. It was about flight. Naruto had no idea there were even rules on that sort of thing. The ninja of his world had tried and failed to fly since the beginning of chakra. Some of their very earliest experiments on elemental manipulation were on trying to fly, and all had failed. Building giant invisible pillars of chakra to stand on, flinging oneself into the air with massive bursts of chakra, and makeshift chakra wings had all spectacularly failed. Eventually such experiments had ceased altogether, and that was one of the main things no ninja of any village had ever learned how to do. But here, laid out in purest simplicity, was the rules on how flying worked. Naruto could even see, given these rules, how the previous experiments had failed. The burst of chakra gave thrust but no lift, and thus would exhaust even the strongest Kage before getting anything more useful than a giant leap, although now he knew where the origins of the ninja leaping techniques had probably found their start. While the wings were almost certainly the wrong shape, and so would not have performed adequately. The closest a ninja ever came to flying was what Temari did on her giant fan, and even that was imperfect, a slow fall imitating a dropped leaf of feather more than actual flight. But here, laid out in excruciating detail, was how to do it right. Someone with Naruto's chakra reserves could hop on a fan like Temari's and simply never land, speeding off to places like Sand Village or Cloud. Actually, he had no true idea as to what kind of range or speed he could get out of this. He'd never tried, and it would take some time to work out the new techniques that would be required for it to function. But he, and the rest of Clan Kitsune, were going to take flight. Aye. Almost immediately upon enrolling in other villages' ninja academies, Naruto had a flood of new ideas for his own projects. For example, you couldn't be a ninja of hidden mist without learning a thing or two about water manipulation. And since he was now, well, he did. Other villages taught how to walk on water, while the Academy for Hidden Mist taught how they did, breaking it down so the process was understood, not just performed. Water has a tendency to stick together where possible. Its own weight made certain shapes impossible, but nonetheless that trait of sticking to itself was called surface tension and was something like a skin. That skin was what enabled spiders and other stuff of almost insignificant weight to walk on the top of water. Ninja had learned how to enhance this surface tension with chakra, and walk on it themselves, despite their own weight being orders of magnitude outside the range where they normally have broken through that skin's resistance. The steps of water walking were first to learn how to detect and enhance surface tension so that skin could hold you up. Although at this stage it was like walking on a very deep, very soft mattress, and not very good for fighting on. Then one had to learn how to use chakra to repel water from one's body and equipment, because otherwise when you got wet the water would immediately pull you under instead of hold you on top. Then, lastly, a ninja learned how to make a stable platform to stand on, making the surface tension hard enough to hold them like a dance floor instead of a mattress. Learning about surface tension had also led to other inventions, such as the watery prison technique, creating an inescapable bubble of water about an enemy ninja as a way of immobilizing him. Naturally, having obscene amounts of chakra, Naruto had studied the art of water walking backwards to forwards, learning how to make it harder than concrete below him before he even knew how to make it keep him up. Now one of the reasons for learning in depth the study of why water walking worked was because there was another technique out there, used by the ninja of a few water-focused nations, called water walking disruption, where, because they understood how the technique worked, they were able to use their chakra to undermine the chakra of enemy ninja who were trying to walk on the top of water, unraveling their attempts to create enough surface tension to stand on, and ultimately dumping them in the water. That was often enough for them to win a fight. Because of the prevalence of the water walking technique, quite a few ninja never bothered to learn how to swim. Sand, particularly, where there wasn't enough water to learn in around their village, was one of the villages whose ninja could rarely handle water without walking on it. But they were far from the only one. Even used alone, this became a powerful defense for a water-based nation. If your ninja could walk on water while denying that ability to their enemies, the advantage in any fight was greatly on your side, as even for those ninja that could swim, the activity took a lot of effort and attention and was not conducive to forming hand seals of flinging kunai. However, you fight enough half-submerged ninja who are trying to fight and you learn something else. Water was almost as effective as dirt in stopping any attacks that tried to come through. Being up to your shoulders in the stuff made you very hard to hit with kunai or any non-lightning technique. So, determined to use any good advantage they could find, the ninja of mist had developed techniques for taking advantage of that and learned how to fight and how to breathe underwater. When you could not only disrupt other ninjas' ability to walk on water, which made all but a vanishing few nearly helpless, but use your chakra to breathe water, and practiced how to fight effectively underwater, you had a set of advantages as deadly and dangerous as those that protected the hidden village of sand. So long as you were defending islands, where to reach you any attacker had to cross over water, you could meet him on terms where he could not possibly beat you. All of this was well and good, and made up a part of Hidden Mist's Academy's set of ninja skills of things every genin was expected to know. However, it had caused a thought to enter Naruto's head that he was presently exploring. He was playing in the bath just after learning about surface tension when the sudsy water gave him an idea. Soap bubbles were really using the same thing, surface tension, to hold themselves together. They were little bags of air with the skin of water wrapped around them. In a fit of brilliance, he connected this to his favorite technique, the standard shadow clone, and the Kitsun clone as well, were chakra constructs not unlike a giant soap bubble. What he was doing to create them was to project a mass of chakra-like air, which he then wrapped in a film not unlike the water around a bubble, using his control to increase the surface tension so it held, not unlike the soap in the water. Also like a soap bubble, any damage and they popped. For centuries people had been trying to toughen the skin of surface tension that made up a clone, hoping to improve it to where it could take damage. So far it had never worked to anyone's satisfaction. But there were big bubbles, and there were masses of small bubbles that took up the same space as the bigger ones, and couldn't be popped as easily. Something that would disrupt the skin of a bubble would pop all of the big one but only get a few of the little ones. And really the only difference between the big bubbles and masses of smaller ones was the number of internal walls and subdivisions. Everything else was the same. Naruto was there in the tub when he reached the epiphany that alone would have made him an S-rank ninja. The thought came to him that he could make clones that were honeycombed with many internal subdivisions. So instead of his clone being one bubble, it would be a mass of thousands of smaller ones stuck together. The advantage to this would be damage to one would not break them all. It would only reduce the overall volume, but he might even be able to train clones to recreate those bubbles to repair ones lost to damage. In short, not only a clone able to take a hit, but one able to regenerate its wounds like he could. Armored in ice or wood, these new clones ought to be able to take as much of a beating as a living ninja. With enough practice on forming and reforming the subdivisions to optimize this new clone advance, they might even equal the toughness of a fairly good ninja. It was when Kurenai invented, as part of her medical project to treat chakra exhaustion, a method for drawing chakra out of one's environment, that he realized they had something very special in combination. They wouldn't be infiltrating one enemy village. With solid clones able to take a hit and heal damage, as well as replenish their chakra supplies, they'd be able to infiltrate all of them. They were having a vacation reset. Actually, it was their third in a row. The clan had a standing rule to declare them in honor of any major discoveries and improvements, and Naruto's improvement to the Shadow and Kitsun clones alone qualified as a major one, as did Kurenai's ability to draw chakra out of the living environment. They were still working on a name for Kurenai's technique. Although, since no one else knew of the Kitsun clone technique, they decided rather than call it the Advanced Shadow Clone Technique, or some such nonsense, They would just roll all of Naruto's improvements together and under the same name of Kitsune clone as though it had always been this good. It wasn't not like anyone else ever had a need to know. Although no sooner had they thought that was settled when Kin had nicknamed it the Bubble Clone, and that was catchy enough, it was probably the name that was going to stick. Surprisingly, bubble clones took no more chakra to form than their regular ones. A solid clone of any form took an enormous amount of chakra to create because that's what it was made of. Adding subdivisions actually took no more chakra. What it required was enormous amounts of control. The third major achievement was actually made by Yakumo, with her illusion's ability to stimulate damage being used to simulate workouts. Together with Yugao they had been working on this, but the real breakthrough had been when they developed a medical technique based on the changes the body underwent during her exercise illusions, rather than perfecting the illusionary workouts themselves. Really, viewed as a medical problem, intense muscle growth and development was not any more extreme a problem than closing up wounds. They both went through the same stages. The difference lay in the fact that to control either you had to understand what you were after. With wounds that was easy, the body itself knew. With muscle growth not so much if it hadn't been there already. But to an alert medic using diagnostics to watch someone under the Kurama workout illusions, that was exactly what those showed, how the body went through the stages of development as it increased in muscle tone. Armed with that information, a medical technique to enhance the body's physical conditioning was a fairly simple prospect. Although, basing that development on what they'd seen through the workout illusions, they had upper limits in that there was only so much improvement they could make in those conditions without destroying the body via accumulated tissue damage. Still, working out what to do across multiple test subjects, they had been able to perfect a medical technique that could take virtually any body and improve it to where its conditioning matched that of most chunin. To the Kitsune clan this was a breakthrough of the highest proportions, as the majority of their members had fairly pathetic physical abilities compared to their overall ninja skills. Research into higher-level forms of their native martial art could now be put into practice and refined, since their bodies were refined to a higher level able to handle it. Also, it meant they were no longer the underdog in most physical exchanges. Hinata woke up early intending to take full advantage of this. It was a vacation reset, which meant that nothing had to be taken seriously, so she went about scribing caged bird seals into the foreheads of all of the main house Hyuga except herself as they lay sleeping. Naruto woke fairly early, and they had long ago learned to use their links to wake up along with him. Normally this couldn't be done without agonizing pain to the subject, and that wouldn't do, as one would wake the others, then she'd be stopped before she got to them all. But apply enough pain suppression techniques, and the main house never noticed as they got sealed. All of them. Of course, while she did so, Hinata used some of those grooming jutsu her husband had created to dye all of their hair pink. Skipping on down to the branch house, she happily ordered Niji to stand still while she dyed his hair and put it up in cascading ringlets while he scowled. In fact, that was what she was doing when her father stormed up behind her and began scolding in an angry voice. Hina arghh. Hinata dropped the hand seal that had convulsed the man in pain, then asked, "Yes, chief servant to the house of Hyuga? You have something to ask?" She didn't even turn to face him, continuing to style Niji's pink hair, as though that held all of her attention. Clearly, Hayashi decided as he lay on the ground, brain on fire and caged bird seal on his forehead throbbing in pain, simply ordering her to remove the seals would be ineffectual. And only an unsealed Hyuga could do it. Also, somehow, a tiny corner in the back of his mind concluded that the icy demeanor he'd always considered essential to a clan head was a great deal less appealing when he was on the receiving end of it. He'd almost decided to make the appeal as her father, but then considered that seeing as how he couldn't recall the last interaction he had with her on friendly, familial terms, his odds of success there were no better. That was the first time it struck the man that he'd probably be wearing this seal until the end of his natural life, at which point he broke down crying. Hinata hummed happily as she continued to style a now stunned Niji's hair, the clan head breaking down into a crying wreck behind them. Inwardly she was giggling like crazy. It was a little petty, but every so often it was fun to give her father a picture of what he thought was a perfect daughter, cold and power-hungry, without concern for others, just because his reaction on realizing he didn't like that person was always so satisfying. Then Hinata's mother walked up behind the girl and gave her a hug, and she melted back into her mother's arms, just exuding joy and radiating a kind of happiness that lifts tender feelings into even the most hardened soul. Hayashi's was not the only jaw to drop open in shock at seeing the woman. The naked in public technique went off in the ANBU ready room, along with some of the most powerful stink bombs ever created. Childish laughter filled the air. Konoha was then filled with the familiar scene of ANBU chasing after quickly dodging prey, falling subject to paint bombs and other pranks along the way. Although in this case those brightly painted ANBU were dressed in barrels, discarded newspapers stuck to their bodies via chakra, and other assorted detritus grabbed on the fly so as not to delay their chase. One bright blue ANBU, whose hawk mask was the only thing to survive the naked in public technique and was holding torn-out pages of a phone book to his body to cover his privates, shouted as he closed in on the target, "Come back here, you little Anko? Kurenai?" The outraged ANBU came to a confused halt before the two giggling jonin, right before a cream pie hit him in the face, causing several of his yellow pages to fall to the ground as he lost concentration. His attention was brought back to the matter at hand by flash bulbs going off as they photographed him, and he screamed at the two swiftly departing women, trailing laughter along in their wake. "How dare you do that?" The chase resumed. Naruto smiled as he watched his wives enjoying themselves, Kurenai and Anko running about the village a la his own post-prank games of tag with ANBU. The ANBU, of course, never had a chance. This was the third vacation reset in a row, and there was going to be a fourth and possibly fifth. To Anko, use of the Kurama bloodline to create a medical technique that builds up the bodies as though through exercise was the jumping-off point. If it could do that, then they could also use the Kurama bloodline to practice those techniques that build up resistance to poisons. He'd given up on learning that one before even having any company in these resets, so if they could get the poison resistance going, that would be worth yet another vacation, their fifth. The fourth, however, was already lined up, locked into their schedule now that Anko had, this very morning, completed the flesh clone technique. Now all they had to do was jam some souls in those bodies and they could bring someone back from the dead, at the cost of killing someone else, of course. But this was the ninja world. There would always be plenty of enemies. Besides, they had to have something to do with Orochimaru's infiltrators. Ibiki had actually been giggling to himself as they'd rounded up the genuine traitors to use as their raw material for this. But there really wasn't a better use for Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo. The technique hadn't worked all that well, at first, until Naruto had skipped off to Hidden Cloud and kidnapped their demon container. Two-tailed cats in legend had powers over the dead, and in practice that turned out to be true. Yujuto, after much massaging, had agreed to turn traitor to her village and join them, and one of the first things she'd done had been some mystic cat thing that had sliced through the remaining barriers in their flawed technique for raising the dead, overcoming the last obstacles to bring about total success for their resurrection technique. Now they had a pure resurrection jutsu. It required the demon cat's help to pull off, but she was just as susceptible to massages as was her container. Maybe even more so, as cats had a legendary weakness for being petted. Naturally, having access to their loved ones had triggered an explosion of people dear to those in the Kitsune clan coming back to life. Hinata had her mother, and because she asked, Niji had his father. Naruto had his father. Haku had her mother. The village was even being guarded by a couple thousand grim-faced Garas, determined to protect what was going on at the core of it, because that's where he and his siblings were bonding with their restored mother. They'd even fiddled with his seals so it was stronger and Shikaku couldn't interrupt. He couldn't take over when Gaara slept, either, and that was going to lead to the redhead sleeping for a week once he'd heard of it. They knew because they'd fixed his seal before, and that's what he did. The only thing keeping him awake right now was bonding with his real mother. Kakashi even had his own father back, who was tearing him apart over how much of a wastrel he'd become. They had clones with popcorn watching that drama, and plans to return Obito and Rin so they could take their turns. The first time they'd returned Obito, he'd torn into Kakashi even worse than their illusion had done, and that was the impure form. They couldn't wait to see what he'd do with his full faculties intact. Tsunade even had her brother, and the first and second Hokages. Naruto was quietly wondering what would happen to Orochi Bastard when he tried to raise them later on, seeing as how they weren't currently dead. Actually, Naruto probably knew the answer to that. When they tried to raise his mother, they'd gotten nothing. Like reaching into an empty cookie jar, there simply was nothing there for the technique to grab, which told him his mom was alive out there somewhere. He wasn't certain who to be furious at for that. Either her for abandoning him, or whoever convinced her to do so. But some tiny portion of his mind that was still innocent desperately hoped it wasn't her fault, that she'd had no choice in the matter, and would have stayed with him, and raised him if she could. Because still, at heart, the boy desperately wanted his mother. In some ways this reset was feeling like Parents' Day at a school, what with all of the clan excitedly leading around their relations and showing off things to them, introducing them to the clan compound just being together, telling each other of their lives and getting caught up with those lost to them. Heck, Naruto's own dad was split almost equally between wanting to kill his home village for the way they treated his son and their mutual sacrifice for the benefit of the village, and being too blown away by things his son had accomplished to be able to think much about anything. Everybody was getting deeply into party mode. Rules of anything goes prevailed. What else would make it a vacation? The previous reset had ended when Naruto, shape-shifted as Orochimaru's chair when he was visiting as the Kazekage for the third stage of the exams, used that proximity to hit him with the counter for the false face technique, and with the naked in public technique, so suddenly there was a nude girl where the Kazekage once was. Sarutobi had keeled over from a massive nosebleed. Orochimaru had killed him, of course, not that it was unexpected, it occurred all the time to where the entire clan was blasé about it. But as the clan enjoyed one vacation reset after another, things were getting progressively more weird. Not, of course, like that was a bad thing. It was quite refreshing, actually. That was when a distant clone popped itself and Naruto learned that it had succeeded at perfecting the flight jutsu at last. Okay, that meant a sixth vacation reset was in order. They'd be lucky to remember what their old roles were when they got back to the real ones. But in the meantime, he now had the last jutsu he needed for a massive prank he'd been off and on planning for the longest time. It was time to contact Ibiki with some changes to the immediate plans. Sarutobi couldn't make up his mind what to do as two jonin got carried into his office by outraged purple and nearly naked ANBU members. It turned out they'd only gotten caught when the pair of ladies could no longer control their laughter, and it was giving him odd flashbacks to Naruto. The town was in chaos today, and he couldn't understand it. Tsunade's sudden return to Konoha had no explanation he was aware of, but suddenly there were reports of dozens of dead shinobi being sighted and the Hokage could not help but suspect she'd somehow brought them back to life. In that case, there were 3 other Hokages currently running around, and, as far as Sarutobi was concerned, one of them was going to take over and he would be back to his retirement at last. That thought had him in a far more relaxed mood than normal, even as over in another part of town Sasuke was getting haunted by the ghosts of his clan, all accusing him of being a traitor. Still, relaxed as he was, some things were clear. He stared at the 2 jonin ladies acting as schoolgirls and folded his hands before him as the ANBU read a long list of charges that included dropping nearly 1,000 tons of sugar into the town's drinking water, hijacking the Nara clan's deer and hooking them to a sleigh which they then rode around town flinging gifts of condoms to anyone over 80. And not least somehow convincing Jiraiya to run around town in a green spandex jumpsuit shouting about the flames of youth. And that was just in the space of 2 hours or so. Fixing the 2 ladies giggling over the recounting of only half or so of their antics with a beady stare, the Hokage asked, "Is there anything you 2 care to say in your defense?" "Sure," Anko bubbled. Anko bubbled? Surreptitiously, the Hokage checked to make sure no one had switched out the blend of what he was smoking in his pipe. Naruto had done that once and he shuddered to think of the laws he'd almost passed under it. He enjoyed ramen more without it being a mandatory part of the shinobi diet. "It's not like any of this matters. You'll forget it all in a month, anyway." Having an illusion mistress say that to one was not reassuring. Sarutobi checked to make sure his mental defenses were fully in place. Just that moment his door got thrown open and 2 more prisoners got hauled in by ANBU. Seeing 2 clan heiresses before him, Sarutobi raised a surprised eyebrow. "What are the charges on these 2? This one, a gazelle-masked ANBU pointed at Hana Inuzuka, was found having loud sex. Sarutobi smiled. "Now, there's nothing wrong." "On the roof of the burning Utatane complex?" Gazelle ANBU asked. The 3rd Hokage's face grew stony, hearing of misfortune befalling the home of his teammate. Giving his best intimidating glare to the flushed and happy girl, who ignored it as inconsequential, he demanded, "Now just what is Councilwoman Koharu going to say about this?" "Nothing. She's dead." Hana shrugged off his threatening posture like it was nothing, completely unconcerned with the fallout of her actions. Sarutobi suddenly felt cold. The other prisoner snorted. She deserved it, too. The Hokage's eyes flicked to the young woman he barely recognized, then up to the ANBU for an explanation, who answered prompter. She was found on top of the Konoha Ninja Academy torturing the staff there with illusions of them all failing the 4th Hokage out of their classes, then the village being destroyed. You forgot the part about them being solely responsible for the murder and torture of all of their family and friends, too, Yakumo Kurama boasted. Yes, that too, the ANBU growled. Or that the QB showed up and was helping. You still don't admit that was another illusion? ANBU growled out. This time it was Anko who snorted. You should have invited me, kid. I did. You were busy, Yakumo smiled to the other ninja. Sarutobi's eyes were nearly falling out of their sockets over this. Gathering himself, he carefully tapped more tobacco into his bowl, double-checking the mixture as he did so, then leaning back and asking, would any of you care to explain this blatant disregard for the health and safety of this village? Once more the door of his office banged open, this time admitting 3 ANBU, which confused him until he realized one was a prisoner of the other 2. Yugao, Kurenai and Yakumo chorus, popping out of their seats to check on the woman. What did you get caught doing? The ANBU who'd brought her in were stiff as they reported. Sir, this woman was seen giving out ANBU masks and uniforms to visiting ninja of other nations. Can't wait to see what Kin, Tayuya and Temari get up to with them, too, the purple-haired woman giggled, causing Sarutobi to realize this was another case of the subject laughing too hard to evade capture. Just them? Anko asked with raised eyebrows. No reason to get caught doing that, after all. They could, and had, done that much privately. No, the standing ANBU captain twitched stiffly, as he reported, all of them. Every foreign ninja. And Yugao giggled uncontrollably. Even now Gaara was running around in a raccoon mask, all 1,000 or so of him. Sarutobi groaned, sensing more mischief than malice here, which puzzled him greatly. Since when had the entire village turned into copies of Naruto? And one of the standing ANBU guards choked back tears. They have perverted the Hokage monument, sir. Looking out the window, Sarutobi saw the mountain was now twice as tall as it used to be, with the newly installed upper portion being entirely a full-figure statue of Naruto wearing the Hokage's hat standing triumphantly with his foot atop the third's head, all the Hokages below him gazing worshipfully up in open adoration of Konoha's demon container. It must have taken the Ninetales chakra to do that much earth manipulation, no telling who had taught the boy the skill to do so. The Hokage shuddered. By now the door slamming open again was almost not a surprise. At this point it would have been a relief to see Naruto brought in, which thought caused the Hokage some surprise and nostalgia. Somehow this was so familiar, and yet wrong not to see the blonde boy taking part in it. Or maybe he just hadn't been caught yet. Sir, the ninja who just entered called out urgently. Half the village council are dead. A hostile stare swiveled to face Hana like a turret. Clan heir or no? Serves them right. Tsunade entered right behind the messenger, flinging him back out of the rather crowded office to make room for her. Dropping a stack of paperwork on the Hokage's desk, she announced, "These are the files for the new entries your subordinates almost didn't get to you in time." The Hokage's pipe had fallen to the floor nervously. Was that the Kazekage's hat? Yugao answered for him. Yeah. But why shouldn't she wear it? She is the Kazekage, after all, Hana finished. Sarutobi fought off a fainting spell. How? One of the stunned ANBU croaked out. Kurenai shrugged, stealing the monkey summoning contract right from out in front of the Hokage and signing it right then and there. Slamming her hand down on the desk, she got herself a mid-sized armored monkey and told it, "My friends and I require lunch. Fetch it from the Golden Dragon." So stunned were they no one mentioned her casual theft of one of the Hokage's most prized techniques, nor using it for an errand boy to one of the most expensive and most exclusive restaurants in town. Now where were we? The illusion mistress leaned back in her chair. The Hokage cleared his throat. Is it possible, or could I have just imagined it, that Tsunade, my apprentice, somehow became ruler of Hidden San? Yugao answered, digging into her newly delivered lunch. She does that all the time now. Says it doesn't have any of the unhappy memories associated with your hat. You ought to hear her cackling when she sends Jonin off on missions to eradicate her debt. Enko nodded approvingly. Her intelligence on those assignments is near flawless now. They never fail to succeed. Sarutobi rubbed his temples with both hands. How? He somehow loaded a great deal of meaning into that word. Isn't hard, Yakumo, who was the last person he'd expected to answer, kicked back with her own newly delivered lunch held in her lap. Fake being a long-term deep cover agent returning home, revealed that Orochi bastards slaughtered their last leader, and boom. You're in. Heck, I've been Kazekage once before now. Tsunade's been nice about letting most of us have turns. Suddenly rubbing his temples wasn't making the headache go away. He also noted in a dry corner of his mind that the monkey hadn't delivered him lunch. Less paperwork than this job, too, Kurenai added approvingly. That was not something Sarutobi wanted to hear. It's our civilian council, always creating more work than they're worth. Yugao nodded knowingly, chowing down on her delicious roast duck. That didn't make the Hokage feel any better. The civilian council, he began, until Hana waved her hand and a stack of papers appeared in the air and fell onto his desk, instantly fascinating him. A paperwork jutsu? Why had he never heard of such a thing? The ability to create already completed paperwork out of thin air ought to be a Kage rank technique known to everyone in his position if such a thing existed at all. What is this? He asked, picking up the top sheet off the pile. Some of the laws your precious teammates and Danzo shove through after you are dead, Enko answered for him, seeing as how Hana's mouth was full. It didn't take long skimming them for Sarutobi to be utterly horrified. Once more, he knew the styles and forms of documents of this village, and though these papers had never passed his desk, nor could they while he lived, they bore every mark of being absolutely authentic, and utterly ruthless as they stripped power away from the Hokage's office and gave it to the council, not to mention enacted other travesties. His head was spinning. How can you know what they do after I am dead? He asked in tones devoid of undertone or emotion. Enko shrugged, answering brutally enough, simple. You die just about every reset. We went through a time a while back where we tried to save you, but it really wasn't worth it. Lots of effort, and you never were very grateful. Here, this is what it looked like. Seconds later, Sarutobi shuddered, falling forward onto his desk after having just lived through the experience of having his most beloved yet treacherous student slaughter him during the third stage of the Chunin exam. Naruto had copied the memory once by pretending to be his hat. So it was easy enough for his wives to recall. By now they all knew the memory transfer techniques. Sarutobi was still struggling through the memory of having summoned death. Pretty much whenever you die they start enacting these laws, Kurenai told him somewhat casually. The offhand nature of their remarks really struck him. They didn't care. He had been Hokage for a very long time, and never before had he seen ninja care so little for his authority or opinion. He'd seen them defiant, turned traitor, or outright rebellious, but never before dismiss him so casually, as though there was nothing he could do of any significance to them. Sarutobi had been a great many things over his long life, but since his early childhood he had been powerful. So it was a completely new sensation to the god of shinobi to have people completely unconcerned about him, as though nothing he did could possibly matter to them at all. Not the usual attitudes of prisoners brought to his office by a long shot. Resets? The man managed to pack a whole wealth of questions into that single word. Stuck in a time loop, Enko blew him off, more interested in her duck. It gets a bit crazy, what with the invasion and all. Although you've got to admit, it's gotten a lot better now that we're killing Orochimaru, rather than the other way around, Hana giggled. And Tsunade is able to keep Sand from betraying us. It's almost relaxing now. Yeah. But an eternity of waiting for Naruto to make Chunin while facing S-rank foes doing so gets a bit old, Enko shot back. The Hokage shot a direct look to Kurenai, who shrugged somewhat apologetically and answered, We are continually facing a crisis on par with any that ever struck this village, and whether we emerge victorious or get reduced to the level of a minor village is all up to Naruto. But, knowing that, it does tend to erode one's faith in one's village to see their greatest hero denied a chance at promotion when he saves them over and over again. I see, the Hokage nodded soberly, drawing a piece of paper to him. Making 3 marks on the form and signing it, he turned it over to the women. There, Naruto is now officially a chunin. Why don't you tell me about this invasion? The women in the room went white. At that moment, trumpet fanfares sounded outside. Konoha was a large village. Actually, at about 80,000 occupants, for a world without modern methods of transportation and shipping, it was unspeakably huge. Almost none of the capitals of nations could equal it for size. The downtown heart of Konoha, where the Hokage Monument and Tower, as well as the Ninja Academy and shopping districts, was built a substantial distance from the walls. So for a trumpet fanfare to reach them across that distance was basically unheard of. It required more trumpets sounding together than any lord held in his retinue. Alone, that spoke of wealth outside the reach of any feudal lord. The gate guards, lax as usual and peaceful, laid-back Konoha, were unprepared for late arrivals to the Chunin exam, but accepted their paperwork without question. That changed when those first few messengers told them they had to activate a seal array to summon their exam participants, and jump back to open a huge, swirling wormhole above the road into town, out of which marched a parade of ninja in colorful livery and lockstep formation, 12 abreast and looking like their line went on forever. Uniforms for ninja amounted to nothing more than a set of BDUs and armor, but if they ever had a dress uniform it still wouldn't have looked this good. Once the first 200 or so were out, they revealed themselves to be simply heralds for the rest of the party and stepped aside to either side of the roadway in synchronized movements that spoke of countless hours of drill getting the motion just right, more time than many samurai spent training on their sword katas. Then the peal of 200 trumpets sounded across all of Konoha. Curious onlookers gathered to look on in awe as the real procession made its way out of the hole in the air and the trumpets went on playing a brilliant example of rare skill and ingenuity. Melodies dancing across each other like a tumbling pile of playful puppies in one gigantic, harmonious fugue. Bright, cheery, triumphal music carried all of the way across town, and if the trumpet-playing heralds were well-dressed, that was as nothing compared to the ninja emerging from that hole, also in lockstep formation that the very finest of drill instructors would have been proud of. Not a motion was out of place as the parade just went on and on. Naruto had been a tailor of outrageous skill for quite some time now and had experimented with countless styles, and these represented the best of them, fighting outfits as colorful as flowers, as flamboyant as gypsies, yet as practical as anything ever introduced to combat, wonderful and deadly as ice. That one such costume was present would have been remarkable on its own, but Naruto had thousands of such designs, and each new arrival was unique. The outfits alone probably cost more than the entire worth of Konoha. The lengths to which Naruto would go for a great prank had only increased during the resets. And that they were currently, at least insofar as he knew, in a vacation reset only made anything allowable no limits. He could do quite a work of art with those boundaries. Orochimaru had been an unavoidable focus of the clan's attention since well before there was a Kitsune clan. He had been an integral, often unavoidable, part of their lives since the resets began. Several times now the clan had plumbed his mind for secrets of his various bloodline experiments. They had insider agents he could not suspect, as prior to the resets those same people were perfectly loyal to him. They had Tsunade's medical expertise, and the often unwitting help of the Snake Sanin's own accomplices. No, they had learned quite a bit of what Orochimaru had discovered as far as the creation of blood limits went. Even, in some cases, more than he did, as he left off experiments they'd later completed, or forgotten research they directed him, either directly or indirectly during the resets, to perform. Besides, the members of Clan Kitsune had started out these experiments already among the elemental country's foremost experts on bloodline theft. It was inevitable that at some point that would become the focus of a prank, and given their degree of skill at it, only a truly monumental prank would do. Anything less than stupendous would be disrespectful to the amount of work, dedication, and effort put into acquiring the tools to pull it off. It was, of course, inevitable that while learning so much about Orochimaru's efforts to create bloodlines for himself and his ninja that the Kitsune should discover his attempts to make the ultimate underwater ninja in Sea Country. Tracking those records back to the remaining scientist and experiment was a bit more effort, but hardly difficult. It had actually been among the most useful steps in stabilizing the Tiger Elixir of Mizuki, which offered tremendous power but was unstable and rapidly broke down, to go off to Sea Country and investigate similar experiments done by mostly the same minds which were completely stable, if not entirely as universally effectual. That had been the reason they'd discovered Isaribi. Really, Naruto had hit it off so well that had been a red-letter day for the clan, and Hana and Enko were already taking bets as to when she would join up. She'd be a member already, save for Tsunade wanting to do more research into the combination of her incomplete aquatic bloodline and the established Kitsune powers. Orochimaru may have lost interest in the underwater ninja project, deeming in the end aquatic ninja to be of limited utility. But when the scientist at the head of a genetic project applies the results to himself, you can be pretty certain the testing is completed. And what's more, this bloodline had a power rarely found anywhere, that of being able to switch seamlessly from having outward signs and new appendages to a pure human appearance. That would save a lot of chakra and countless shape shifts, keeping their unique appearances hidden. Some time ago the clan had showed up as Orochimaru and the Sound Four. Having long enough acquaintance with them, they'd been able to impersonate him and convince the medic ninja in charge of the project to spill his guts about all of the particulars, hoping to interest his once sponsor to contribute resources again, and a time or two they'd even done so, directing the work this way or that to explore the options. One of those close brushes with Itachi, after having gone back to the old classic of revealing Sasuke to be a secret Puwalder, they had even gotten hold of one of Kisame's scales, and the researcher had been able to draw all sorts of useful insights out of that, which the Kitsune had dutifully recorded, particularly because, having lost Hinata and Kurenai battling him, they were not about to take that course again. Some sacrifices just aren't worth the knowledge obtained from them. So anyway, they knew more about the process for aquatic ninja than anybody these days, and were easily able to complete Isaribi's transformation, so she was able to get the full benefits of the bloodline, seamless transformation and all. They could also remove it, something the scientist in charge could not do, and whether they did one or the other would be determined by how well her bloodline could work with the Kitsune changes. Naturally, having so many girls in the clan, they were also playing around with the appearance. There were ugly fish and pretty fish, and the one the project had originally been based on was not an attractive one. So they were playing around with replacement looks, and their current favorite was one based on the Japanese fighting fish, which all of them agreed was gorgeous. It didn't hurt that Tsunade worked in chameleon DNA so they could change their colors at a whim in that form. Of course, this being a vacation reset, it did not matter what they did, so long as they kept copious notes on anything new discovered, and Naruto went ahead and applied Isaribi's bloodline to himself, just to see the modified version, of course. This prank was going to be at least partially in her honor, anyway. The parade of impeccably dressed ninja waved many streaming standards over their heads as they marched. Colorful banners waved proudly above the participants, representing many dead or foreign ninja clans, even some out of Konoha, confusing the more astute observers a great deal. Why were they claiming to represent so many clans? Others, the more ignorant or less suspicious, hardly cared. This parade was a once-in-a-lifetime event, with not only amazing standards of music, chiefly trumpet and drums, and brightly colored clothes, but also a rare art in the ninja world, that of precision, coordinated movement. Periodically the straight marching column would break up with part of the arriving ninja suddenly taking a sharp turn and step at an angle that would have caused them to collide with another person had not that other also turned to move in a way that let streams of ninja march in between each other at right angles, diagonal cross-hatching, and other artful forms that took the breath away, tossed out as casually as a man at a stall hawks fish. Nobody bothered to learn the precise, machine movements of well-drilled performance troops in their world, so it came across as amazing in a way that powerful jutsu would not be. The fact that hundreds of tiger cavalry was present in the mix, as well as dog-using ninja, only added to the complexity of the arrangements. The brilliant costumes of everyone involved only enhanced the visual effects. It took some doing. Normal forehead protectors would only have detracted from the amazing fashion display going on here, but more observant ninja called in to watch this increasingly giant parade did finally note that each of the arriving ninja did wear a unifying symbol somewhere on their clothing. A paw print. Trouble was, nobody knew of any ninja village or clan to use that symbol, and considering the numbers of arriving ninja wearing it, the receiving force was beginning to panic just a bit. One terrified gate guard made record speed racing to the Hokage Tower with the entry papers for the contestants of the secret village of the beasts. By the time the wormhole they'd arrived through had closed, there were 2,500 ninja inside Konoha wearing the paw symbol. Just from numbers alone, this group was beginning to cause defending ANBU to sweat, and nobody could make out any distinct rank identifiers on the new arrivals. 100 or so foreign ninja present for Chunin exams could accomplish nothing save for a bit of spying or sabotage. Thousands was an invasion force, and many Konoha shinobi observing this began to uncomfortably review their lack of recent training during these peaceful times. A major ninja village had about 5,000 ninja at any one time. Konoha was a clear frontrunner in having roughly twice that, while Suna had been crippled by their daimyo until they had approximately half that, to the point where some of the larger minor villages were a credible threat to them. Due to constraints for training, proportions for those ninja were about the same all over the world, giving everybody about 80% genin, 15% chunin, and 5% jonin with, if they were lucky, a ninja or two suitable to call kage rank. But just in case they didn't, all of the villages kept a secret scroll containing techniques for handing to their best jonin to bring him up to kage standards in the event they needed a new leader and had no one else qualified to do the task. Because of all of the chaos and vulnerability caused by the loss of a leader, it was important they be as close to assassination-proof as possible. Now, not all of those ninja could perform missions. Roughly half at any one time were tied down to more or less permanent administrative tasks like security guards for important sites and persons, mission assessment and assignment, archives, ANBU, torture and interrogation duties, and so on. So only about half were available for paying missions, and they tried to keep busy, so a substantial fraction of those were on assignment at any time. So Konoha, which had roughly 10,000 ninja, had about 5,000 split up between serving as guards for their prison, the Hokage Tower, gates, the wall, and important persons, running their secure archives of records, roving ANBU patrols, and just keeping all of the tasks that required security clearances and some amount of trust or non-killability going. It was a big town, there were a lot of those things to do. Then, of the 5,000 that were left, anywhere from 1/4 to 2/3 were out on missions of one sort or another. At the time of the Chunin exams, it was about half, so they had 2,500 mission-ready ninja on hand. For the invasion, San had cut security at home to the bone, sealing important structures in their absence, shut down both outside missions and the mission office, and committed almost 2,000 ninja to the attack, with Sound contributing just over another 1,000. Attacking by surprise, backed up by mighty summons, they had managed to slaughter between 2,000 and 3,000 Konoha ninja before the attack failed, along with almost 5 times that number of civilians, but it was not the total annihilation Orochimaru craved, although it could have been. Had not Gaara been dealt with early on by Naruto, and Jiraiya taken care of one of the largest snakes, that invasion had had a chance of succeeding. And had Orochimaru himself not been crippled while assassinating the Hokage, he could well have turned the tides in the attackers' favor again. It was an amazing stroke of luck for Konoha that they had counters for the 3 most dangerous heavy hitters on the enemy side present at that time, seeing as how Jiraiya was rarely in town, and Naruto had no experience taking down giant, city-destroying monsters up until that point. Also, if Orochimaru had taken Sarutobi seriously and not toyed around with him, he could have finished the old man before he'd put aside his affection for his much-beloved student, and the Sannin would have escaped from that fight unharmed. So the invasion had had a real chance of succeeding. Still, an assault force of 3,000 ninja was hardly seen even during a major ninja war, so since it took that to seriously threaten them, Konoha had some justification in feeling impervious to outside threat. A force equal to the total available mobile army of a major village inside their town defenses was a shocking wake-up call to their complacency. This was tempered somewhat by the fact that the arriving ninja did nothing but march and play music for the longest time, but when they reached the heart of the hidden village of Leaf where the Chunin exams were being held, they exploded outward in a 3-dimensional kaleidoscope of color and motion. Flashes of color from wings and tails confused everybody as out of nowhere the parade went from an orderly march to an explosion of light and color. Countless ANBU had accidents at the sudden change. It was like a firework going off, a spark as small as a fuse filling the whole earth with light and noise all at once. The new ninja were instantly everywhere, sprouting cat ears and foxtails, fins and feathered bird wings and tails as they danced, knocking down quite a few kunai flung by Konoha ninja whose nerves had frayed without breaking step or even appearing to notice the attacks. Suddenly it became clear why they wore the paw print, and rumors circulating out of the Hokage Tower called them ninja of the secret village of beasts, as all of the new arrivals sprouted animal features of some sort as they burst outward, dancing on walls, wires, upside down or in flight. Beast ninja filled the entire heart of Konoha with light and sound and motion and color as they raced about on rollerblades, danced on tops of giant balls, or surfed down streets, up walls and around shops, the earth splashing and rising like waves to carry them about in laughing and happy abandon that was at once playful and chaotic and perfectly choreographed. They spun and they twirled in perfect unison. Not one beast ninja was out of place so much as a step in this gigantic, fantastic display, in spite of not a few panicked attacks upon them. No ninja village, or indeed any nation in the elemental countries, had ever seen anything like it. The ANBU got themselves under control once it became clear this was yet another dance move for the new arrivals. Although not a few felt shame to have missed on those abortive attacks, no ninja likes to be treated as so minor a threat he can be ignored, and they like it less the higher they rise in rank. To not even disrupt the arrivals' display really stung ANBU pride. You're supposed to notice when someone tries to kill you. It's only polite. Careful observers noted 5 distinct groups of beast ninja currently leaping and cavorting over their town in an amazing display of ninja acrobatics. Most alarming to those of Konoha were those who had fox features, long fluffy tails waving about in tune to their dance steps, pert ears and whiskers. The others were not so bad, and those with similar canine features using dog companions not unlike the Inuzuka, were almost comforting, as Konoha knew and liked their own dog users. Next most alarming were those whose large musculature, striped cat ears and tails, mounted on monstrously large tigers, marked them as tiger ninja. You only had to look at them to know their strength and dexterity was far above the norm, even for ninja, and most of them wore heavy armor. Seeing gorgeous blue, purple, turquoise or green fish people whose long fins draped about them like veils dance on top of balls, leap and spin about in the air spraying water droplets everywhere was unusual even among ninja, but nothing compared to seeing colorful bird ninja hybrids flying about overhead on parrot wings. Then another burst of light and motion, and there were summons of a bewildering variety mixed in, intermingled with every event. Giant toads up to the size of a house juggled balls with their feet, balls upon which fish ninja still danced as they sailed through the air and arcs across as juggling toads traded balls between them. Slugs formed giant slides down which fox ninja skied or surfed or skated. Dog summons joined dog ninja in their performances while monkey summons worked together as groups to toss turtle summons in among the balls the toads were juggling, to be danced upon and juggled with them, then danced themselves with the ninja who had summoned them. Giant summoned weasels raced through town dragging fox ninja water skiing on the dirt behind them, and such was their earth manipulation powers that it acted exactly like water under them, even splashing about and leaving wakes that lifted and sank the civilians behind them as though they stood on water. And the stunts they did as those fox ninja spun and twirled about on skis, crossed each other in jumps, and flipped had to be seen to be believed. That every one of the visiting ninja had looks like happy 5-year-olds, totally unafraid as they played, actually made the civilians view the whole thing as a giant party. The fact none of these ninja had drawn a weapon certainly helped, and the only jutsu they used were part of their performance. This last became clear as part of a giant finale where gigantic trees burst forth out of the ground, on which the visiting ninja draped their dances like Christmas ornaments, big balls of effervescent water forming between them. Then they called down lightning to link all the bubbling water globes formed among all beast ninja, wreathing the towering trees and most of the surrounding town with bright, glowing, multicolor, bubbling spheres and traceries of gorgeous lightning as if in the world's largest display of strings of Christmas bulbs, a sudden storm of wind decorating the whole with a swirl of flower petals. As they concluded this unspeakably wonderful performance, Ibiki looked up from his book where he was grading the replay of the ninja dance-off as part of the first test. Ninja of the Beast Village, pass. He calmly marked down the appropriate grade in his ledger. Given a moment of respite, the ninja of Konoha would have sorted things out. They might even have seen through the fact that their visiting village was 2,000 individually unique clones of Naruto, boys and girls. However, that's exactly why he never gave them that chance. A pair of red beams of light lanced out of the cloud cover overhead and converged on the trunk of the largest tree grown by the beast ninja, causing it explode, bursting out in flame and the top half to fall, cut away. As beast ninja scrambled in shock to save themselves from this collapse, even the least observant ninja of Konoha figured out they hadn't planned this attack. As even their oh-so-confident visitors scrambled in shock away from the ruin of their celebration, a second blast came down out of the sky, and this one struck outside of the settled areas but still inside the wall, flattening a wide area and causing Konoha to shake with the power of the shockwave. That's when the buzzing was heard. Not the familiar hum of insects, it was something more electrical, a noise of machinery. Then the landing craft lowered out of the clouds. It was gray and massive. Military. Hardly a building in Konoha equaled its size, and it was floating through the air in precisely the same way bricks don't, attended by dozens of smaller craft zipping around it like angry bees ready to defend the hive. One could so easily imagine dark, ominous music playing. Anyone familiar with Star Wars would have recognized it instantly as an oversized Imperial shuttle attended by dozens of TIE fighters. But Naruto knew they didn't watch that movie here. He'd summoned it himself once, and had never been able to repeat that to get exactly that same tape since. Allowed to do what they wanted, the ninja of Konoha would have pride at this seemingly new village until they found something. Naruto was a genius with a peculiar gift for acting, but even he had limits. Faced with two unknowns, they'd be worried as much about the dynamics between them as the unknowns individually. Before the ninja of Konoha had overcome their surprise, the shuttle had landed in the blast crater and begun disgorging armored troops marching down ramps in stormtrooper armor, intermingled with back-uniformed Imperial officers. Only the range and the fact that a messenger on a weird platform came flying out to deliver a marked scroll to the Hokage, who was standing outside on a balcony, stopped Konoha ninja from attacking. They were entry papers to the Chunin exam. The secret village of doom had arrived. Stage magic. What a beautiful thing. Priceless for pranks, too. Naruto had come across a useful phrase out of all of the books and things he'd summoned: playing with technology, post hoc, ergo propter hoc. Fortunately, that also came along with a translation into English, which he could now read fluently after this, therefore, because of this. It was a useful phrase because it described what was a default human assumption. If you kick a table, and the leg breaks and it falls down, you assume that the leg broke and it fell down because you kicked it. That is what you are going to believe unless you have reason to question that assumption. Like if you put an egg timer on a table and the table collapses, you know that an egg timer is not sufficient on its own to cause a standard table to collapse, and so you start looking deeper, probably starting with the assumption that table was weaker than it should have been. The beauty of stage magic was that it gave what looked to be on the surface a logical series of events, so nobody questioned it. Say for a moment you start out with a table with a broken leg. Most of those can be fit together so it looks right, even though it has no strength and can fall over at the least jostle. Then you tie a bit of fishing line to the bottom of the broken leg, something so thin and transparent as to be invisible from any distance, and have someone waiting out of sight to pull on it. Then have an illusion of a person walk up to that table and pretend to kick it, while the person lurking out of sight gets a signal and pulls on the string. To any observer, it will look like someone kicked the table, the leg broke, and it fell down, even though that's not what happened. Naruto was using the same principle to play with the minds of Konoha. Really, he was giving them something like a puppet show. Pull on a white sock over this hand, complete with cloth eyes and stuff. Ooh. Look. This is Beast Village. Then pull a black sock puppet over the other hand. Ooh, look. Here are their rivals. Doom Village. So long as a puppeteer hides behind a curtain at the bottom of the stage, he can act out a show and all the focus will be on the puppets, not the man behind the curtain. Ninja liked to think they weren't that gullible, but they were. They were human, and it was a human failing. All the attention in Konoha right now was focused on the two new villages when really both were made up exclusively of clones acting out parts in Naruto's program. Beast Village had been easy. The bloodlines they already had or could easily fake. The dog appearance was just a minor shape shift of their foxy bits, and the bird was something they'd been working on for their own amusement. They didn't only copy others' work on bloodline creation. This was an original project of their own because, well, flying ninja were cool. Sneaking them in was even easier. Send a small group of clones to arrive at the entrance of the village, then use an illusion to simulate a wormhole and have the emissary clones make a couple thousand extra clones a few at a time to march through it. All of the Konoha ninja were on one side of that portal, the side pointed toward Konoha, so they only saw them walking out, not being created behind it, and walking in the backstage side of the illusion. Easy. The Konoha ninja were too busy trying to understand the dummy seal array, then panicking over the number of clones to pay much attention to how the real trick was played. Look in the right hand, the right hand. Pay no attention to what the left is doing, was the game with that trick. Besides, ninja were so accustomed to the impossible happen all the time around them that when something went off right in front of them, they didn't waste any time being skeptical. Instead, they were trying to figure out how it worked so they could do it themselves. Or so they could fight it effectively if it comes to that. Sometimes people don't look for obvious things. So you could, on occasion, pull off a stunt like standing before a fence, holding up a sheet in front of you painted to look like that fence, and they'd run right by. Or walk a bunch of people right through an illusion of a mysterious transport device. You'd think Ninja would be more on the ball than that, but at least board gate guards caught off guard weren't. Boring duty rots the brain. The trick with Doom Village's arrival was far more involved, but at the same time even easier to pull off, with less chance of getting caught doing it. Looking over the Uchiha clan library, there were all manner of jutsu and things recorded in there. Some of those were exciting, flashy stuff to be used in battle, and some was not. Among that which was not was an old, not used for nearly a century, technique for marking out borders or measuring land before you put down a foundation prior to construction. You couldn't pay most modern ninja to learn it, construction was civilian work, but Naruto was interested in construction, so he had, and it proved to be surprisingly useful. The way the thing worked, two ninja, who each had to know the technique, stood at a distance apart from each other and went through the hand seals to activate it. Then a thin line would form in between them with information telling them about how long it was, what the angle up or down was between them, and so on. Get 4 or more together, and they can each link together with lines, so you could mark out a whole foundation, corner to corner. Very useful to know if the spot you've picked out is big enough for the building you've planned, if the plot is level and what the angles are so you know if the corners are correct or not before you dig the first shovelful of dirt. But pretty much a dead waste of time and chakra in battle. Unless, of course, you happen to be the number one surprising ninja who can tweak jutsu just a trifle, so the beam between the two ninja is, say, a foot in diameter instead of pencil thin, and glows bright red. The post hoc, ergo propter hoc comes back into play here, as when ninjas see bright red lines coming down out of the sky, and what was on one end of those lines explodes, they assume, quite naturally, that it exploded because those lines hit it. Not so. Naruto's clones had been all over that tree, dancing as part of the display. It was quite easy for them to place explosive tags when and where they wanted to. And a couple of clones standing at the receiving point, forming the jutsu to create the red lines along with a couple of clones flying up in the clouds, at the same time as the clones on the ground activate the explosive tags they are standing on, and you get beams from the sky, then explosions cutting the gigantic tree in half while his beast clones pretended to panic. Naruto was a very realistic actor. He'd had to be. Then the same thing out in some fields they knew to be vacant, using much more powerful exploding tags. He'd been playing around with the design and could make tags 100 times more explosive than normal, and you could set them off in stacks if you desired, and you have a very realistic boom and shockwave to startle the town. Easy. The only complicated part had been getting a couple of clones high enough in the air they could hide among the clouds, because the point of origin had to be obscured, and learning how to fly had solved that. The shuttle had really been a hot air balloon, or dirigible actually, and the hard part about moving it around had again been solved by what he'd learned about flight out of that book. Same with the supposed fighters. They didn't have to do anything, only look impressive. One clone had been stationed inside the shuttle to create more clones to form the massive army that marched out, and another was outside, concealed in the clouds so it could use wind and puppetry techniques to move the shuttle and fighters, and there you go, one mysterious invasion force landing in a show of power. So you had two ninja villages showing up, most of whom were Naruto, with a few clones of his angels thrown in ways calculated to panic everybody, taking the whole thing quite seriously, when really it was a very large prank. Probably the largest prank ever pulled off in the elemental nations. Hey you guys! The Hokage made Naruto a chunin. The resets may be over. Ino and the original Yugao looked at each other, caught arms deep in a half-disassembled but still living Sasuke by IM flashing through in an ice mirror teleport, leaning out of the surface just long enough to tell them the resets might be over before going on to warn the rest of the clan. The two girls looked down at the body between them. The boy's chest cavity gaped open, and half his organs were out and laying on tables in different baths of medical fluids. Sasuke's mind was trapped in a hell-viewing illusion specially tailored to drive him insane, working on the last Uchiha's weaknesses by having his ghostly relatives show up and tell him in minute detail why he sucked. While his brain was busy with that, they'd been experimenting with the body, partly testing the effectiveness of various life support jutsu for their medical bag of tricks, but also working out the bugs and even stranger experiments. Vacation resets were the time for the really wild and wigged out stuff, after all. At the moment, they'd been Frankensteining Sasuke, with different parts going through their own separate genetic rewrites so they could see some of what occurred when different parts with different genetic codes got sewn together. Yugao had only just begun rearranging the face, having lifted up the skin on half of it to work on the underlying tissue, experimenting with new looks for part of their deep cover agent disguise program, while Ino was already halfway through the surgical and hormonal treatments to transform the Uchiha into a girl. Sharing another look, they hurriedly began to reassemble him. The village could be convinced to overlook a lot of things, but they loved the Uchiha so much the clan had never once managed to talk their way out of killing him, in resets when they got caught. Part of what made it so fun. Something seemed wrong. Hey Vicky? Yes, Naruto? The Kyuubi in human form turned to her master. Naruto was closely regarding the summons, just finishing up the performance with the beast ninja. I can't believe I never asked this before, but is there a summons contract for foxes? Those dog ninja with dog summons is just too cool a theme. We need to expand on it. The Kyuubi in human form blinked at him, then smiled warmly. Of course there is a fox contract. Here, I'll let you sign it right away. Might have to look into fish and birds too, he mused. Maybe come up with some way to work in monkey ninja and toad ninja. Those animal-themed pairings of ninja clans and summons are just too cool. His eyes seemed to go alight. Vicky stiffened. If you are going to go reproduce those ninja turtles you saw in that tape you summoned, she threatened. Naruto just grinned in reply. I'll tell your wives, she warned, pointing a finger at him. Tayuya was having a great day. She couldn't wait to tell the clan about it. For one thing, on the last reset testing to see if she couldn't figure out how the flying thunder god seals worked, she'd somehow wound up in demon country, and since she'd found herself at a shrine anyway, had figured why not, and asked if any of the priestesses there knew how to deal with possession. One did. It had taken swearing herself in as a shrine maiden for a reset, but for the rest of that one she'd got taught how, and this morning right out of the tent slapping an ofuda on Orochimaru's head resulted in some black mist leaking out his nostrils and ears, before the body itself fell limply to the ground. Tayuya watched, amused, as the former leader of Sound's body rapidly began going through a sort of decomposition. In seconds the false face jutsu had fallen away of its own accord and the body had already lost its pale color and black hair in proportion as the black mist jetted out. She noted idly the host's body was a redhead. Who would have guessed? Scratch one Orochimaru, and now they had a more reliable way to defeat him. Heck, those ofuda were simply seals. She was sure they could set up an area where possession was impossible, just like that time they'd blocked out all teleport and summoning techniques from the Forest of Death. And wouldn't that drive Orochimaru insane? The rest of the Sound Four looked at the lone kunoichi in their midst like she was insane, which was hardly abnormal, but amusing in its way. Tayuya cocked her head and smiled. Sorry guys. I'm a deep cover agent, and one dead Kage deserves another. Then she clapped her hands together and bounced perkily on her toes. So, anyone want to defect to Sand Village? Behind her in the woods a white snake formed out of coalescing black mist, eyed Tayuya balefully from a distance, then fled. Haku completed the last seal and laid the brush down delicately. Then she slapped her hand on the ground. Summoning no jutsu. It was insanely dangerous to create a new summoning scroll, but what did she care? She'd already been dead, and would be again at the start of the next reset, and once more they'd bring her back again. What was a little risk of life and limb in the face of that? The young girl's face went all aglow as the marks on her scroll went alight in the proper order, and with a puff of chakra a horse-sized butterfly appeared in the air before her, awaiting her command. Haku couldn't help but flick the tip of her foxy tail in delight. Being a part of Naruto-sama's clan would ensure she kept whatever memories she gained, and thus any successful experiments could be repeated as often as desired. That made it both a joy and a delight to do them. She didn't even tense up as an ice mirror formed out of the air to her right, as the only people who could do that anymore to her knowledge were her husband and clan sisters, so it did not register as a threat. Ayam leaned out briefly to urgently shout, Hey Haku! The Hokage made Naruto a chunin. The resets may be over. The mirror vanished as quickly as it had formed and left behind Haku stiff with fright. Suddenly the Ice Maiden's heart was pounding loud as she stared down at the butterfly scroll she'd created, considering the insane risk she'd just gone through to make it. So much for doing one for rabbits next. She delicately picked up the functioning butterfly and dragonfly scrolls and clutched them to her chest, waiting for her heartbeat to die down to normal. Everything I have ever taught you, you have betrayed. Horribly bruised and battered from the beating he just received, and that he'd been too shocked to defend against, Kakashi watched in stunned horror as Tsukumo Hatake, his father, crushed the plucked-out eye Obito had given him in one fist, liquid spilling out from between his fingers as he did it. Shaking the ruined orb from his hand, Tsukumo told his son, "You are lazy, bigoted, disrespectful of others, and a continual insult to those who work hard to succeed. An unforgivable insult as a hard-working ninja is exactly the type I taught you to be, and the only ones worth anything. I cannot think of a worse example you could be setting for Konoha's youth. And it ends today." Contemptuously stripping off his son's mask so the world could see him whimper, Tsukumo leaned forward to stare into his son's remaining eye. "Whether you survive that lesson is up to you." The killing intent came cold and fierce, and worse that Kakashi had never felt it from his own father before. Tsukumo reached backwards without a word, and a pleased Tenten, standing behind the outraged parent, placed his reforged sword into his hand, the same one Kakashi had so carelessly broken. Instantly as it met Tsukumo's hand, it went ablaze with white chakra. The clones watching this on handy bleachers burst out into applause. Part of being a vacation reset meant never having to clean up after yourself. Danzo cracked open the lid of the coffin he'd been trapped in at last, spilling out the ash and sand and other ingredients that had been part of the failed pure resurrection technique they tried to use to reanimate Naruto's mother. Stepping out of the mess, the ancient Warhawk was pissed. The nearest Naruto clone was easy to find. It was halfway through modifying the Hokage Tower into a giant phallus. Although how he managed to subvert the seals that protected the place, not even the ANBU he was dodging knew. "Naruto, stop that at once!" The grinning blonde boy appeared before Tsunade, who'd called out to him. The Hokage's cries he'd ignored. The old man always wanted to stop him from vandalizing his place of business, hanging upside down on a double handful of ninja wires. "Hey there, hot stuff! Is it time for our orgy already?" Tsunade turned pink for the first time in a long time, not able to resist a somewhat chagrined glance to the Hokage standing beside her. "No, Naruto, not that. In fact, we may not do that today." "But I'm already halfway through decorating." The boy waved a hand at the tower, confused. "Do you know how hard it was to run all those pipes and find the right mix to turn the water white in the fountain?" Seeing his current wives mortified, Naruto wondered why. This wasn't their first time doing this. Looking for reasons, he scanned the small crowd, eyes passing over the third Hokage as no consequence, something that Hokage noted, to check out the embarrassed stances of Tsunade, currently the Kazekage, Anko, Kurenai, Hana, Yakumo, and a Yugao clone. That's when he caught it. They were all wearing Suna headbands. Yugao explained, "We got caught, and accepted sole responsibility for killing half the civilian council and Sarutobi's teammates. As Konoha ninja, that's treason, and the only punishment is death." Tsunade nodded. "However, as Suna ninja, that's merely a diplomatic incident. So as Kazekage, I claimed responsibility for sending them on that mission." The husband shrugged, hanging upside down, which made it look more than a little weird. "That's never happened before." Ahem, the Hokage cleared his throat, only to get ignored like a squeaky piece of furniture. Naruto refocused on him only when all of his currently present wives stiffened and started giving off "this is important" vibes. Seeing he finally had the boy's attention, Sarabody smiled and presented him with a rolled-up scroll. "Congratulations, my boy. You are a Chunin." Naruto's reaction upon being presented with his certificate of promotion took the Hokage like a punch to the gut. Where he'd been expecting gleeful shouts and joyful capering about, the blonde youth took it with a bored, "Che, Anko told me a long time ago I'd need to be at Kage's strength before I'd make Chunin rank in this town." The Hokage's hopeful face sank down below his shoes as the newest Chunin of Konoha wadded up the paper that was to most a cherished emblem and discarded it negligently with a casually toss over one shoulder. Looks like she was right. So he turned to the girls. "Where do we move?" Move? Naruto's words failed the shocked old man. The confident youngster gave him a dismissive, "You're still here," glance, before explaining, as it was the easiest way to get him to go away, "Listen, old man, there has never been a Chunin exam where I haven't been forced to deal with two S-rank foes, at least, Orochimaru and Gaara. And fighting them never brought me promotion before, even though you'd think it would worth an automatic upgrade for a genin to seriously fight those two and live." Sarutobi felt somewhat ashamed at the boy's words, because with anyone else it would be. But he could see how the civilian council. Naruto drilled him with an unfriendly glance, as if sensing his thoughts. "Not even when you live was that worth the promotion it ought to be. Not even when I am right there visibly saving your life from Orochimaru's attack was that worth even the slightest recognition from you for the achievement." Now Sarutobi felt doubly ashamed. He could only hope he'd become distracted by the aftermath. But promotions had to have been involved somewhere, and he had to admit if the council could play him well enough to not recognize the level of accomplishment Naruto talked about displaying, then he had to ask the very difficult and humiliating question of just how good were they at manipulating him. How much had they slipped by him in the past, and not only with regards to Naruto. And the answer to that question was anything but pleasant. Because until now he'd have said he was entirely on top of the situation, when obviously he was anything but. And Sarutobi was enough of a ninja to recognize if he never noticed their manipulating him, then they'd played him very well indeed. Naruto dismissed it all with a shrug. "There aren't enough S-rank ninja in the world for me to defeat in order to gain Jonin rank in this place. I could defeat genocidal, immortal madmen by the dozen, then save every life in this village and not even come close. You holding my parentage secret for so long has ensured nothing block the hate they hold me in, and thus any promotion they can block, they will do so just to spite me, just like with Anko. You cave any time the civilian council puts you under the least pressure, so any theoretical protection you provide would be useless. So if I want to move up in rank, the only way is to go elsewhere. The only question is where." Sarutobi, the third Hokage, left that conversation a broken man. He had never before realized just how much he'd relied upon Naruto's cheer, exuberance, and limitless faith in their shared home village to get him through each day. Never realized, until one day it was gone, and the Hokage realized at last it had no firm basis to start with. Naruto's faith in his village had all of the same emblems surrounding it as an abused spouse hoping that by loving her drunken husband more, he will stop beating her. Neither one carried any recommendations of the abuser, they were the desperate acts of a victim who doesn't know what else to do. And he'd let it go on unchecked right under his nose. Watching him go, Kurenai reminded Naruto, "You do recall that being made a Chunin, the resets are probably over, right? So vacation reset rules no longer apply, so it might not have been the best thing to be so totally honest with him." Naruto went white, then looked sickly. Oops. Sarutobi reached down into his secret desk drawer to retrieve a large bottle of high-quality sake out of his stash, kept for celebrating especially good news. Normally such a thing would last him 2 months of sips. Honestly, he expected to go through the whole thing tonight, and possibly 2 more like it. "Stop that!" Tsunade stormed into the room and slapped the bottle out of his hands, sending it to smash against the wall in a small explosion due to her strength. Leaning down into her teacher's face, she declared, "I ought to know better than anybody that doesn't help at all." Hands on the desk on either side of him, she leaned into his face. "Crawling into a bottle to escape the past doesn't do anything to solve your problems. As I recall you telling me in a similar situation, Tsunade," Sarutobi replied in dry tones. "Not all the medicine in the world could fix your problems." Now appearing kindly, the Kazekage sat on her teacher's desk. "Sensei, that is because I was looking to fix the wrong problems. It wasn't my brother or fiancé being gone that was the problem. It was the pain their absence caused me that shut me down. I wasn't looking at the real issue. Once I could forget how much it hurt, I was fine, and let me tell you how shocked I was to figure that out. I knew no medicine ever devised could bring them back, and thought the pain would only ever go away when I joined them. Now I know how wrong I was. Ironically, I only ever learned how to bring them back once I'd stopped wanting to, but that's enough about my problems." Adopting a smug smirk, the blonde Sannin tapped the top of a stack of paperwork sitting beside her on the desk. "Yours are simpler. You don't even need to bring back the dead. Just change some people's views. Now surely," she smirked, "that's not beyond the so-called god of shinobi?" She was trying to lighten the mood. When the Hokage scowled, instead she brought her fist down with enough force to cause the contents of the desk to leap several inches into the air. "Sensei! Think like a ninja for a moment," she shouted at him. "The problem here is not Naruto. It's not even that blind spot you had where you looked at the Konoha fan that he was and never imagined he'd grow up to use those ninja skills he was supposedly being taught to look at his situation and realize he had no reason to be loyal to this pigsty that was doing everything possible to prove they didn't want him or his loyalty. Now pretend for a second that you are a new Hokage, just getting saddled with someone else's mistake. Take the "oh, I screwed up, I must suffer" out of it, and look at the situation as it stands. What do you see?" Sarutobi followed her directions, and soberly considered the problem. Within moments his face had cleared of its troubled expression. A minute later teacher and student met eyes, and they both grinned. The shopkeeper ran with all of his might. Like many who had heard of the rise of the former Hokages, he had been filled with joy, and rushed out to greet his old friend, eager to tell him all the news of what had passed in the intervening years, and also eager to tell him of how loyal he had stayed to the man who'd saved them all, a loyalty he'd proved daily by doing everything he could to torture the brat to blame for his demise. He'd even offered to share the fortune he'd gotten from overcharging him. But, of course, Erasure would turn him down. The man was generous like that. Like countless other Konoha civilians, the shopkeeper ran to a meeting place, joining the crowds watching as Erasure Kazama, the fourth Hokage, in the flesh, talked to the two Hokages previous to Sarutobi before turning to address a sizable fraction of the Konoha population gathered around them. And the first thing he did was hit them all with an illusion. It was a memory technique, many of the ninja there could recognize it, and every eager face in that crowd, happy to have him back and so anxious to tell him of all they'd done in his name, found themselves transported back to that dreadful night of the Kyuubi attack. But that was all right. It was from the fourth Hokage's perspective, and they knew who won in the end. So they watched, anticipating their triumph, some few wincing at the faces of those since lost as they flashed past. But the story was a new one to the village. It showed a man rolling up to complete the draft work on what was to be the new seal, shrug off the reports of his ANBU, and rush to the hospital, not to the trauma ward, but to the delivery department. That was the first many of them learned their beloved fourth had a wife. It had been kept a secret. They even saw she had delivered a beautiful baby boy, and joy and gladness filled them all as the couple exchanged tender, heartfelt yet necessarily brief words confirming to all who witnessed their marriage and their pride in the birth of their son. It was obvious the child had to be hidden, else they would have heard of him before now. Countless hearts within that crowd resolved that when the boy was revealed they'd treat him with all of the honor due his glorious family. But instead of carrying the baby off, flashing to some remote location so the young child could be delivered into the hands of trusted servants, as most of the crowd expected, where the young heir would doubtless receive the best of all possible training, as do the only son of a Hokage, they saw instead their beloved young leader summon the boss toad and head to the front lines, where the fighting against the demon was at its worst. They saw him explain to his infant son why it was necessary, and that he could not be prouder of the boy. They saw him tell Sarutobi that he wanted his son seen as the hero he was. Then they watched in horrified realization as their beloved fourth Hokage sacrificed himself, and sealed the demon into his infant son and heir. Worse, the illusion did not stop there. They saw, as if from beyond the grave, a town that hated and abused the boy at every opportunity. They saw their own faces as they cheated the child, ostracized him, told their children to hate and avoid him, beat him and treated the son of their beloved departed leader with all of the cruelty they could under the lax eyes of minders that were sympathetic to their cause, willing to allow anything that wouldn't end up with them on report from one of the few who cared anything for the lad. They were devastated. As the illusion ended, Erasure Kazama glared hatefully at those who'd gathered to welcome him back, most of those who'd been among the worst offenders. In tones dripping with disgust, he told the assembled masses, "Every time you hurt my child, I regretted saving your life." Then he turned away from them and vanished in his signature technique. Sarutobi stepped forth out of the group of previous Hokages and his ANBU guards to take the stand, soberly condemning the crowd with his eyes. "I can personally verify the truth of everything the fourth Hokage showed you this day. I did everything in my power to stop the hate, yet none of you would listen to me. The jutsu used to stop the demon attack required two, not one, to perform. And a requirement of the jutsu was that one of those be a baby not even hours old. Naruto is every bit as responsible for stopping the attack on you as his father was. Yet rather than respect their sacrifice which saved all of your lives, you showed nothing but contempt to Naruto personally, or to his father's dying wishes that he be seen as the hero I know him to be. The current Hokage stared at the crowd a long moment, puffing on his pipe. Now the secret is revealed, it will spread, and all the elemental countries will know that Konoha is without honor. While the audience gasped, he took a long puff on his pipe, waiting for the right amount of dramatic tension. When he judged it proper, he said, "It is entirely within the power of our daimyo to require that every head of house in Konoha, civilian as well as ninja, commit seppuku to purge this stain." Cold, stark terror now gripped those watching, who never even imagined they could be punished for their actions towards the young boy. Sarutobi masked his satisfaction over this reaction with a grave mask. "As the offense was so grievous, I can think of no other way honor might be satisfied. In your place, I would prepare myself. Put your affairs in order. For I imagine the order is going to come soon, unless, by some miracle, there is another way presented for us to redeem ourselves. But I can think of none." The third Hokage turned and walked away from the now horrified crowd with satisfaction burning deeply inside his breast. It wouldn't be half an hour before every mind in Konoha would be feverishly devoting itself to imagining up some way to satisfy honor and make things up to the aggrieved fourth Hokage and his son without every husband or clan head slicing open his belly and spilling his guts out. Sadly, the magnitude of their crime was so big most of those would plot in vain. Kakashi squatted behind some brush in the middle of a training ground, as far away from other people as he could get. Normally he would be wandering through town, reading his porn. It never struck him before, but that was deliberate. He was a jonin. He could easily have found all the privacy he'd wanted to. He could have sent clones out to go shopping or meet his team for him, leaving him to do all of the smutty things he'd wanted in the privacy of his own home. He had a nice place, or at least he did before his father came back and kicked him out of it, making bonfires out of his porn collection and hiring cleaning crews to remove the filth that had accumulated in the place during Kakashi's residency. When your father is respected on a level with the Sannin, he makes a lot of money, and unlike many ninja, Tsukumo was a family-oriented man. He'd bought a nice place with that money, and Kakashi had inherited it. So all these years Kakashi could have been locked up in his spacious abode as much as he liked, getting all the jollies his body was physically capable of, and no one would have known any different. Instead, he'd gone out to read his porn in public. It had never struck him before how much of that was a deliberate insult to the other people of his town. He'd done it mostly because he knew he'd been able to get away with it. "Yes, I am reading porn in front of your kids and there is nothing you can do to stop me." That was less about porn and more about power. As a powerful ninja, there were few who could have done anything to stop him, whatever he'd wanted to do, and of those few none had bothered. He'd been able to rub their faces in the fact that he could do anything he wanted. Only now was he coming to realize that, and the reason he'd done it was equally obvious to anyone who cared to think about it. After the death of his team, he'd felt helpless, powerless, and unable to do anything about it. So he'd done what he could to prove he was powerful. The rough part was he'd done it at the expense of the helpless villagers. His father was right. You do not torment the helpless to overcome your own grief. That was reprehensible in so many ways. Kakashi rubbed a hand over his now bare face, then pulled it away with a jolt, and winced. There, burned into his face with the blazing tip of the family blade burning with white chakra, was a seal that hurt him when covered. As this seal covered his whole face, he'd never be able to wear a mask again. That was deliberate on his father's part. The way he explained it, wearing a mask creates a distance between you and other people, that because they can't read your face as easily you aren't connected as closely. That was a big reason for why some ninja wear masks. Not being connected as closely to other people made it easier to hurt your targets on missions. It also creates a feeling of anonymity. Right or wrong, it grants a feeling that you won't be held responsible for whatever your actions are because you won't be caught. That was exactly the reason Kakashi had always worn a mask. And exactly why his father had forbidden him from doing it ever again, then gone ahead and made it impossible for his disobedient son to disobey him. In Tsukumo's mind, his son needed to connect to other people again if he was going to have any chance of being a decent person again. Of course, the Jonin would have to overcome the minor obstacle of having the kanji for shame carved so it took up his whole face. Even concealing it with a transformation hurt like nothing else. But, as his dad pointed out, nobody sent the great Kakashi on infiltration missions anymore, mostly because he didn't like them, so had bombed the last couple on purpose. Had he really become such a screw-up? As if having a seal in the shape of the word shame over his face wasn't enough, there was another seal carved into the front of his pelvis, that if Kakashi ever got an erection again his balls would explode. Sakumo's grin had been grim as he'd explained that he'd put a counterseal on Kakashi's wife if the unlikely happened and he ever got married, so in her immediate presence there would be an exception, but it was vital the copycat be weaned off his porn addiction and relate to real people again. And, as a jonin, the body control to survive until then out to be well within his power. Right. Sakumo was going to fix his son or break him, but he wasn't going to tolerate Kakashi living on as the failure he'd become. Kakashi shivered as he squatted in a bush. Blink. Blink. A blink. In the end, that's all it took. Once it happened, the woman recognized it. That blink had occurred when she wanted it to. For the first time in an eternity she'd wanted to blink, and it had happened. At that stunning thought she gasped, and the feeling of her own body drawing breath at her command proved her startling conclusion to be true. Her own body was responding to her control again at last. Countless hours she'd raged against her helpless state, done everything her brain could conjure up and more, railing against being a prisoner in her own mind, forced to watch her body do things at the other's commands. The red-haired body sat up and stared around the empty clearing where she'd been abandoned. The sound ninja had departed, probably for the best, as she was years out of practice using her skills to defend herself now. Standing up was no trouble, though she was a little wobbly. Understandable, it had been a long time for her merely being a passenger. It was different in the driver's seat. So many of its reflexes now were not her own. She raised her hands to look at them. Pink. Healthy flesh tones, not the unnatural white of the other. She felt her face. Round, not the thin and narrow cheekbones of the other. Hands brushing down her sides confirmed the tasteless tan robes and garish purple rope tied in a bow. The ninja gear carried she knew intimately, all too well for her peace of mind, in fact. But her curves were now her own again. Soon the explorations she could do like this were not enough, and the woman took off to the nearest stream. She knew this territory well, having crossed it enough times, even though those most recent trips were as an observer. Her reflection in the water proved what her hands had reported. The other had gone, and taken its unnatural appearance with it, leaving her with her own looks. She was back to being herself, no longer a vessel for the other. The woman broke down crying in relief and gratitude on the spot. Still, she was a ninja, soon even that had passed, and she leapt off through the woods, long red hair flying like a flag behind her, and soon arrived at the gates of Konoha. The gate guards were now stiff and somewhat paranoid, and she actually had to force herself to suppress the automatic reactions of her body to either sneak by or slaughter them effortlessly, using the other's skills imprinted through his long usurpation of her body. Papers, one of the guards demanded, when she forced herself to approach normally and enter his line of sight. The woman shook her head, still somewhat in a daze. How could she have forgotten? I'm sorry. I have none. Both guards tensed up. Name and village? The lead one demanded. The redhead brushed a stray lock out of her face. Kushina. Kushina Uzumaki, originally of Whirlpool, now of Konoha. I've only just escaped from imprisonment. Tell me, is the Hokage in? Tell him I need to see my son. That was unpleasant, Sarutobi shuddered, just coming out of a memory transfer technique where he'd witnessed, from Naruto's perspective, how his heritage had originally been revealed to Konoha and the more or less total flop it was. You don't get to be called the god of shinobi without learning how to read people, and he could see his own face as his double in that memory read the reactions of Naruto to the announcement of his parentage. He had seen the conclusions he'd come to, even as his double came to them. And none of them had been pretty. The Hokage could see that he had underestimated just how much this town hated the boy, and also how deeply rooted that had gotten, because the memory made it clear not even that revelation made their opinions swing back to where he felt they ought to be, liking and respecting the boy at last. Sarutobi had never felt the need to question the assumption he'd had that once the town knew the truth they would love the boy at last, until now, when he'd seen that it had not worked that way at all. A sobering, and even disgusting revelation. Well, you were the one who'd insisted on seeing it, Tsunade reminded her teacher, both their kage hats laid aside for this discussion. And she was right, he had, desperate to know what it had been like for the boy to learn about his parentage. It had not been the happy occasion he'd been hoping for. No, instead miserable had been more like it. They'd even revealed that sometime during the past intervening years the precious scrolls Naruto's family had left for him had been stolen out of the fourth Hokage's home by parties unknown. The last-ditch defenses on them must have functioned, destroying those scrolls, else those techniques would already have been in use by other ninja. But the pleasant image built up of when Naruto is old enough he will then be permitted to inherit his family legacy had proven to be just another lie. There was nothing this village could do to hurt the boy they hadn't done. Seeing the downward spiral of his thoughts, Tsunade slapped him with some medical chakra. Come on, enough of that. You'll like this next technique much better. The Hokage was laid out on a table in an empty room near his office, Tsunade standing over him, medical chakra surrounding her hands as she worked, and speaking conversationally as she did so. This jutsu is yet another of those wow. That used to be impossible. Techniques we've developed over the time loops. One of our former sound ninja developed it out of research performed on a bone technique bloodline user. Sarutobi groaned in contentment, feeling his fragile old bones becoming hard and strong again, as though in his youth. Yes. He liked this very much. Tsunade snorted, amused over his reaction. This next was produced by that young girl who is head of the Kurama clan. There's a long story there about how the Uchiha clan, as part of their attempts to weaken their rivals and subvert the village, sealed a minor demon into her to use her gifts against the village and her clan. We have the documents proving it out of the Uchiha's own secret archives. Anyway, she came up with this one. I think you'll like it. Muscles writhed and swelled across Sarutobi's chest and limbs, shocking him to where he could only stare dumbfounded up at his student. She could only smile in victory. Yes, neat, isn't it? Your physical levels were actually worse than any genin. It was only extreme experience compensating for your physical frailty that kept you any good as a ninja. Now you aren't back up to anywhere near your prime, but still, mid-chunin levels of muscle conditioning are worlds above where you were a second ago. The Hokage was flexing and staring at his still wrinkled but much stronger arms and hands. Have you done this to me often? He was unprepared for Tsunade's snort. No. The muscle development jutsu is brand new. And most of the time when we heal your bones the first thing you do is insist people like your old teammates and Danzo get the same. The Hokage's face darkened. Yes. I can see how that might discourage you. Even the most cursory inspection of the records proved those had been the chief ones manipulating him. Lie back down. She put a hand on his chest when he tried to sit up. You've got organ damage and things still wrong with you. Some of that we can't fix. But the heart is just a muscle. I can do stuff with that. The lungs, however, well, I can pull out some of the accumulated poison you've been smoking into them over the years, but nothing to reduce the scarring. They're just a bit too complicated to make mistakes on, and we haven't been rebuilding organs for very long, so you'll just have to bear with reduced capacity. Others, like the liver spots on your skin, are caused by your liver having been overloaded with toxins to where it became damaged, and actually Naruto recently just tried applying a standard medical jutsu for treating poisoned wounds to the liver directly. It can't fix everything, but it will remove the overload, and the organ can then regenerate itself. You'll just have to give up drinking. Are you certain? Surely I can. The Hokage opened his mouth to protest only to find his medic possessed of great strength and a fiery temper. Oh, no you don't, she insisted. No weaseling out of this one. If I can do it, you can do it. Besides, your liver and kidneys can no longer take the strain, if you want them to heal. And you can't expect your muscles to work well when half the nutrients they need to carry the load you put on them can't get to them because your bloodstream is busy shuffling about the drugs you insist on taking. The liver and kidneys can only remove that stuff so fast, and the more damaged they are the slower that rate is, and right now they are very damaged. So it's a choice. Are you going to smoke and drink, or be a ninja? Sarutobi stilled, knowing the subtext of that, in light of recent revelations especially with regards to Orochimaru's attempts to assassinate him, was, do you want to live to see your grandson make genin? And, in point of fact, he did. So that was pretty much it for his filthy habits. At that moment the door to their private medical chamber came open. I ordered all normal appointments to be suspended, the Hokage roared, outraged at his healing being interrupted. He hadn't felt this good in 30 years, and was not anxious to have feeling even better interrupted by some self-important counselor who'd been manipulating him for years anyway. "Oh, believe me, this is anything but ordinary," Shizen gloated as she led a red-haired kunoichi into the small chamber. Thanks for watching, Shinobi Squad. If you enjoyed this what if, hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next twist. Drop your theories in the comments, I'm always reading. Want more Naruto heat? Check out the other videos on the channel. Stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember even shadow clones need love.